I'm in the big leagues. Yeah, I told him I'ma hit it out the stands. I deserve another 100 bands. I deserve another 100 fans. Told them this was always in the plans. I just did it cause they said I can. Blowing euros when I'm down in France. Labels asking how I build a brand. Told them put a check up in my hands. Boy got time, no cap. Made a few checks, but they all in the rest. Had a few friends, but they suck in the past. I don't even trip when I'm thinking about that. Hopped in the whip and we all in black. Shawty wanna ride till the hop in the back. 0 to 100, seen the rap on the dash. They ain't catching up like I'm moving too fast. I'm in the big leagues. Told them don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in a big league.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to TDPHINSTALK, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. Hit that like button on your way in the building. We are on Coach Watch. We're going to have a show where we hang out and we talk about all the things going on around in the league while we wait on the Miami Dolphins to announce our new head coach and see who it ends up being. Appreciate y'all. If you didn't tune in, go check out Miami Sports Music. We were over there this morning with Jason Sarney. It was a pretty good stream. I had just came straight from the hospital this morning. My son wasn't feeling his best, so we were double checking, making sure he was straight when I hopped on. But I made it home, got on the stream live, and that show ended, and now we're here. Make sure you hit the like button. No, let's get 100 likes before we get started because we already got 146 people. So hit that like button. Punch that like button, all right? When will they hire our new coach? It should happen as early as today, in my opinions, all right? In my opinion, it should happen as early as today. We'll see what ends up happening. A lot of reports coming out that Brian Daboll is the favorite for the Miami job. Again, one thing that I don't like about this situation is the simple fact that we aren't the favorite for Brian Daboll. Brian Daboll, I personally believe, is waiting to see what New York decides. If New York hires Brian Daboll right now, then he's going to New York. If New York hires Brian Flores, there's a good chance Brian Daboll ends in Miami. But again, that's the issue that I have. We're not even his first choice. We're not even his first choice. The deal should have already been done a day or two ago. If he was the front runner, and I said this on Miami Sports Music, I believe, and this isn't coming directly from any source, but I believe that they already offered Daboll the position, and he's sitting back waiting to see what New York does. That's what I believe is happening right now. But we'll see what ends up, what the final decision ends up being. That's what it's going to come down to. Shout out to the homie Estefan with the all-pro status, becoming a member of the channel. Salute to you, homie. Salute to you. Hope you're having a great morning. Perry said, at this point, TD, I say we go with Quinn. Quinn already announced. Are you talking about Quinn with the Cowboys? So we're going to talk about everything that's happening around the league. Quinn already announced that he'll be staying in Dallas. Quinn already announced he'll be staying in Dallas. I want y'all to know something. A lot of these things that's happening out here are very telling. Quinn said, I'm staying in Dallas. He ain't the head coach over there yet. But he decided to drop himself from being a head coaching candidate for many jobs and say, I'm staying in Dallas. And these jobs ain't even been announced yet. That leads me to believe that he didn't want to be a Dolphin coach either. See, what people don't understand and what they don't talk to you about is who decline jobs. Who says, nah, I'm straight? Y'all think in the NFL on this level, everybody's coming in like, man, I'm trying to get this job. It's two ways. They're coming in showing why they're the best option for the job. And then once they're done interviewing, when they ask that glorious question, do you have any questions for me? And them coaches turn around and say, well, what's your plans at quarterback? What's your plans at the defensive end position, with players like Agba? Do you have plans on retaining Gesicki? What's your plans? Because I have to know what situation I'm coming into. See, people think that these head coaching jobs are all about, I'm just trying to get it. No, some of these coaches know that they're great and know that they can be coveted either now or in the near future. So they're not going to ruin their resume and just go anywhere. They want to know what the circumstance they're coming into will be. And the Denver Broncos hire their head coach. The Denver Broncos are listed as a team that might be favored to bring in Aaron Rodgers. The Denver Broncos are listed as the team that's favored to go get Jamal Adams. And they still have about $40 million in cap space. In every team that has cap space, I always say there's ways you can make between $5 to $25 million of room, depending on your books. The Broncos hired the Green Bay Packers offensive coordinator, Nathaniel Hackett, as the new head coach. Let me ask y'all a question. So we interviewed Hackett. Did we not? I thought from my understanding, he was on the list of coaches that we interviewed. And Denver selected him as a coach. What do y'all know about Nathaniel Hackett? Do we know anything about Nathaniel Hackett? We can look it up. Y'all know me. That's what I do. I want to see who the Green Bay Packers got as their head coach, who we interviewed. Let's see what we got here. Nathaniel Hackett, 42 years old, so he's a young coach. He started coaching in the NFL in 2006, so his time to rise has been fast. All these other coaches I've been seeing since the year 2000, like Brian Daboll, has been 25 freaking years in the NFL and still ain't been a head coach. 25 years and he ain't been a head coach. But Hackett was able to rise in 15 years. Started as an offensive quality control for two years. Did the same thing for Buffalo for another 2 years. Then he went to college to be a pass game coordinator, quarterbacks coach, and a tight end coach. Then he got promoted in college to an offensive coordinator, to a quarterbacks tight end coach. Then he jumped straight to the NFL. He never touched a position in the NFL. He just came straight into being an offensive coordinator. Then he went to Jacksonville as a quarterback coach, got promoted to an offensive coordinator for 3 years. And now he did a lateral in Green Bay as the offensive coordinator for the last 3 years. And one thing I'll tell you about Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers and them had problems getting that offense revved up for 10 years straight until the last 3 years. That's interesting to me. They had a problem revving it up over there in Green Bay and doing anything for 10 years straight after Rodgers had his amazing rookie contract. The next 12 years or whatever, they couldn't do anything really. And then the last 3 years, their offense has been so potent, they've been going far in the playoffs. And he's going to get his first head coaching opportunity. And I think that has a lot to do with the simple fact that Aaron Rodgers may be headed to Green Bay. And you know, if Aaron Rodgers is in Green Bay, they're going to make some moves to go for it all. They're going to do exactly what they did with Peyton Manning. Go for that quick hit Super Bowl before he retires, just like Brady did. It looks like the older quarterbacks, that's what they're trying to do now. That's what they're trying to do now. And I'll tell y'all like this. This man had a better resume than Daboll. This man had a better resume than Daboll. It took him less time to rise in the NFL. And I'm not even favored on this resume, but it's better than Daboll's. 25 years versus 15 years to get an opportunity. And he didn't have none of those low-level position jobs other than quarterback, and that was college. He's always pretty much been an offensive coordinator with the exception of 1 year as a quarterback coach. I'm sorry. This man resume better than Dayball. So I see why Denver harried up and snatched him off the market. And what's funny about it, we don't even hear about guys like this being the favorite, especially since their expertise is quarterbacks. We didn't hear Miami is really interested in this guy. We went straight to Dayball. Straight to Dayball. We had some more news today. Let me see here. Let me pull it up. We had some more news. Chicago Bears hired their head coach. Let's see what's going on. Chicago Bears, the coach, defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus. You know what? Somebody said this earlier this week, and I kind of felt a little embarrassed about it. They said there were 10 quarterback vacancies. The Miami Dolphins were interviewing like 4 or 5 coaches that no other team interviewed. Either we are really off basis or we know something that other people don't. And 9 times out of 10, we really off basis. 10 teams need a head coach. All of them had several candidates they interviewed. And Miami had about 4 to 5 people on their list that nobody interviewed. Not one person interviewed. Miami interviewed like 4 or 5 coaches that not a single other team interviewed. Why y'all think that is? Why do y'all think that is? Let me look at this man's resume. Let me look at this man's resume. Defensive coordinator for the Colts, Matt Eberflus. Let's see, man. 51 years old. When did he come into the NFL? God dog, time to rise. Here go another one. He came in the NFL as a coach in 2009. Another guy that took 12 years to get a head coaching job, and it's taken Dayball 25 years if he get it. Another star that's quick to rise. Defensive coordinator, linebackers coach, and passing game coordinator, which is interesting. He had some offensive work too. He was the passing game coordinator. This is a guy that was on both sides of the ball as a coach. And he's been a defensive coordinator for the Colts in the last 4 years. For the last 4 years, and he's getting his shot. Getting his shot. Time to rise. Let me see something, man. Let me look at his coaching career. All right, let me see. All right, let me look at some of the things about the how he did that defense with the Colts. All right. Eberflus was credited with installing an ultra demanding culture of hustle, discipline, and teamwork. That ultimately helped turn the Colts around from 4-12 team in 2017 to a 10-6 playoff team, reaching the AFC divisional playoff round. He inherited a defense that finished 30th in the NFL in both scoring defense and total defense in 2017, immediately turning the defense around in just one season to the 10th ranked in scoring defense, 11th ranked in defense, and in 2018. This is the stuff I'm looking for. Who moving numbers? Who's moving numbers? And in 2018, he turned them around. No, 2017, he turned one of the worst rushing defenses into the number 8 rushing defense. And again, the worst rushing defense into the 6th rushing defense in 2018. This is what I'm talking about. You take a 30-something ranked defense in rushing, and in 2 years, you make them number 8, and then you improve on that and make them number 6. And did not allow a single 100-yard rusher all season in 2018. You see the stuff I'm talking about on a resume where you actually move numbers? You actually move numbers? You're moving numbers. It's crazy to me. And Dayball, on his resume, he actually dropped the team. 2009 had a defense that was ranked 29th, 30th or something like that. In 2010, the defense was ranked 28th. I mean, offense, excuse me. When you look at his resume, it's trash, man. So I see why the Bears scooped up a up and coming great talent. That's why I tell y'all I put in the categories when we evaluated coaches, time to rise. That's why I told y'all time to rise is a huge factor. It's a huge factor. How long did it take for you to enter the NFL as a coach to become a head coach or considered one? These guys out here, 15 years. This guy right here, 11 years. And Dayball, 25 years. 25 years and you ain't been a head coach yet? Think, people, why you think that is? Why you think that is? That's why I'm kind of like just blown by this notion that this is our front runner. Oh my gosh, man. We got breaking news, man. Oh my gosh. What are we doing? What are we doing? Ian Rappaport just reported the Dolphins plan to have second interviews early next week. Source said as they continue their search for a head coach, despite the flurry of activity today. No rush in Miami. Miami always left to pick from the scraps. Miami always left to pick from the scraps, man. This is why I told y'all stop listening to all these people that's out here lying. Stop listening to all these people that's freaking out here lying, man. Do you know how many lying narratives keep coming across? Y'all do understand what Ian Rappaport is reporting right now is basically proving to y'all how many people are out here lying. Lying. I truly think they are waiting for Harbaugh leave. I don't know, man. I don't know. All I know is I heard about the New York situation. that Dayball prefers New York, but Brian Flores is the front runner. That's why when people kept saying that Dayball is the front runner in Miami, it just made sense to me because he may not be able to get the New York job, but we'll see. New York still got to decide. Might not be scraps, TD. They could be looking for someone on Rams, 49ers, Kansas City, Bengals staff. You got any names in mind on those staffs who we'd love to have? I understand Mike McDaniels, but I'm shaky on him. I like the notion of an up-and-coming star and hitting on it, but his resume for me is incomplete. I need to see him go to another team as the offensive coordinator and show me some success. Show me some success. I don't care if you got one superstar player in what's his name, the running back receiver. That type of stuff right there don't entice me. When you got a player that's carrying the team. That actually concerns me when you got to utilize just one player to carry the whole team on offense. That doesn't spell offensive guru to me. Deebo Samuels. Yeah, I don't know why I keep forgetting his name. But when all you could do is say Deebo time, Deebo time, Deebo time, that don't spell offensive genius to me. That's living behind a great talent. Eric Bieniemy? Maybe. He ain't got the best of resumes either, but at the same token, it ain't terrible. His time to rise ain't the best, but at least he's accomplished some things, and he does have the experience. That's what we did with Tua. He carried your whole offense. And that's why we in this situation. You're right. Tua carried this whole offense. That's why we was in this situation. Thank you for pointing that out, Mr. Tua disciple. He did carry this offense. That's why we need a new one. Thank you for saying that. Mitchell is a 6th-round pick and balling, TD. What are you smoking? Man, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What does somebody being a 6th-round pick got to do with anything? I don't understand what you're talking about. Dak Prescott came on the field as a low draft pick. Did anybody just miraculously in the NFL touch him and have him producing? Oh, so somebody in the NFL just put their hand on Russell Westbrook's forehead and he just came out playing like the #1 overall pick his rookie year. Don't care what round you drafted in. What round you drafted is just a projection. It don't matter. We done had 1st-round picks play like undrafted players. Stop that crap. Stop that crap. I don't care where you draft. Soon as you in this NFL, rise to the occasion or fall. And go look at the statistics. There are more later round picks that become successful than 1st-round picks. The only disadvantage is that the 1st-round picks tend to get the utmost opportunity to show themselves. If a 6th-round pick play like a bum, he on that bench or out the league. If a 1st-round pick play like a bum, everybody want to keep giving him a shot. That's an advantage they have. Tired of all this building. We shouldn't even have building in our vocabulary anymore from this point going on. We've been building for 5,000 years. Truth is, we've been building when we had Marino. Because we never built the freaking roof that won a Super Bowl. We ain't had a good team since Marino. Lies. If you ain't win a Super Bowl, you've been building ever since you did. We've been building since 1970 freaking 2. Sick of all that. We need to build around. We need to build around. We need to build around. You know what? Let's change the narrative. If we want to use the term build around, let's change the narrative. Instead of building around a quarterback, let's build around this O-line. Let's build around these running backs. Let's build around this wide receiver. How about let's do that? Let's build around Robert Hunt. What can we do to build around Robert Hunt? Well, maybe we can get him a quarterback. Let's build around somebody else instead of the quarterback. Maybe we need to just reverse everything just so that we can possibly have a chance to win. Somebody just said, TD, why are you so angry, bro? How long you been a Dolphin fan? Whoever asked that, how long you been a Dolphin fan? Talk about why am I so angry? Or I'll even ask a better question. Are you invested in this team as much as I am? Nathaniel Simmons, and I ain't saying that to troll you or clap back at you or nothing like that. Real talk, real conversation. I'm just curious. Like, all jokes aside, are you invested in this team like I am? How long have you been a fan? Because you asked me, why are you mad? I mean, are you mad or something like that? You said, let me read it again. Make sure I don't put words in nobody's mouth. I already lost the comment. Gosh, it'd be moving so fast. But real talk, I want to win a Super Bowl. I want to be a fan of my team that I love and watch them build an organization that win a Super Bowl and compete. And actually have a moment like see, Dolphin fans don't even remember how it feels to know that you got a good team year round. Like in the off season, there's like, I want y'all to really think about it. Like, I mean, everybody's still in the playoffs, but let's say the Bengals, for instance, right? If their season comes to an end this weekend or the Super Bowl or whatever it is, when the season is over, they're still excited. Man, we got 65 million. Man, now we can actually go put more on that O-line for Burrow. We can help make the defense better. Oh, man. Like, everything is excitement and joy for them. Even in a season where they didn't win the Super Bowl. But for us, it's the same story over and over. What are we doing? Over and over. You don't want to just be happy as a fan? Okay. Who's happy as a fan? Yes, say yes in the comment section if you're happy as a fan. Yes or no in the comment section. Maybe that's the better question. Who's happy as a fan and just excited about our team? Who's happy and excited? Let me know right now. Yes or no if you're happy or excited about this team. Because you're right, bro. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me that's tripping and being extra. Where are my yeses and nos, man? Yes or no to comment section. Are you happy? Have you been happy lately with this team? The overwhelming answer, it looks like 90% of the answers is no. And you ask me, why am I mad? The decisions we make this offseason can be great for the next 10 years or it can be horrible for the next 10 years. The complicated part about the NFL is that there's so many directions you can go. I always tell y'all, let me be clear, because this is the piece they don't want you to hear, and they'll act like I've never said, okay? What some of y'all need to realize is we could win a Super Bowl with Tua Tagovailoa. We actually can. We actually can. We could win a Super Bowl with Tua Tagovailoa. We could. We could legitimately, and I mean that, I'm not trolling y'all. We could win a Super Bowl with Tua Tagovailoa. But what would it take? I think you would literally have to have a top 3 O-line in the NFL. I think that you would have to have a very powerful run game just like San Francisco's. I think that you would literally have to have one of the best defenses in the NFL, top 5, and you would probably need 3 of the top 15 wide receivers in the NFL. I truly believe it. That's barring injuries and all of that stuff. I do. I think we could. I think that, and what else would you need? You might need Patrick Mahomes to get hurt. You might need Josh Allen to regress. You might need competent, like great coaching on top of that. You just need a lot. And the only frustrating part of it all, knowing that we could win a Super Bowl with Tua, at any moment in the playoffs, one of those things cannot disappear. The run game has to be on point every game. Can't just have a bad game in the run game and switch to the pass and think we're going to get carried. The O-line can't have a tough game in this one game. All of the O-linemen that we do bring in has to stay healthy, which is hard to do in itself. All of that. Defense, nobody can get hurt. You got to stay healthy. There's a lot of things that have to happen. But it could happen. That's a way to do it. Do y'all remember in the past about, I don't know the exact year, but about 7 to 10 years ago? See, we've been through stages, and the sad part is some of y'all don't remember those stages, or some of y'all are new Dolphin fans and don't realize what we've all been through. So you're going to repeat history that you didn't experience, but we did, and we're trying to tell you. That's the issue in this world today. We've witnessed history of the Dolphins, and some of y'all are so new as fans that you want to go down that same rabbit hole that we've already experienced, and we're trying to warn you. Do y'all remember when we thought we actually had a great team, but we went through like a 4-year span where no matter what, one way or another, the injuries always got to us? We finally got the O-line, and we're leading the division. Tannehill gets hurt. Tannehill's playing good. Oh, Bullygate. Tannehill's playing good. Oh, my gosh. Pouncey's starting to have back problems. And our O-line is starting to be an issue. Oh, our O-line and our offense is actually looking really decent. Oh, my gosh. When are we ever going to get a corner? When are we ever going to get a corner that can stop another team? We can score points, but we can't stop other teams. Oh, let's go invest all of our first-round capital in Vontae Davis and Sean Smith. Get some of the best corners coming out of college. Oh, we got them. Oh, my gosh, the offense. We have receivers hurt. We don't have a deep threat now. Oh, if are Sean Smith and Vontae Davis even the answer? Oh. We never had a real running game. Insert Jay Ajayi. Tannehill gets hurt. We need a receiver. Jarvis Landry is here. Brandon Marshall was here once. Mike Wallace was here once. But oh my gosh, our defense just can't stop the run. Oh my gosh, we're doing good at stopping the run, but we still could never find a corner. Go get Brent Grimes. Oh, we got Brent Grimes, but Tannehill is struggling to throw the deep ball. Oh my gosh, maybe we need a quarterback. No, let's just build around him. The point that I'm trying to make to y'all is when you have to get so many factors to do their job at one time, history tells you something is going to struggle that you didn't expect. What we're doing is, oh, there's a water leak. Feel that one. There's a new one. Feel that one. There's a new one. Feel that one. Oh, that one's back open. Feel that one. Oh, that's what you are doing. That's what we are doing over and over. What if we get to an O-line and the defense plays 20th rank? Oh, it's not Tua's fault the defense was trash. Yep, more of that cycle. See, what y'all fail to realize is in this game of football, you have to worry about everything at once. You can't just say, let's focus solely on the offense right now. And we go focus solely on the offense, but they can't retain Emmanuel Ogbah, and now you have no pass rush. So your elite secondary, the D-line is giving them 5 seconds to throw the ball, and they ripping our secondary apart like Adam Burke had them doing. And I kept saying, stop blaming the secondary. TD, you need to stop. The secondary giving up 300 yards a game. But the quarterbacks we play got 5 seconds to throw the ball. No secondary is going to look good if the quarterback gets 5 seconds to throw the ball. Pick and choose. What do you want to fix? But one thing I will tell you, what will take care of a huge chunk is having an elite quarterback. An elite quarterback that can help you get 30 points, and that will afford you to be able to struggle on defense on occasions. And all you need is a halfway comparable defense. And you build around that. A game changer. See, what you need in today's NFL, people who can change the game. Who can get you what you didn't expect to get. Here's some reports coming out with Cameron Wolf. One thing I've been told to watch whoever Dolphins officially hire as their new coach, they want to keep most of their defensive assistant staff. They feel they are close on that side of the ball and have spoken with candidates about that. Let me tell y'all, Miami is making it real hard to find a coach because it's coming with all kind of stipulations. Would you be willing to work with Tua if you have to? Will you keep your defensive assistants here? Coaches don't want to hear that crap. Coaches, see, this is the thing. The bright and upcoming coaches, they done already worked their magic in the league. They already done when a coach get hired, everybody already know that they about to come with them. When coaches get hired, they done already promised several people, if I get a head coaching job, you coming with me. If I get a head coaching job, you coming with me. And the problem with that is some of these head coaches already know who their defensive coordinator and their defensive staff is going to be. So when they come into Miami and they talk to them about it, they like, yeah, let me think about it. That's a problem. We got too many stipulations. Why? Because we fired Brian Flores. They trying to get another coach to live with Brian Flores' staff. Do y'all see what's happening? They're trying to get another coach to take Brian Flores' staff. When most guys that have been a coordinator want to bring their own staff, because it's unfair to that coach to be held to a standard of people that they didn't pick. It's unfair. Ian Rappaport said among the names expected to receive second interviews from the Dolphins, Cowboys offensive coordinator Kellen Moore, told y'all about him, 49ers OC Mike McDaniels, and Bills OC Brian Daboll. So the Dolphins are talking about a second interview with Brian Daboll when the man could get hired by the Giants. But we all know that they're going to select Brian Flores probably. And that's why Brian Daboll is still in the running for Miami. So those are some of the guys getting the second interview. Who would you want out of those three guys? Kellen Moore, Brian Daboll, or Mike McDaniels? Put it in the comment section. Put it in the comment section. I need to turn my fan on. It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here, so take your clothes off. I ain't gonna take my clothes off unless you subscribe to my OnlyFans. All right, let's see what y'all talk about. Somebody said Tony Dow. That's what's up, baby. Ooh, just give me one of them checks. I'm telling y'all, man. It's all. Hey, I'm gonna tell you up front. It's all about the check for me. Just give me one of them checks. Give me one of them checks. I bet y'all block better than Giuseppe. Give me one of them checks. Just one. That's about it. That's about it. Give one. Give one. Cut me right after that one. Just give me one of them checks. You can cut me right after. Cut me right after. AB to Ravens. Possibly. Possibly. It's a lot of stuff going on out here right now, man. Got to get my Twitter back up. So, Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn will remain with team. Adam Schefter and Deanna Rossini reports. So there you have it. He's staying. Justin Howard with the donation say a huge blank hell no to Kellen Moore. Did I do Kellen Moore yet on here? Kellen Moore was rated a 58.5. He was my second lowest on here. Mike McDaniels was my lowest. When I did my coaching evaluations, Mike McDaniels was my lowest, and Kellen Moore was my second lowest. Kellen Moore ain't did nothing. He ain't accomplished nothing. He got minimal experience, and his time to rise is the only thing that's favored, but that could be because of relationship. That could be simply because of relationship. TD, can you help me understand why Flores is getting all the blame? Greer is the one who's screwing the team. How and where have we improved since the flow hire? We have made we have same issues from then. Let me say this. Greer needs to be held accountable. Greer has really screwed some things up. Now, I'm not asking anyone to be perfect, but I got to be honest with y'all. The 2019 draft, that should have been a fireable offense as of right now. I would have fired Chris Greer from the decisions he made in 2019 in the first round. We had 3 first-round picks. I want y'all to really think about this. You drafted Tua Tagovailoa when you could have drafted Justin Herbert. You made the ultimate decision on who you thought was going to be better. And don't get me wrong, their histories aren't done yet. Tua might end up better than Herbert. It just doesn't look that way right now, but all we have is right now to go off of. You drafted Tua. Herbert was the one to get as of now, right? You drafted Austin Jackson when you had an opportunity to get Jonathan Taylor. You drafted Noah Igbenogany when you had an opportunity to get Tristan Wirfs. You could have been wrong on one of those things, and it would have been fine if you got two others, whatever order. It doesn't matter what order to me. You could have been wrong on two of those as long as you got one of them right. It don't matter what order, which one you got right, but you got it right. But you got all three of them wrong. You got all three of them wrong. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. That is a straight up fireable offense. And as a Dolphin fan, I want you to realize right now, just imagine if Greer actually made the right decision in that draft with the other drafts. Herbert would be our quarterback. We'd have one of the best running backs in the NFL in Jonathan Taylor. And we have another offensive line weapon to go with Robert Hunt and others and Tristan Wirfs. You would have had Tristan Wirfs, Robert Hunt, Michael Dieter, and we would have only been having questions about what we want to do on the left side with Austin Jackson and Eichenberg right now. Do you know what this team would be right now? We would be replacing Burrow in the AFC Championship game. That's for doggone show. Burrow wouldn't be in no AFC Championship game right now. Waddle would be in the Pro Bowl right now. That's for doggone sure. Mike Gesicki would be in the freaking Pro Bowl right now. That's for doggone sure. Will Fuller would have played 11 games. Will Fuller might have played 11 games at least. All right, man, we got a donation. The homie said we need a QB or it's always going to be something. Yeah, that's true. And we got another donation said Wirfs was the 13th pick, not past 26. When did we get Austin Jackson? But you still had an opportunity to grab him with all the assets we had. And one more donation said, don't forget Metcalf went in the late second round. This is crazy, man. I'm about to drop the link real quick, man. Let some of y'all come in and chop it up with me for a little bit while I take care of some stuff. Let me see here, man. I'm dropping the link, man. I'm gonna let some of y'all come in here and chop it up with me, man. Hit that like button, by the way. We got 500 people watching, but we only got 200 likes. Punch that like button. We on Coach Watch right now. We got to talk more about the Miami Dolphins in their second interview. Give me some of my mods up in here, man, that I could trust to talk about some of this stuff real quick because I need to actually do something for about 5 minutes with my son real quick. Yeah, give him his medicine and stuff. Miami Beast, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's up?
I'm good, man. What's your thoughts on this stuff?
Oh, I don't know, man. It's all sorts of craziness, you know. I think you hit that point earlier, and it's been my problem as a Dolphin fan. My number one problem as a Dolphin fan is just straight up communication. This organization, I keep saying this on other platforms, it's just been inconsistent, and it's something us fans don't deserve. You know what I mean? I'm not expecting the Dolphins to be straightforward with us. Obviously, it's a business. They have to compete with other teams and not release a blueprint and all, but man, it's just been really tough, and it's so disappointing with me as a fan to see how divisive we are with everything that's going on. I just wish we would all come together as Dolphin fans rather than, just over one guy. I don't know. It's just, I'm just speechless at this point, to be honest with you, man. I don't know what else I could say about it. But that's just my feeling.
I mean, the best bet for the Dolphins is to go get Deshaun Watson. If the Dolphins don't get Deshaun Watson, it's going to
I just
be
don't
bad
understand the
for them.
controversy of talking about it. I don't understand why we have to shut it down so quickly.
Because
Like,
everybody want to
let's
talk about.
stop talking about it. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's just like, he's a top 5 quarterback. He's proven. Okay. The sexual scandal, whatever he's going through, he cleans it up and he moves on. I don't see
It
why
should
we
be a
should go after
no-brainer.
him. Exactly. I'm sorry. I get it. We love Tua. We don't know what he's capable of. He goes to the Saints. He balls out. Guess what? We have Watson, and he's already proven himself. What is the
Exactly.
risk we're taking with Watson? What is the risk?
They
We've
just
already
don't want
seen
it.
it on tape.
They don't want to take Watson because they don't want the allegations or anything to happen just because he got the allegations under his belt. But what people don't realize is they're being investigated also for
Extortion.
extortion. So that's like somebody saying you had sexual misconduct with 22 women and you're innocent. I mean, it's really what they're making it seem as though, the media wants people to not like Watson because he wants to leave. Because if you notice, like, as soon as he said he wanted to trade, that's when all this stuff came out. So it's like,
Yeah, unbelievable. That's why I
yeah,
label them as the timely allegations.
yeah. So I mean, it's like you can't really. I mean, you wanna respect it because everybody has their chance to speak, but you can't just go off of what somebody says. You have to let the legal system play out. And like I said, I mean, if the legal allegations get confirmed that he ain't do anything wrong, all right, well then y'all need to do whatever it takes to go get him. Because if y'all don't, it's not looking good. Because I mean, for me, when they drafted Tua, I thought, okay, they might have a chance, but what he's shown on tape is not good. Like, it's not good at all. Now I watch football. I watch everybody. I'm not really, I would say, a fan of one team particularly, but I mean, I love football.
I mean,
I kind of like. What'd you say?
Yeah, sorry, just real quick. I mean, like, when Ross is doing his interviews,
You breaking up.
he's talking to fans,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, sorry.
You can't hear you.
Can you hear me, or am I still breaking up?
No, you fine now.
Just real quick, like, when Ross is doing these interviews and he's telling us as fans that he wants to win now, you know what I mean? Like, and
That's the
Deshaun's
best
out
bet.
there, Jim is out there, or Peterson is out there, experienced head coaches. Why is it a no-brainer to go out and just get them? Why
Because
are we,
they're not going to want to put their job on the line for Tua.
Well,
Why wouldn't they put that? Why wouldn't they put that line on the? Why wouldn't they put that line on the quarterback who's winning?
No, you guarantee the coaches that you may sign that we will go after Watson. Now, I know they don't want to take the risk, and we fail to get Watson. That's another story. But, like, you need to convince these coaches that, hey, we can get you a different quarterback if he's available, and if not, you have to stick with Tua. How do you feel? But it just seems like, we're not getting the message out to them as clear as we should.
No, that's the total wrong message.
Mm-hmm.
The message is we build properly around Tua for the first year. If we don't see signs of improvement, we have 2 picks in 2023 when there's 3 first-round quarterbacks to go after. So the coach has free reign if it doesn't work the first year, so it shouldn't deter anyone.
But why would they go down that path? Why would that be a draw to come here?
Because Tua has a winning record with absolutely nothing around him. Look at what the Giants owner said. We've done
The
everything we
defense is
could
the
to fail
reason they're
Tua.
winning.
You have a winning record because Tua
defense.
has people around him. How is
The
No, he doesn't.
defense is
What
the
are you
reason
talking
that
about?
The
I've
Dolphins
never
are
seen an
winning.
offense. I've never
Tua's
seen an
not
offensive
playing, not
line
the
with
Dolphins.
3 linemen
Tua's
in the
not
top 5 worst rated.
What's up, fellas? What's
Anybody-
going
Yeah,
on?
that's true. The
What
right
you
side of
what you
Joe
guys
Burrow
fail
lines
to
has a bad
understand
rating.
it. What you guys fail to understand is Tua's strength is the middle of the field. We have no O line, so when you have no Hunt's good, but he has no one to work with. When you have no center or left guard, passing lanes are closed, which is why his passing down the middle was horrible this year.
But he never
And we
gets
have
it.
no running game.
You're right, but he
Hold
has.
on, can I finish? So you have to understand,
Go ahead.
with Tua, he's a quick passer. You need to open up the middle of the field. Look at Breeze. Look at Russell Wilson. Look at Kyler Murray. When you have a shorter quarterback, you need to have the middle of the line solid so they can open up passing lanes down the middle of the field. We did not have that this year, which killed his middle intermediate passes over the middle. If you look at the stats, hold on. You want to go after Watson, the Jane Doe letter that just came out last week. You want to bring this guy to Miami, he has a problem. Whether he gets convicted or not, he has a mental issue with how he treats and abuses women. Miami is the worst spot
I'm
for
not
him.
going down that road. I'm not going down that road. That's just a bunch of nonsense. The
How's
trashing
that
of
enough
her
nonsense?
because
Did you
you
not
want to
read the
do
Jane
it.
Doe letter? Did you not
That's
read the
the
Jane
tra-
Doe letter
the
to his
problem is
girlfriend and
the
what that
Jane
woman
Doe
went
letter.
through? How's that
The
nonsense?
problem,
20?
the fact, in and of itself, the fact that it's a Jane Doe letter and everybody's putting their name to
let
it.
me say one thing.
Okay. Hey,
That's
man, if
Jane
I
Doe.
was a millionaire, I would not be calling random women all over the country and flying them out
That's
to
you.
massage me unless I had a problem.
Watson ain't
I
Hey,
know
man,
what you
Watson ain't
wanted,
the
but
last
Miami's
millionaire that's
not the
gonna
right
call
spot.
Hey, yeah, one at a time, y'all. One at a time.
He wants Watson wants to come to Miami for the
Not the last
nightlife.
millionaire that's going to call women and get massages. That's not acting like that's brand new. Let's
Yeah, and I don't want to.
get
I don't want to
moral
hand our franchise
high ground.
over to someone that has a mental
You're not
illness
handing a
when it comes to
franchise
women.
over to
That's not
somebody
an
that's got a
that's not
mental
an
problem.
illness to some people.
So it's
not
not
a
an
mental
You got to
illness.
think about it
Stop
this
the
way, man.
lies.
You got to think about it this way. Like you know, we can't hold.
Hey guys, hey, hopefully y'all can hear me. Let's let one person talk at a time. That's first and foremost. One person at a time so that we can actually have a good conversation and stop yelling at each other of who's right and who's wrong.
Okay, you're right. The lies got to stop. You're right.
Yeah, I just muted everybody to say that. Now I've been listening because I'm
My
taking
Lord.
my son's sick too, so I'm taking care of him too. But some of the things that I heard that I want to address. So number one is somebody made a good point about the 2 first-round picks going forward, and that shouldn't be a deterrence for a coach. It's not true because the 2 first-round picks don't mean anything, and here's why. First of all, one of them is San Francisco's. That's more than likely next year because they're going to upgrade at the quarterback position. In the worst case scenario, that's still going to be a trash pick. Okay, it's going to be a late pick. In the second one, we don't know what it's going to end up be depending on how well we don't do. But why would a coach care about that when your defense is about to expire? When you might have to find a replacement for X? When you might have to find a replacement for a Byron in that year, when you might have to find a replacement for a defensive end because you might not even be able to re-sign Ogba. All of these things matter. We don't have the draft capital to just keep the sustainability of this team up. We got to go for broke on offense, so we got a small window to try to do something now, build a reputation to keep people here. That's number one. Number two, all this crap about Deshaun Watson and all of those narratives. Listen, man. First of all, y'all stop playing like we all some little powder puff men or something like that.
Or angels.
This is exactly, and we're not everybody angels. This isn't a mental sickness. This is a lifestyle that happens on a normal basis in today's society. This is a culture. Whether you subscribe to that culture or not. Now, ain't nothing. I don't subscribe to that culture, but that don't do. How we gonna turn that into a mental illness?
Right.
So,
and it's not illegal to get a massage.
Let me make a point. Wait.
Hold on, because I'm not done. So we don't hear people around here saying Robert Kraft got a mental illness.
Exactly.
We don't sit around here. And the sad part about it is we got a quarterback who won Super Bowls that actually RAPE'd somebody, and we don't sit around here and talk about a mental illness. But it's just so funny to me that he all of a sudden has a mental illness. No, he tells a woman straight up, "This is what I want from you. Will you do it?" That is their choice. That
They
is
had the
being
option to
upfront.
leave.
So
Yeah, see,
so,
and that's
so
total
until
beat. That and
so
that's not what the
until
women are saying. So you're
excuse me,
Yes,
excuse
all
me,
of the women are saying that.
excuse me, because I've read every single report from every single woman. Now there may now 3 of the 24, because everybody talk about 22. 3 of the 24 women, there was something borderline where you would maybe like, that's a little concerning, like placing himself or something like that. But outside of that, these are all allegations of he made me feel uncomfortable. So I'm not going back and forth to be labeling people as something that they have not been convicted on. So all I'm saying in all of this, you can have your opinion, but let's just try our very best to stop putting labels on people that they haven't been convicted of. That's all
They're
I'm
already
saying.
putting a man in Fort Leavenworth. They already locked him up and put chains on him already.
that you're totally missing my point with that statement. All I said was you don't hand the franchise over to where our franchise is in Miami to someone that obviously has a problem. That's all I said. You're the quarterback. If I signed a $144 million deal, I'm not calling women all over the country, fly them out. What Kraft did, TD, is totally different too.
No, it's not.
Kraft went to one place. Yes, it is. If Deshaun Watson was going to one place where you can get your favors and he kept going to the same place, that's one thing. Watson was calling women all over the country and he kept looking.
So what?
Okay, so you have the franchise illegal.
Hey, let me say this, man. Let's just get off of that situation, because all I'm going to say is this, man. As a grown man who is not married, I have a right to call this woman in Chicago today. I got a right to call a woman in California tomorrow. I got a right to call a woman in Timbuktu the next day. I could call a billion women if I want to.
And I can tell
you're still missing the point.
Hold on.
Missing the point.
I don't care if I call them for a job. If they're doing their job and I feel like I'm attracted to them, I have a right as the man to say, I want this from you. Are you willing? They have
You're
a right.
missing the point.
Excuse me, I'm not done. They have a right to say yes or no. Now, all I'm saying is the crime in question is them feeling like they were obligated to say yes. They had a choice. Most of these women are claiming that they felt obligated to say yes, not because he forced them, just because of their likelihood of their business flourishing in the future. That's what a lot of these women said. But most of these women were very specific that they were given a choice. They were asked for favors. They were pursued for favors. A man has a right to pursue any woman in this world for a favor. It is her choice.
This is the point.
Last time I checked,
it is her choice.
Sexual desire is the point.
It is their choice. Now, if they felt like they needed to do it out of fear that if they didn't, it would impact their business, that's what this case is about. This case isn't about him taking his hands and holding someone down and doing something while they fought him off. Not a single one.
Not a single one.
Not a single one. So we're talking about different things. They issued a warrant for all of his information. And on that warrant, it said that they were investigating him for indecent assault. Do you know what that is?
So the woman that claimed he forced oral sex that's what you're claiming. That's the same thing. A woman claimed he tried to force oral sex.
That is not true.
Yes, it did.
Hold on.
I have it open right on my computer.
Hold on. It was insinuated that he asked for it and she felt obligated, making her feel forced, and that he had put his hand on her when she was already. Man, read the freaking articles and understand where the origin of them came from and what started. All of them give you a play-by-play, bro. If you read the actual reports, they give you a play-by-play. Read them. Don't ignore what happened leading up to it. Read them.
Right. And TD, I was going to say the notion that an owner won't accept nobody that has a past like that when it comes to sexual deviance. Oh, last time I checked, that very same order, Stephen Ross, gave millions and millions of dollars to the campaign of a person who was freaking accused of more than 20 plus allegations that paid off porn stars with
Every
freaking
politician's always
checks
accused.
and
Who cares?
everything.
Hey, I
This
don't mean
whole
to
moral
kill the
crap is
conversation, but
nonsense.
like this is all personal preference on whether you accept what he did or you don't. It's just a matter of what you're willing to accept.
What you do is your preference. It's
exactly.
I agree.
That's really his business.
But some of
If
y'all
he didn't do anything illegal, that's his business. If he gets charged for something,
I agree with that.
We can talk about that in a later date because right now he hasn't been charged with anything. So first of all, I just wanted to say something. Look, there's already rumors that we're going to still try to go after him. I think the timeline actually lines up with the fact that I think right now, I think the fan base needs to understand, we need a head coach, but the more important piece that needs to fall is we need to upgrade any of the above. It doesn't just have to be Deshaun, but any of the above. We need to upgrade at quarterback. And I believe that could possibly be the delay is these other coaches are like, do you have something else in the pipeline? Because and this is just facts. I'm not hating. And I understand everybody thinks I'm a hater, but I gave him as many chances as anybody before I just like, no, this guy's not the one. But what I'm going to say is, I think the priority right now is that they're deliberating on what potentially could be an upgrade and what the circumstances will be like if they have to continue with Tua. But I think what's happening is there's a consensus, and in NFL circles, nobody's high on Tua. Nobody. That's just a fact. So you can say what you want. You could say
I'm high on Tua.
There's one thing that I wanted to bring up.
We all are.
How many minorities have we interviewed? Is Vance Joseph the scapegoat for the Rooney Rule? I mean,
Thomas
that's like
Brown.
the only dude that.
Just three. That's all.
Hey, no more.
3
Hey,
to
man.
4.
Hey, let's just stay away from the Watson talk, man. We'll see how that ends up. But let's talk about these.
I know, but you guys still make a
Go
point.
to jail. A lot of people.
What I wanted to bring up with
jail. They want them to go to jail. They want them to be convicted of something.
I know.
Hold on real quick. Let me make a point real quick. Look, everybody is so ready to get on the Brian Daboll coaching train, right? In my opinion, I think it's split 50-50, right? But most of these panels are filled with people that support Tua still. Whatever. Okay, why? I have no idea. Look, I don't think it's a good idea that they go after Daboll. I hope he takes the New York Giants job, to be honest.
Fact.
And to be honest, I would rather have Vance Joseph if it's attached to an upgrade at the quarterback position, because a lot of his defensive philosophies can transition to what we were doing. Because if you notice, when we had Vance Joseph, we only had him for a year, and then he got offered a head coaching gig because Denver saw that he had potential. What happened? Matt Burke, pretty much with the same defense, couldn't get it done. They were horrible. And I went to some of those games, one of them live.
They were actually better with Matt Burke than Vance Joseph.
And I'm telling you, the philosophies are there because Flores was trying to rotate guys throughout the game with his front line. Not a lot of more and more teams are starting to do that, but that wasn't common. That's something that I wish that more defensive coordinators would do. They just let their front line get tired. Vance Joseph actually understands that part of the game. So I think if we were to bring him in, I don't think we'll have a drop-off with our defense. As long as you can bring him in with a head, this is what they need to be doing, is looking for an OC to go along with Vance and possibly keep Boyer so that Boyer still has room to grow. These guys got, even Vance Joseph, he had a job for 2 years, but you're going to tell me that you know all you need to from Vance Joseph in 2 years of him being the head coach? Everybody's so out. Nobody's even talking about this guy. Why not? Why is he not being everybody's out on him? I don't get it.
He didn't look good in Denver. He didn't look good. It doesn't look good on Arizona.
What's wrong with what he did in Arizona? That team was pretty good. And if you think about
the defenses looked horrible. Go look at
Let me ask
the
everybody
defense.
a
Watch them play.
Now.
I have watched them play. But do you know that they have a fast? Do you know they have a fast-paced offense? And as much as I like Kyler Murray,
so many NFL teams do.
He has some of the same problems that Tua does. He's a one-read guy at times too. And you know what that leads to? 3 and outs. So guess what? The defense don't look as good as they should, just like us. Same problem.
Hey, Estefan.
I tell you what.
We have a lot of 3 and outs because we're in third and long all the time. We have no running game.
No. Hang on, bro. I let you talk already, man. Listen, if you bring in Vance Joseph and you have an OC and an upgrade at quarterback, bro, automatically you have a better defense because there's complementary football. You can't rely on Tua to give you that because he hasn't shown it. Now, I'm not, and I wouldn't even be wrong by saying that because he hasn't shown it. If we hang on to Tua and he does it next year, well, okay, he's doing it now, but he wasn't doing it then. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody that continues to want that continuation with Tua into the next year, there's no reason for you to have that as far as standing ground on what you believe in, because Tua hasn't proven it. He's not a proven commodity in the NFL right now. All these other guys that you can upgrade to at the quarterback position, they are. So your philosophy,
as a franchise, you ask your quarterback to go out there and win a game for us. At the end of the day, you ask your quarterback to go out there and win a game for us.
A delay in the coaching hire because you're seeing a lot of coaching.
As a quarterback for the Miami Dolphins, has a winning record.
That's not even attached to a quarterback.
Can you build off a quarterback with a winning record?
Ronnie Brown was a winning quarterback.
No, you got to put it into the right context. What did that quarterback do when he was on the field? You can't just give him a winning record, because everybody on this panel knows that all of our wins came because of our defense, not because of him. It was in spite of him. You can't sit here and say that we got those wins because of Tua. And our
defense lost games in spite of him. So you can say the same thing. The team lost Jacksonville, the team lost Falcons.
Did we get those wins? Excuse me, guys. Let me just finish real quick. Did we get those wins with Jacoby Brissett? Did we get those wins with Jacoby Brissett?
Who lost us the Falcons game?
I remember Tua throwing an interception that game.
Wait, I thought it was.
Quarterback never have a bad game.
I remember Tua throwing.
Tua had really bad games this year.
Because Tua's
and still won the game.
Tua's Wonderlic scores a 13, and the kid's a half a special. That's all I'm going to say.
But he played for Saban. Tua's Wonderlic's a 13, but he played for Saban somehow. Yeah, what a point.
What does it mean when it's a 4-yard pass and the guy he's throwing to runs a 4-2 and he takes it to the house? What did you learn off of that? What did he do? Majority of
the quarterbacks do that in the league.
And I'm so glad that y'all brought that up, because I can go back.
So when Tyreek Hill does that for Mahomes, that doesn't count?
I can go back to the season that he broke his hip, because there's a narrative out there that he would have still went first overall if he didn't have the injury. No, that's not true. Joe Burrow
100% would have went first.
Joe Burrow was blowing him out of the water, even leading up to the injury.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Tua was 100% going first if he doesn't get injured.
Everybody's talking over everybody.
Let color go.
Hold on a second. Everybody's talking over everybody. Hold on a second. Okay. Number one, the defense kept us in the Atlanta game. I'm not going to argue that game forever for the rest of time. Okay. But when the defense gives your quarterback a short field, okay, and he turns right around on the very next play and throws it right back to them, okay, I'm sorry. But if you want to know,
Durham Smith tripped on that play.
Hey, wait, can I
it
finish?
Wasn't to his fault.
Can I finish? I don't give a damn whose fault it was. Okay? Can I?
So wait, the defense gave up 28 points, but kept us in the game to a crap Falcons team. Yeah, that makes sense.
Let him finish.
Nothing I said makes sense until I'm finished with what I'm saying. First of all,
I apologize.
Okay, nothing is going to make sense if I only get 4 words out. Okay, but the fact of it is, he turned the ball right back over to them on the very next play. Okay, number one, that flipped the field. So if you want an answer as to why the defense was the last squad on the field of the day, that's why right there. Number 2, we were in position to score. And given that the way you all feel about Tua, if we're near the red zone, we were probably going to score. Okay? We didn't score there. We gave the ball back to them. They scored. That's a 14-point turnaround. And you're going to tell me that the defense has to keep going that way all the way until 20 seconds left in the fourth quarter in the 98-degree heat and humidity of Miami? You can go play defense. How
When they're
about that?
gassed. Thank you, caller.
Actually, no, I got a point off that. I'm gonna actually come with a point of that. Hey, caller, I apologize for cutting you off earlier. That wasn't my intention. But anyways, a point off the Falcon game. Did you guys know that the Dolphins actually blew out the water with time of possession over Atlanta? They had 37
Why didn't we score more points than
time
them?
of possession.
Then why didn't we score more
Atlanta
points
had
than
only
them?
22 minutes of time of possession.
Then why didn't we score more points than them? And you know why we had a higher time of possession? You know why we had a higher time of possession with all the 3 and outs?
Because they ran the ball.
Because our defense kept handing the ball back to our offense all day long. That's why.
They ran for over 160 yards that day.
Okay, fine. But they had to have the ball to do it.
But here's the narrative. But Colin, I understand what you're saying, bro.
You can't run offensive plays when your defense is on the field. Our defense was not on the field because they kept getting the ball back for Tua. All day long. Look at the score. Look at the box score at halftime. Look at the box score at halftime. Same with the Tennessee game. Look at the box score at halftime. We were in both of those games. Our defense kept us in those games all day long.
Yeah, okay, I totally get that, but don't sit here and say that. Don't ever nobody sit here and say Tua lost us the game against Atlanta.
I didn't say that.
No, not you. Not you.
The defense
not
didn't
you.
lose us the game.
No, I
the
said
defense
that.
didn't break. Like everybody
don't
keeps
sit here and
claiming
say
they
that
did.
because that narrative is a bunch of bull crap. That's a bunch of bull.
Alex, calm down, bro. Listen, man. We're trying to get you to what Color's trying to get you to understand, bro, is at that point in that day, our defensive approach was bend but don't break, right? Who was the guy that they had to give the yards up to, right? It was Pitts. And you keep hearing that from all the Tua fans, right? But what you fail to realize is there were times where they were giving us 3 and outs that were stopping them here and there. There was times where they give up a first down.
You got to factor in who's throwing the ball to Pitts too. Matt Ryan, and yes, maybe he's at the end of his career, but he's still been to a Super Bowl. He's still
a guy
been to
who we should have picked over freaking Jake Long. Exactly.
And actually had a good career.
And you also got to
ruined it.
Well, careful saying he had a good career because then that means that our defense really isn't that bad.
I'm really
all I gotta say is this: 28-27 with 1 minute and 5 seconds left to go. Oh, that's all I have to say.
Why did Atlanta have the ball last? Why were they able to go down and kick a field goal and milk the clock down? Why did they even have the ball last? Turnovers, flip
Jason
field,
Sanders missed the
3
field
and
goal that
outs
day too.
all day long.
Jason Sanders.
If I'm not mistaken, that interception that he threw on their side of the field, they turned around and scored off of that.
Yes, they did.
That's correct. That is correct.
TD made that point
That is
that
absolutely
very day.
correct.
TD made that point during the game. That was a 14-point turnaround.
And what a lot of people don't understand that are Tua fans, listen, man, look, a quarterback accounts for at least, as far as accountability, at least 50% of what's going on the field because you got offensive linemen. They need to know their blocking responsibility and their assignments. That's about, 10%, right? And then they got to actually go out there and execute. And you have the same concept with the wide receivers and running backs, right? And I would say running backs would probably be 5% each because their duties really aren't that complicated, right? So I would give 50% of that accountability to a quarter. You have to. It's the most dependent position in any sport.
Can I add something else?
In any sport.
Not to interrupt you, but can I add something else? What happened on the series before Atlanta drove the ball down and kicked the game-winning field goal? What happened on that series?
It's going to touchdown.
We did?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, yeah?
We did.
What did we do on the series before that?
Let's see. There was an interception in the series before that. The defense held up. And then after that, Tua comes right back down the field on the very next drive and scores a touchdown.
Right.
To put it up.
Right. What did
20
we do
to
on the
27 with the minutes to go?
Score? What did we do on our series before that touchdown?
Our series before that, I think they went 3-and-out. I think they went 3-and-out.
Well, there you go. If that's a field goal right there, we win the game.
Well, actually, Color, Jason Sanders missed a field goal that game.
Yeah, he was a trash this season. He was trash.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question real quick, Alex, because y'all were
talking field goal on that series.
No, but he missed a field goal before halftime.
No, we weren't even down there to kick a field goal.
Bro, some people are just allergic to the Lombardi Trophy.
He went 1 for 2 on that day with the field goal. I was there at the game.
Alexander, you're right. It's okay, Lamonto. I'm not saying you doing this,
Alexander.
but a lot of other people are doing this. Not you, Alexander.
Just being real.
You can want to, but you cannot put out lies about Watson and they're bad and false facts about Watson. You just not you, but there's other people that was on this panel before. That's just outright bold-faced lies about the man, trashing the man's character. Convicting him because he has a sexual addiction. All this other nonsense. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just ridiculous. I mean, you can want Tua without trashing the other guy. Just talk about what Tua could bring to the table.
That's why I talk about his touchdowns.
Guy.
That's why I talk about the touchdowns he brings to the table. I don't talk about the man's name because it's pointless to use his name. We're talking about the 33 touchdowns he brings to the table.
What we talked about just now
is something that there's people trashing his character.
TD has brought this up.
Gives money to a sexual deviant.
And it actually, listen up, TD's brought this up multiple times and actually applies to what we just talked about. Look, this is why a lot of Tua fans will say, or Tua supporters will say, why are you giving him accountability for the losses, but you won't give it to him for the wins? This is why. Because
I'm giving accountability for the losses. I'm giving accountability for the losses. He did not.
A lot of Tua fans don't.
He played
not to mention, everyone.
He played hard.
Tua, at the end of the day.
Let me explain why that applies real quick. Because the coaching philosophy going into the game was our strength, and everybody knows this. Our strength is our defense. All you need is for Tua to not lose you the game.
All you need for him to be is serviceable, and he has not been serviceable.
That's it. And that's why whenever he's making bonehead decisions and throwing interceptions, he has to be held accountable.
And the last point I'll make to close the book on Atlanta, and this is the reason everybody was so shocked this Monday after what we witnessed Sunday. Because you take any four of those quarterbacks, the series before we scored the touchdown to go up by 1, okay? That series that we went 3-and-out, you telling me any of those four quarterbacks wouldn't have taken that ball down the field and put Atlanta out of their misery that game?
I know Mahomes will.
I rest my case on the Atlanta game. I'm not saying another word about the Atlanta game. We can move on to head coaching. I just want to point out, as much as I'm a little concerned about a first-year head coach like a Brian Dable, hey, man, that one in particular has got Sperano's backing. As far as Vance Joseph goes, you think we're going to get rid of the excuses for defense? You think that two and ears are going to stop blaming our defense for everything with Vance Joseph there? Look what happened at the last part of the season when he was our defensive coordinator. Our defense fell apart, completely fell apart. Now, that could be because of Adam Gase. That could have been because of the atmosphere in the building, whatever, all of that. Okay, I get all that. But I seem to remember everybody giving Vance Joseph a serious hard time about the way our defense performed later in that year. So that's my biggest concern.
That year that Vance Joseph was the defensive coordinator. Hold on, Estefan, my bad. That year that Vance Joseph was the defensive coordinator, I was I was actually very impressed at what Vance Joseph did because of the scraps he was given or the scraps he was putting on the field. Because keep in mind, Koamisi went out that year. Rashad Jones was done for the year. Howard was in and out of the lineup. Tony Lippett was your starting corner. Byron Maxwell was injured left and right. And
he had some injuries. Yeah, you're right.
I'm going to go ahead. Wait a minute, Alexander. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to actually call something out here because you just gave credit to Vance Joseph for making chicken salad out of chicken-ish. Okay, with the defense. Okay, but we can't give that same credit to Brian Flores for 9 wins on our offense with 3 and out after 3 and out after 3 and out all game long. Go ahead. That's fine. I just wanted it the record that we're able to credit coaches for making chicken salad, just not Brian Flores.
Well, because Brian Flores wasn't talking to his staff after Thanksgiving.
I don't care. He has 9 wins. You just gave Vance Joseph credit for our defense that year with trash players. Okay.
Plus, I want to add this too.
Everybody says our offense is trash. That's why Tua can't perform. So yet we can't give Flo credit for that, not those 9 wins.
Well, just to add on too, in the last 2 years, Brian Flores went 19 and 14, being top 10 in win percentage. So he was doing pretty well here. If he would have had more time, I think we would have actually made even more.
And Jolie, to that point, Jolie, how many teams have been any better than 4-12 with the largest salary cap going into the next season? How many times has that ever happened in the league? I'd venture to say once or twice. That's a
probably
testament
once
to
or
Flo.
twice.
We're a 10-6/9-8 team with gobs and gobs of money going into next year. We can't be in a better position. All we need is a quarterback.
Well, we don't just need a quarterback. Right now, we really need a head coach that's not going to let this defense dissolve. Because this defense is built, and it's young, and it's durable. Right now, we really need somebody that's going to hold on to the defense, keep that continuity, which I'm okay with keeping Boyer as a DC. But if you want to bring somebody else that has more experience, fine. I don't want to lose this defense. And then that head coach can go ahead and take care of the offense and kind of put 2 and 2 together. And I feel that's what's going to make us get over that hump and get us
the real elephant in the room is that people that don't want Vance Joseph simply just don't believe he can fix Tua. That's why they so animist about it, because they don't believe he's the guy for the quarterback.
No, Mike, this is my problem.
That's not the
I'm
reason.
not trying to get
Crypto. That's not the reason.
Alexander.
And I'm going to sit here and tell you that I don't think that's the reason for me, because I think the reason for me why I don't want Vance Joseph on board with the team is because I feel that he will destroy this defense. He will fire everybody on the defensive staff when Cameron Wolf broke a story that every head coach candidate that have been interviewed, they were talking about keeping the defensive staff together.
Okay, in that case, that happens, let's say he do fire his defense to bring his own players in, which means it puts more pressure on the quarterback, which means that's going to put more pressure on Tua to elevate himself to overcome what our lack of defense will do, just like those boys doing in the playoffs right now, because they don't have elite defenses.
Let me go quick because I got to go, y'all.
Look, playoffs right now, the only one that's got a good defense is maybe San Francisco and the Rams. That's it. We know Cincinnati is suspect defense, and we know Kansas City. We know that their defense is trash right now because they don't have
I like the way that they drafted and inserted players in that Arizona offense, because they took a chance on Isaiah Simmons, which is a hybrid linebacker. That's something similar to what Brian Flores was wanting to do with Jerome Baker. You see what I'm saying? There are similar philosophies on how they want to coach. So I just got to be honest. I would gamble on bringing him in because, for one, the defensive philosophies are similar, and 2, it allows you a chance because, and I'm not saying this is fair, but life ain't fair. And most of the coaches in this league are white. So I just got to be honest. If I think it should be the most qualified candidate. But if Deshaun Watson wants somebody that looks similar to him, damn it, I'm taking that coach, and I'm going to gamble like, hey, here we go, man. We brought in, Vance Joseph or what's the guy, the enemy from KC,
Thomas Brown,
whatever.
But
Whatever
this is the problem, Esther.
the
There are
most
53
important.
players. There are 53 players in the team, not one.
No,
You need somebody for the entire team.
No, but you got to listen. Like we had a guy in here earlier talking about the interior of our offense, but he straight up neglected the fact that Dieter improved this year, and also neglected the fact that it's Tua's responsibility to change protections, slide protection, whatever he's got to do after the post snap. He needs to find those passing lanes, just like Joe Burrow's done, going all the way back to college. Tua still, there's no excuses for that. He's still got to find it. You know what I mean?
And as TD likes to point out, why is it that we can't give the same deference to the younger players on our offensive line that we give to Tua? Don't they have to improve? Don't they have to grow? Aren't they young? Don't they have to form into their bodies and learn how to throw wet footballs and all that kind of stuff too?
Yeah. See, and so last thing I'll leave y'all with is that's the difference between having an upgrade at the quarterback position and Tua, because all those things, they're mental issues and they're things that he hasn't brought to the table and hasn't shown on a football field. So you're gambling if you go with Tua. I know I'm saying Deshaun. Obviously, everybody knows I want Deshaun, but I mean, it speaks for itself. He's still young. So, but I'll take anybody over Tua right now because Tua hasn't shown me anything. You know what I mean? I don't want to sacrifice the whole team over one dude. But if you bring,
you know what, Esther, real quick, I'm perfectly fine with that gamble. You know why? Because TD broached the question a couple days ago. What do we do about Jacoby Brissett? Go ahead and run with Tua. Let's bring in a backup. What are we going to do? Bring in find me the Yahoo that's worse than Tua that's going to make him look better, that we can't have a competition in the room. Find me a quarterback.
You're saying you would gamble on Tua?
No, I'm saying I'm saying that if we're in the situation we're in, I'm perfectly fine with letting it ride because we still have to bring in a backup. And if they think they're going to bring in a number 37 backup, or if they're going to bring in a number 29 backup that's not going to want to compete for Tua's job,
right?
I mean, how are we going to manage that? They're going to have to bring in somebody that has already agreed ahead of time to play second fiddle to Tua. Find me that quarterback. Jacoby Brissett didn't even want to do it.
That's why I said we're going to go into this season with the same roster, no upgrades, no changes, no nothing. They have to improve because the coaching staff is the only thing that's been changed. So by that definition, they're telling us the coaching staff is the only problem. So I don't care. If they don't freaking change a single thing, if this coaching staff don't give me 11 wins, there's pitchforks and torches, because it's the only thing that they changed as of now is the coaching staff. Stephen Ross told us the coaching staff was the problem. That's why they changed the coach.
Which means we're rolling with Jacoby as backup. Exactly.
No excuses for Tua, Jacoby, and nobody else.
Oh my God, no.
Well, I mean, Jolie,
that would be horrible.
Bring in? I mean, I'm not trying to single you out. I'm just saying, who else do we bring in? Anybody we bring in is going to want to challenge Tua for the job and probably beat him out in training camp.
Which I get color, but if that's the case, I'd rather draft a no-name QB in the 7th round and have him be a backup versus having somebody else that is going to challenge Tua if we keep Tua. Because at the end of the day, I don't think Tua has the what's the word I'm looking for? The
moxie,
personal conviction that he can win the starting job, since he's always been given that job. So I don't think that we can actually get a backup.
You're on to something right there, because if we bring in like a 6th or 7th round rookie, and obviously nobody that loves Tua is going to worry. So we could look at another flash in the pan, and everybody's going to think it's a flash in the pan because he's just a little better than Tua. And we're so starved for that we're going to be like, oh, wow, look, it's the next whoever take, Huntley or what's the guy, Stidham up in New England, our rookie will be that guy. And maybe we'll get lucky and find a 7th round Tom Brady.
Yeah. I don't think that'll ever happen. With our luck, I don't think we would be the ones to get him. So.
I'll take a late round Aaron Rodgers, though. Yeah, I mean,
until the personnel changes on this team, They're not serious about anything. They want to be mediocrity for the rest of eternity. So far, they only told us that the coaching staff is the problem. So if they don't make drastic changes on day one of the announcement of the new coaches, this team is not serious about doing anything. You go into the off season, start shopping bargain bin shopping for linemen, broken down receivers, half-ass running backs,
And
just
the only way to
middle-of-the-road
make
guys.
those types go is an elite quarterback. Bottom line. So
But
it goes back to what we say about it goes
But if
back
they
to what
don't
we
get
say.
that elite quarterback, then what are we doing then?
Right.
Then
But
it's still going to be a square one. Then you're putting the onus on the coaching staff to get them above that level.
Right. That goes back to what we're saying. What most of us believe, that our team with an elite quarterback as constructed now could go deep. Ross obviously agrees with us. Well, wait a minute. Ross obviously agrees with us, except he just happens to agree that Tua could be the one with that team.
Yeah. Yeah.
We just believe no, that's not. He'll never.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So all the people that all the Tua supporters that are calling for building the team, Ross isn't even calling for that. Ross is basically agreeing with you and me, saying our team is fine. We just need somebody to make our quarterback go.
He was complimenting why he was using that. He was saying that because he was saying about keeping the reporter asked him, why did he keep Greer? And that was his response.
Right. And
I think the roster's fine. That was his defense of Greer. So basically he told you with the current makeup right now, we should be good to go. If the coach is the problem.
Right. The only mistake he's making is believing that it's because of the coach that Tua didn't go.
Yeah.
That's the only difference that Ross has between you and me. He thinks Tua can still be made to work.
Yeah. He thinks that. He just took the one piece out.
But
people
he's still
we're not a quarterback away. Hold on. A lot of people like to say we're not a quarterback away, but are we a coaching staff away? They just got rid of the coaching staff.
Right, and that's what
so
Ross
they got to apply the same standard.
Right,
are we a coaching staff away?
Right, because he's saying if somebody makes Tua go, then that means Tua's elite. We have our quarterback, which means our team is fine. He doesn't see anything wrong with our team. He just sees a problem with the quarterback.
Listen, Color, I don't trust Ross for nothing.
I don't either. I'm just saying
I don't trust him.
Is thinking.
Every time he gets in the way of this team, it goes wrong. Every single time. This man needs to let go of the team, and he needs to do his succession plan, and that's it. Because at this point, I just want somebody new as an owner. And to your point, well, to both of you guys' point, we still, regardless about the position and the head coach, I don't think we're not going to be able to make big moves, period, until we get the head coach. Once we get the head coach, we need to get a head coach who's going to be for the entire team, not just one player. Whether it's one player meaning Watson or one player meaning Tua, that's the same thing. We need somebody that's going to be here for the entire team. And that's what we need right now, because right now we have a defense. Special teams, I would say it's about 60%. So we really don't have much to work on except our offense. So for us, we need somebody that can take care of the defense that we have, but also bring up our offense and make it better. Yes, DVP, he's got to go. He's just too, again, inconsistent for me because he's not reliable. If you can't give me 16 games in a year, you got to leave. Like, it's over. I'm tired of perennial hurt players that we keeping here. And that's the issue that we have. So
honestly, Jolie, I think a lot of that, it was recurring injuries for a lot of players. I think a lot of that is somewhat psychological. Like, they see the forest from the trees, and it's like, if I can hurt my finger and set out this week and not go play in the 98-degree heat, which I don't want to do with this quarterback anyway, then I'm just going to do that. I think we can.
Well, this is the thing. They want to get paid. They're professionals. At the end of the day, nobody's guaranteed a spot in a team, any team, even the Jaguars. So these guys, they have egos. They better be injured, because if you're going to risk your career over not wanting to play with a guy, then you're being dumb. Because at the end of the day, you're hurting your own paycheck.
Right. But you know how these guys are.
We're not counting Watson. We're not counting. Fuller, that he's a different story.
Right, you hit it on the head. Their egos are what make them think that they're a commodity, that they have value elsewhere. You see what I'm saying? So they may be wrong about what they're thinking, but that doesn't mean that they're not stupid enough to make that decision. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Well.
Yeah, but now, honestly, this team, we're not starting from zero. But can it go bad really wrong, really quickly? Yes. Because
Really
if they don't get the
fast.
right coaching hire, it'll go down quickly. If they don't get the right quarterback, whether that's
And we got a
setting up Tua or getting
schedule ahead of
Watson,
us.
it's going to go down real quickly.
Yeah.
And right now, we need to go ahead and assess what we have. What players do we have? Can these players will be multifaceted? Can they work with Tua or Watson or whoever our backup is? Because we need to think about the team, not just individual one player. Even though I know the QB is the most important position, I agree. And I want somebody elite. Even if we're stuck with Tua, we still need to make sure we evaluate each player because this is a team and not just one player here, one player there.
And that's a good point. And the coach needs to be
the
hammering.
Ravens of 2004 and the Buccaneers of their Super Bowl era.
And the coach needs to be hammering to the offensive players, the ones that are here and the ones that we're bringing in. Look, you all just need to do your job, because if you do, it's really up to the offense, because Ross is never going to drop a quarterback into a situation that he doesn't believe in. You know what I mean? And that's really might be what the problem is. If the offense would just put up with Tua and shut up and do their job, then it further brings forth the exposure to Tua quicker. And if the offense can realize that, then they can expose the guy themselves. They don't need us to come out here and argue for the whole team. You see what I'm saying? They're doing everything they possibly can.
I think we'll know by the fifth game. I think we'll know by the fifth game of this season whether the team is out on tour or not at that point.
I agree, John,
If
but I
he's
have a running bet that he's not even going to be the
long?
starting quarterback on game one. I think he gets beat out in training camp.
I think it's going to be the fifth game.
I think we can all agree, though. Let's be real. The Dolphins are not a good team to build around players. That's a fact. We didn't build around Tannehill. We didn't build around Tua. That's a fact. However, if we are going to do this, then we need to change some things. Ross needs to step away from the from visibility, and two, that coaching hire is going to be critical whether we keep Tua or not. Now, I want to ask you guys a question because this was brought up a few weeks ago, actually a couple months ago. What if, by some miracle, we do get Watson and we keep Tua? Go. What do you think is going to happen?
Estefan's going to be running butt naked in the streets if we get Watson.
Yeah.
I would say it depends on
in the streets.
It would depend. All of what would happen with that, Jolie, would depend on the personal relationship between Watson and Tua. If they warm up to each other, then yeah, I think absolutely Tua sitting behind Watson could at least leech something off of him. Maybe he could understand what greatness is, at the very least, and be serviceable, after Watson makes a run. But
do you think Watson's a veteran enough to go ahead and actually teach Tua all of that?
I'm not sure he would. I agree there. I don't think he's like a teacher type or a veteran enough to do that. I think that it would be more by example. Like, hey, this is how you go out and ball. Watch me. Like, watch this. Hold my beer type thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But this is my problem. One thing that I will have to say about Tua, I'm being critical. Doesn't mean I'm a Tua hater. I like the guy. Anybody that genuinely doesn't like the human being of Tua, there's something wrong with you. I'm talking about the player now. I am very upset because he doesn't seem like he seems like he's taking everything for granted. And when I'm hearing that he's not working out or working hard off his time, his own time, then that kind of puts into perspective, how much do you want to be here? Because if you're you got a season-ending career injury, you get drafted, you get a chance to start, you're getting the starting position. Why are you not going hard?
I honestly believe, Jolie, I honestly believe he never wanted to be here. That's what I honestly believe, in my own humble opinion.
So, see,
No,
which makes a point out. Hold on, Jolie. Hold on. Let me just make this point, which makes all Dolphin fans have to consider this. And I talked to you about this caller the other night. We have to move off of Tua as an insurance policy alone because Tua is not going to stay here. Do you think Tua is going to, lace up after all the crap that he's been through in Miami? He's going to go somewhere else once he becomes a free agent. We have to move off of Tua as an insurance policy.
Yeah,
alone.
because even if it's perceived crap, he's still in that mindset.
He's not re-signing on the his second contract here.
I mean, he does all of his philanthropy is over in Hawaii.
So then why would we keep him there now?
I'm not saying he hasn't done nothing for Miami. I'm just saying that most of his philanthropy has been over in Hawaii.
What's up, everybody?
What's up,
hey,
TD?
Welcome back.
Thank y'all for keeping the show going, man. I was listening the whole time. Some great stuff, man. If y'all give me a second, I wanted to comment on some of the stuff y'all were saying.
Real quick, TD, thanks for the platform, man. Appreciate it.
I appreciate you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jolie, Crypto Dolphin, and John. John, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, cool. So some of the things y'all said, the last point that y'all made was pretty good. We cannot forget about the simple fact that Tua probably, let's say he turns out to be that dude, whatever, right?
Yeah.
There's a chance he leaves. Then what, Dolphin fans? Then what?
We're really in trouble then.
So
he might go to the AFC.
Because of everything that's gone down. But that's neither here nor there. I guess some people want to cross that road when we get there and not worry about it now. But remember everything he's been through, and that's a huge factor. Now, continuing forward on that. I gotta talk to y'all real quick about my biggest fear. My biggest fear with this team. I have no concern that Tua Tagovailoa can improve his game. I just personally feel like it won't be enough to win a Super Bowl. And here's my biggest fear. This year, the defense remains good. We win games. And I'm talking about the defense plays at a good level for the whole season instead of half of the season, because we know they had the injuries early on and they had to go in all that zone and crap, right? Because had they played that way all season, we would have been in the playoffs, right?
That's right.
I know that if the defense leads the way and Tua is the exact same guy and we make the playoffs, the narrative is going to be, see, he's good enough.
Yeah, no,
with
definitely.
The same offense, because you know what? People were dying just to make the playoffs. Let me give you an example. Let's say we won the Atlanta game and Tua played the same way versus the second Jets game, same way versus the Saints, same way versus Tennessee, but we beat the Patriots the way that we did and we went in as a wild card. They would have said that was justification. They would have said, told you we can get to the playoffs with Tua. He's the guy. Now we need to build on this. That's the big fear. And it gets even worse when we go get a good O-line and we actually run the ball better, because in the last Patriots game, the defense and the run game led the way.
Yes, they did.
Just like the run game led the way in that last Jets game where we had a 100-yard rusher finally. And if we put a whole bunch of victories together where the defense and the run game leads the way and Tua's just a little placeholder, we could go to the first round of the playoffs. We could go to the second round of the playoffs. But we'll be stuck in the same place for the next 5, 6, 7 years and never get over the hump, because you need one of those guys to make the difference.
Right.
But if we do that, it'll still be justification, and people will be like, see, told you. Now we just need to take this unit and let them get better. And Tua's still improving, and the O-line's still improving.
And then before you know it, we're at 7 years of Tannehill all over again.
So Tua's a trap.
Or we're back in the same cycle we were for before Tannehill, where now the defense is struggling. Now we need DBs. They can't stop anybody for us to keep up. That's not Tua's fault. Now we need a pass rush, since we got new DBs and they giving all day to throw the. That's the problem.
And TD, that's why I hammer so hard on the Atlanta game, because they're already baking in those excuses that you're talking about. They're already blaming our defense.
So TD, you saying TD, if we make those improvements around Tua, basically it's going to be a fool's goal situation, is what you're saying.
The team gets better, but he doesn't.
Right. The team, you're saying it's going to be fool's goal if we're going to be deceived because the team got better, not necessarily Tua did.
Right. It's always going to be that one more piece away that Tua needs.
It's like instead of giving 5 sacks a game, you give 2. So that means that he completed the ball 2 more times in the game, which gave him another 20 yards. And he went from 220 a game to 240. See the improvement, y'all? No.
So that sounds like you don't think that we can actually build him up then and actually develop him, is what you're saying.
No, we could build him up. He's just saying it's not competitive enough to win the Super Bowl.
Exactly. And even if Tua
So then at that point, we're just wasting our time.
Even if Tua improves, he is too many levels away from where he needs to improve to win one with him. See, we're talking about an average quarterback that if he turns into good, will be a perennial team that never wins. We'll be the Tennessee Titans, a team that got a great O-line, that has the best run game in the NFL if their running back is healthy. That's what we'd be.
Dallas Cowboys too. Yeah, that's a good example.
This is what we'd be. This is what we'd be. Why don't you just go around the league and look at the teams with the example of what you want with a mediocre quarterback? Great O-line, great running game, and just can't get the ultimate prize. And what does it? And in the biggest game, who shows up the least? Who showed up the least for San Francisco when they went to the Super Bowl?
Jimmy G.
QB.
Who showed up the least?
Originally Kaepernick, but that's going back a little too far.
Yeah, but
you're talking about recently.
At the end of the day, even if that mediocre guy, the team pulls them all the way there, who is the one that ultimately shows up to be the weakest link when you run into another team that is still doing what they do?
The question is actually, TD, who are we playing at that point? Because that would be the answer to that question. Who are we playing? You know, KC with Patrick Mahomes.
Well, at the end of the day, it'll be the second best team in the entire league is what we're going to be playing. So regardless, they're going to be good enough.
The issue,
and I see where you're coming from.
The issue with Tua Tagovailoa is that the only way that he's going to be successful this year is if they continue to run the RPO.
You see,
they can't just automatically switch this man to a pro style offense, and when most young quarterbacks struggle right away in it, unless you have that innate ability to escape the pocket, extend plays, and just improvise. And that ain't him.
Then why not go after Peterson? Why are we going after Daboll?
Yeah, but again, regardless of who we go after, even if it's Peterson, the problem is we screwed up by not conceding the last 2 years and let this kid grow. Jacksonville went a whole year knowing that they could have probably made that offense a little more simple, but they said, no, he got to go through these growing pains and keep throwing these picks. This is the pro style offense.
Just like the Jets. Yep. Just like the Jets.
Right.
Peyton Manning, when he started his career, they said, no, you got to go through this. Freaking Drew Brees, when he started his career, no, you got to go through this. The
Peyton
Jets,
Manning.
even
Peyton
though
Manning.
we could create a little itty bitty offense to make you look decent, but no, you got to go through this if we really invested in you. We never invested into him. And I'm not talking about with what's around him, but the type of scheme that we wanted. You know why? Because this is where I do blame Flores, because I'm one that's mad that we fired Flores. I think that's a bad idea, but this is where I do blame him. He wanted to win now.
Yes,
he wanted to win now.
But that's on Ross.
That's what he thought the program was.
That's on Ross.
When he got brought in.
That's what he told when you come in here and you got Ross.
Yeah,
that's Ross. 100%.
He wanted to win now, so he put Tua in a situation where he couldn't destroy us. That would at least give us a chance. And we had a chance, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
He said, Tua, I'm going to let you do what you can do well. Hit these quick hitters, wide open tight ends in the flat, quick slants, deadly on them, quick out passes. We're going to let you do everything that you do well. And on occasions, we'll open it up a little. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it proved to be disastrous. But in those games, y'all, where they said, screw this little cookie cutter offense. We're actually going to put you in a pro style and see what you can do, i.e., Saints, i.e., Titans, i.e., Buffalo. Pro style offenses. Go look at the games, ladies and gentlemen. Straight up pro style offenses. Even the Titans game is the most telling because we started in a pro style, and not until the third quarter did they try to go to the RPO, and the Titans said, nope, you better get right back in that pro style. We ain't letting you run none of that crap. And they went right back in the pro style. Because those were the teams that you couldn't run that RPO on anyway. They wanted you to throw the short pass. They were going to give it to you and collapse on it. That's what the Titans did. They said, we're going to give you the flat. They said, we're going to give you the flats all day, and we're going to give you the short crossers all day. And as soon as your quarterback lift that arm, we're collapsing on all of it. That's why everybody who caught everything in that game got tackled right away.
It's actually a fundamental concept of how you defeat the RPO. It's called blitz the formation, BTF.
Yes. Let it happen in front of you. As soon as you know where it's going, blitz it. And guess what? They trapped those outsides easily on those. The only thing you could have did on that is taking shots deep. And did we?
And then the interior linebackers, all they got to do is hold their gaps and wait for the running back or the quarterback to come right
and follow them through their area if necessary, if they get too much depth.
It's what we did to the Ravens. It's exactly what we did to the Ravens. You can actually look on the all 22.
And the sad part about it is
Vince Beagle is holding his gap and striding the line and meets up with Lamar right when he goes to take that hold. It's usually open that he takes.
And the sad part about that Tennessee game is the only offense that beats that type of defense is the pro style, and that's why they put them in it. And that was your result. That was your result, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, and then the even sadder, we all were shocked. I thought our O-line was going to get obliterated in that game. And they held their own.
They held their own. Yes.
No, they did. I'm like, Tua's supposed to have gotten sacked. I'm like, this is going to be a brutal game because that D-line is about to sack Tua 8 times, have all kinds. And I was shocked that the O-line was holding. I was shocked, and he still came up small.
That's why two ears jumped on the weather because they had nowhere else to run to, no other excuse to make.
While you're running that game plan and that type of weather, the reason you run wait a minute, real quick. The reason you run that game plan in that type of weather is because if you have an elite quarterback that can overcome those elements, that is the game plan. What did you think Tennessee was defending against? Anything that we would bring to solve the weather problem. So if you take that out. You either have to defeat them physically or you have to come up with a sneaky game plan like passing in the rain.
And I didn't want to hear nothing about no weather because it looked even worse the week before in a dome. When you played a defense that's going to force you to play pro style and they put Tua in a pro style football operation versus the Saints.
I also want to add something else about the Saints. Real quick, Jolie, if I could just for 1 second. I leading up to the Saints game, I was all over the books on this one. And it's not even a question. The Saints secondary at home was absolute trash. 32nd in the league by far. Okay? And now people say, well, they beat Tom Brady. Wait a minute. First of all, yes, they beat Tom Brady that week before in Tampa. But when they met Tom Brady earlier in New Orleans, he put up 375 yards on him. Okay? Their defense, their secondary, specifically at home in the dome, is trash. It's not even close to the 31st team. Okay? Tua was poised. Our quarterback should have been poised to shred that defense that night, especially with the other injuries, the other COVID protocol injuries they had going on. That defense was completely decimated, and we barely managed to put 20 points on them.
And another thing on that, what people don't understand is that, oh my gosh, this is the embarrassing part about the Tua narrative. Do y'all know how many possessions each team get on average a game? 10. I bet you didn't know that.
I was going to say 15, but
no, go look at it.
I was going to say 12.
Go look at any game log. And you're going to be shocked. Because, I mean, I want y'all to think about it. How many teams then came out and had a drive and then they gave the other team the ball with 7 minutes or 6 minutes left? And even if the other team have a 3 and out, right? And then the other team get it back and they give it to the other team with 2 minutes left. Both teams might get the ball twice in a quarter, which totals 8, but it ends up being 10 because in the fourth quarter, things usually speed up. 10 is about the average about what you get a game. When you get turnovers and 3 and outs, you get more possessions. Our defense gives Tua more possessions. This is why that narrative in that Chiefs game, which aggravates the heck with it aggravates me. Forget the freaking Falcons game. Go back to that Chiefs game last year. Tua went toe-to-toe with Mahomes is the biggest lie anybody ever told. Go look at the play-by-play in that game. 14-10 at halftime. Because remember, we started 10-0 in the first quarter early and couldn't do nothing for almost a quarter and a half and went into halftime struggling and ended up 14-10. We come out of half, they score a touchdown. We go 3 and out. I want y'all to go take a look at that 3 and out. How many wide open people were all around the field and Tua threw it. I remember Parker on the slant, threw it behind him. Guys coming across the middle for 20 yards and didn't even throw the ball. I mean, just horrific. Saints get the ball back, score. The Saints didn't get a ball back. We punted it and they took it back for 6 on a punt return. After that, 3 and out again. Go look at the 3 and out. It's embarrassing. After that, the defense held them in 5 possessions to end the game. The defense held the Chiefs to 3 points. And you know what the Dolphins did on those last 6 possessions they had? Safety. 3 and out. 3 and out. We're in the fourth quarter. The score is 30-10, y'all. Y'all forgot that the score was 30-10 in the fourth quarter. Saints go in a prevent zone. Tua start going down the field at ease because they run in a zone.
No, it's garbage.
Without sending pressure. He get all that stuff in trash time, and the defense makes every stop. And all the defenses gave up 1 field goal, and we lost the game. All they had to score was 1 field goal for the rest of the game, and we had to score about 3 scores. And just because we made it a game at the end, y'all call it a shootout and going toe-to-toe. Ain't no 30-10 shootout. A shootout is trading points.
I call it
getting throttled. A shootout is in the fourth quarter, you're going back and forth.
We got throttled. That's what happened.
They went and took
a break. Right. They went and took a break and said, oh, wait. They came back a little bit.
Let me prove to you that they took a break. Go look at the play-by-play. They kept handing the ball off. And
then when they needed to come in and get the game-winning field goal, Mahomes came in and throttled
showing the video of Tua.
And when we got close, they drove down the field and scored a field goal.
That's called throttled. That's getting throttled.
Yeah, another thing too with the Tennessee game, people have to think about as well is the weather as a factor affected both QBs. But the difference is Tannehill knows his playbook. He can audible. And I'm sure he had passing plays where he just audibled out and made him into running plays.
Yeah, he also spent 7 years
with Tua, we don't have that opportunity. So that's another issue too. I'm sure there were a lot of plays that he probably got that he could have just passed the ball up, but didn't. And that's another issue that we have. Tua's limiting Tua. That's the way I see it. And you can't get over somebody else who can't get over themselves. So
I gotta give a thanks to Cap real quick, man. I appreciate the kind words, Cap.
One thing I want to say though, everybody forgetting that in 2 years y'all gonna have to pay Tua. Everybody wants the team to be perfect around him, but what happens when he needs that $40 million contract?
He's leaving, bro.
Contract?
Yep. He's leaving.
Even if he doesn't
he's not
leave,
staying in Miami.
Think he's worth $40 million? Well,
No,
that
We
No.
already
worse,
gave
you
him
had to
38.
cut the
Miami.
perfect team in half.
We already gave him 38.
Perfect team. And once you pay that quarterback that money, you gonna have
You breaking up?
Hello, is it me or is it
No,
him?
that got a little broken up there.
That was him, right? He's breaking up.
Yeah, but with the money, he's right. We are not going to pay him $40
Yeah,
million.
we already gave him $38 million. What are people going to
Fully
think he wants
guaranteed.
on his next contract? It's going to be big money. It's going to be, he's going to expect, especially since the propaganda will be out there, he's going to expect top quarterback money like everybody else.
$100 million. Yep, at least.
Well, he's just as delusional as he is with his decision making on the field, because that kid is no top money quarterback. I'm sorry.
But if
Y'all
half
are
the
oper-
if half
y'all
the
are
league
operating
is
off of the
full,
assumption that he improves.
well, yeah, of course, that's a given that he even gets to be serviceable. That's where we're at.
But
You know, that's
but what I'm
literally where
thinking
we're
is,
at right now.
But what I'm thinking is, y'all had a quarterback that wants to come to Miami that's proven that he can carry the team. I mean, you can't put that all on him, what he did last year, because of the defense. You can't manage the wins, but his stats speak for itself. He led the league in passing, top 5 in QBR, top 5 in quarterback rating.
real quick, hold on. And I want everyone to hear this. This is not about stats, because stats do not tell the full game. There's something called an eye test, and you know whether a quarterback has it or not. Tua does not meet that eye test. He is not a playmaker at quarterback. And if you want to compete with Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, and Aaron Rodgers, who looks like he's going to be in the AFC now, you're going to need a playmaker at quarterback. And you're going to need a playmaker to get you to the Super Bowl.
I just thought about that. Denver is the freaking AFC.
What our defense.
Plus 175 odds right now to get Rodgers. We're at plus 550.
I just thought
That's
about
what I was
that.
saying.
Oh,
Another elite quarterback coming to the conference. We need firepower. That's my word of the day all day, TD. We need firepower, man, at all levels.
If the
Hold
Dolphins,
on, so you mean to
if the
tell
Dolphins
me
don't get a quarterback,
that was my word of the day, man. I'm banging that drum. Firepower.
Hold on.
Firepower,
So you
firepower.
mean to tell me Mahomes, Allen, potentially Rodgers, Jackson, Herbert, Burrow.
Carr. We could add Carr because the reason real quick, the reason I'm adding Carr is because here's something to point out even further to what TD's saying. Look at the AFC West if Aaron Rodgers goes to Denver.
And
that's
think about
one division.
You better watch out who goes to Pittsburgh.
Oh man, one
division
division
is gonna stay intact.
Russell, that could be Russell.
Oh, just imagine if we loaded. We may not even make the playoffs.
Well, at that point, we need Watson because there's no other way we're gonna win. We need Watson
for everybody for everybody that still wants to kind of push back on Chris DeLucas' idea of the eye test. I encourage anybody to go back from last year and watch the Texans game against New England. And you won't even get past the first half. You'll shut it off and go on and you'll say, I've seen enough. It's not even close.
Exactly.
People. It's not even close.
I sent this highlights to TD. Every time his line broke down, he was stiff arming people, making the throw downfield 20 to 30 yards.
He knew the coaches were calling bad plays. He was rolling out right at the snap of the ball. He knows what tools he was working
calling
with.
audibles.
And for people that want to know, what it really looks like when a defense fails your star quarterback, that's what 4-12 does. That's when you throw 33 touchdowns and still only amount to 4-12. That's a defense that's failing its quarterback.
So
and JJ Watt said
Watson
as much to the man.
Defense. Imagine Watson with the Miami defense. They blitzing everybody.
Yeah, forget our offense. Our offense could be worse than it is. And as long as our defense is the way it is now, Watson can take us to the dance.
Exactly. That's what I said. Imagine if y'all would have got Watson in the beginning of the year before the trade deadline.
Hey, hold on. See, T-Rich, this stuff I be talking about. He said, I encourage everyone to watch Watson games last year versus Chicago, Kansas City, and Cleveland. I don't even know what you want us to watch, but I'm going to assume they were trash. Do you know what Brady's record was this year? Does anybody know what Brady's record was this year? Anybody?
13-4. 13-4.
13-4. You know those 4 games that they lost? Do you know whose fault they were?
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady. That man had some bad games this year, but it was just the bad games. Everything else was on money, and that's why he led the NFL in yards.
And let's
Every
not forget,
game outside of that,
over 1,000.
Everybody has bad games. The difference between Tua and everybody else, he has more than everybody else. No. Let me give you the difference. In a 17-game season, just like y'all say, Herbert got blown out by the Patriots. This is the difference between Tua and all of these guys. Every quarterback has 3 to 4 bad games in the season. Every one of them, just about. All of them have about 6 average games in the season. But they all have about 8 great games that make some difference. 7 great games. Tua don't have no great games, and if you lucky to get one, he'll have 13 average games and maybe 10 average games and 5 trash games. That's the difference.
Yep, Tua's like
he's more trash and more average and no greats.
He's like
all the bad games the great quarterbacks have, they have more great games. So stop this narrative. Yes, all quarterbacks have bad games, but there's levels to this.
You know when you're playing fantasy and you pick the right sleeper and he breaks the slate, but it happens to be on a lineup where you didn't have all the other players, all the chalk players you needed? That's Tua right there. That's me playing DFS. It's like, the one time I have a great game, everybody else has a bad game. So I can blame it on them.
I want y'all to be fair to Tua. Matter of fact, I want y'all to do an exercise with me. Let's overly praise Tua, okay? How many great games has he had out of 20? I mean, how many games has he had? 20 or 22? I don't remember.
I think 22. 20, started 22, played 23.
How many great games has Tua had? And I want you to give him the benefit of the doubt.
2.
Well, I didn't watch the Cardinals game from last year, so I can't add that one to my list.
Just give it to him. Just give it to him.
I'll give him this. That's the only one I know of, like highlight-wise. So I'll give him that.
2. I'm going to give him 2.
The Cardinals game, the Patriots game last year. I know y'all will disagree. I just really appreciate it. He didn't play great in that game, but I'm being overly.
You mean the last game of this season, right?
No. I'm talking about last year. He struggled in the first half. He figured it out in the second half. That was a game that I felt like I saw growth. But the Cardinals game, the Patriots game, and the Arizona game. That's it.
Wait, you said the same one twice.
Did I say Arizona twice?
You said the Cardinals and Arizona.
Yeah. God, dog. I can't
even
be generous.
TD. I know you're trying, man.
I can't even be generous. You see what I'm talking about? Now, can y'all tell me how many great games Herbert had last year? How many great games Herbert had this year? How many great games Burrow had? Double digits in their career already, and I'm talking about great. Double digits. And don't tell me where they played more games. Burrow got hurt last year. He played maybe 3 more games than Tua total.
Yeah, but he got about 15 great games.
Thank you. It's night and day. Well, they got more around him. Then tell me when Tua had a great situation, he was his. That's the frustrating thing. When the team around Tua finally gave him a great game, he was his worst. That's the frustrating part. When the O-line was decent, which rarely happens, when they were actually giving protection in that Jets, that Saints, and that Titans game, he was his worst.
TD, you pointed out the same thing on each individual play over play. Whenever he does have time, that's where we have to judge him. And when we judge him on the plays that he does have time,
comes up small.
Exactly. Jacksonville's a perfect example. He had 5-6 seconds in the pocket and threw it to 3 defenders. I didn't even see a Dolphin receiver anywhere near there.
You can't hide behind them clean pockets when a guy is wide open on the second level over the linebacker and under the safety, and he just sails it high for the interception. You can't hide behind that. You can't hide behind some of them picks. You're like, what was he doing? He had his guy. He overthrew it by 5 feet higher than the guy could even jump. Right in the defender. And I can never forget the Titans game. As bad as he looked in the Titans game, oh my gosh, they dropped 3 interceptions. I could see if it was like a dive for it, but the Titans players were like, oh, I got one. Like they weren't running off balance or anything. It was coming to them. They were like, oh my gosh, it's coming.
And guess what them DBs are telling their fan base that Monday morning? Man, we dropped them 3 interceptions because the ball was wet. That's a legit excuse.
Easiest interceptions of all time. And this goes back to Tua's rookie year. Tua had like 15 interceptions dropped his rookie year. He was like one of the luckiest quarterbacks in the NFL his rookie year. Somebody said that lefty spin. You might be right. You might be right. But just remember, those were other plays that should have been detrimental of hurting this kid. That stuff matters, man. And that's why on the biggest stage in the playoffs, this man will never be it. Never, in my opinion.
So do you think he's Jimmy G? He's Jimmy G then at that point?
You know what?
With better taste in women.
I got to be honest with you. I'm still trying to understand Jimmy G.
Yeah.
So then Tua's Jimmy G.
Jimmy G is Jekyll and Hyde, man. Jimmy G is Jekyll and Hyde.
Have games where he own money and very productive. But then when it matters most, see, yeah, he Jimmy G.
That's why I'm asking, because everything you're mentioning is exactly what Jimmy G has been for the last 2 years, 3 years, actually. So it's hot and cold. You can't win with somebody that's that inconsistent. My issue is Tua's inconsistent.
Our dogs broke his shoulder.
And they drafted his replacement this year. They moved up 9 spots to draft Jimmy G's replacement. They probably sick of the Jekyll and Hyde too.
And Tua's inconsistent. I want to see consistency from him. And I said that all last year. That's one of his biggest downfalls. He's too inconsistent.
Joey, that consistency is never going to come unless he can get his hip rotation back. That's really where it's at. It's spent goods. I don't mean to dog the guy. He's a great person. I'm not trying to question any of that, but he's spent goods. He's never going to get that hip rotation back. If he spent all of this season in his off time playing golf, why hasn't he gained his hip rotation back? That's actually, I mean, I actually don't.
You need your hips to swing.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't pile on with that narrative that his work ethic because he's playing golf. Actually, his trainer could have been telling him to do that, because that's a good exercise to gain that hip rotation back. You know what I mean? And that lower core support, which he doesn't have. He's lost his core. It's no different than if a pitcher in the major leagues, when they lose their core, there's nothing you can do about it. They'll never get that 95-mile-an-hour fastball back.
So then at this point,
they have to learn how to change their game. They have to learn how to change their game. They have to learn how to throw curveballs and splitters and stuff like that because they can't rely on the fastball anymore. Tua has not shown the ability to adjust his game and evolve to overcome whatever his limitations are. That's the type of thing that made Tom Brady. And even up to 5 years ago, Tom was on record as saying that his trainer just taught him. He got this new trainer, whatever, and he just now learned the importance of hip rotation in his throws. And I'm thinking, this is a Hall of Fame quarterback who just learned that. Imagine if Tom Brady would have understood the importance of hip rotation in his second year. We could be looking at 10 Super Bowls for this guy. I was amazed to hear that when he came out on the record, like not 5 years ago, saying he just now learned the importance of hip rotation from some new trainer that he brought on board. I'm thinking, wow, Hall of Fame.
I got a question for everybody.
Real quick. I'm sorry, Crypto. Let me just finish this thought because it was actually the thought was that when Tom Brady got older, he realized his firepower was going down, and so he did something to change his game. He trained with hip rotation. I think he even went out. Wasn't he throwing like swinging a golf club or a baseball bat or something? Like whatever it was to train him for hip rotation. And he may have just added 5 more years to his career. That's the type of thing that a pitcher in the MLB who's lost his core has to do. And Tua has to do that, or he's not going to have success anywhere beyond Miami.
I agree. And I just want to see Tua in a pro style offense.
That's a start. I got a question for everybody. I think now that we hearing about the rumors of Aaron Rodgers going to the Denver, which would be an AFC team, which means there's only 7 slots in the playoffs, right? Which one of those teams is Denver most likely to replace?
No, and let me say this. I want to answer that but I want to add on to that question. That adds on to the issue, because when teams bring a quarterback like that in, they don't care about their salary cap. They sign all kind of stuff and do expired voidable years, just like they did with Peyton Manning, because they're going for broke. They're going for the Super Bowl. So they almost have a 95% chance to get in the playoffs. So I don't want to say they still got to make it. No, that defense is intact and that offense is about to get a lot better, and they're going to put all the stuff they need, just like they did with Peyton Manning. Those teams go for broke because they know they only got a 2-year window to try to win 1 or 2, so they're going to get a spot.
Right,
so
that spot.
You say what team are they replacing?
Right.
Pittsburgh made the playoffs.
Pittsburgh did
New
make it,
England. New England would be the replace. New England would be
New
the
England and Pittsburgh.
Maybe Pittsburgh, or does Pittsburgh actually get in the playoff and get a player to put them in that situation too? Because they would go for broke.
Or does New England go for broke with Mac Jones? You know what I mean?
They're built too, but we're the only team looking like we're not going to go for broke. We're looking for a methodical, just keep going the course when everybody else going. And that's another issue. Every year you're going to have teams going for broke.
The Raiders
some people don't realize the Chiefs are going for broke, even though it looks like they just built it because Mahomes was on that rookie deal. No, they're going for broke. Mahomes' money kicks in next year. Mahomes hasn't counted more than $15 million versus the salary cap since he came in the league, including this year that he's in now. He ain't count more than $15 million in a single year. Now it's about to start.
Next year,
I think they're going to start restructuring his deal though, because he's not.
They already did. Else. They restructured his deal a week after they signed it. That was last year. That was last year. Soon as they gave him that big payday, they immediately restructured it to add voidable years. Look at the Bucs. Tom Brady can leave tomorrow, and they got $40 million dead cap over the next 3 years because these teams are going for broke. They want it now, knowing they'll be screwed in the future, just like the Cowboys. The problem with the Cowboys, they not winning in the process.
The Rams just went for broke last year when they got rid of Jared Goff and got Stafford. They went for broke.
Don't forget about the teams
that's going for
broke.
Difference that makes. You see what difference that makes with the Rams.
Yeah, and that was a Super Bowl quarterback that took him to the Super Bowl. They still said that wasn't enough. They said, screw these first-round picks. And they went for broke.
Because everything had to be perfect with Jared Goff. Everything didn't have to be. They needed somebody that could go off script.
Yeah, they needed a Cooper Kupp. Exactly.
Right. They figured that wasn't enough.
Well, we need our Cooper Kupp too. Who would be our Cooper Kupp though?
No.
Here's what people don't understand. When you look at kids like Justin Fields, right? And they say, okay, Justin Fields had a 59% completion percentage. 7 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. Do you know the valuable experience he got being in a pro style offense? 59% in a pro style is better than 70% in an RPO. That's what people need to understand.
Yeah.
The pro style is a harder offense, but you get bigger chunks. And that also allows your team to be more flexible so that if a team shuts that down, you can go into the smaller packages like RPO and stuff. But we're stuck to RPO, and if you shut that down, what can we go into?
Exactly. As a topology, it is obsolete in the NFL. It was obsoleted in 2017, right after Gase won with Tebow with it.
What can you go into if they shut your RPO down? At least other teams that run a pro style, if you shut it down, they can switch to a more conduced offense. But we don't have the quarterback that can get out of the RPO and do anything else better. How many times did y'all see us run a comeback route on the outside? Basic comeback route that Tannehill used to throw his rookie year. Just a simple run 12 yards down the field, come back for the 10. Just a simple pro-style stuff. Yeah. We don't even do those things that's supposed to get you a quick first down. We don't even do those basic things, man, because it's not in our offense. They don't like Tua throwing outside the numbers like that.
And real quick, TD, because the chat's already blowing up about the RPO, pointing out that, that Peterson won with it and this and that. And I'm going to tell you right now.
Historic, everything historic.
Here's the thing. Out of all the research I've done recently on how to defeat the RPO and how to overcome a defense that can defeat the RPO, you need the physique of Nick Foles. You need that type of quarterback running the RPO. Peterson didn't just win with the RPO. He won with a guy like Wentz and Foles.
He also
operating that RPO.
He also needed two starting running backs.
Mm-hmm.
Don't forget, Jay Ajayi was the backup, and this was coming off his prime.
Mm-hmm.
We traded him. Don't forget, we traded Jay Ajayi in the middle of the season. 7 games in the season, we traded him to the Eagles. And the
reason being is Peterson knew that one of the flaws of the RPO could be solved by putting a buster like him up the middle occasionally. Back that defense up with a bruiser like Jay Ajayi.
That whole team.
They was loaded. That team was loaded.
That whole team was loaded. But you know what? Let me ask y'all a question about Doug Peterson winning with Philly, right? In that Super Bowl, how many yards did your boy throw for?
500 yards.
500 yards. Because they had to. So Tom Brady and them came in to shut that RPO crap down. And they made him throw the ball. And he delivered. You think Tua gonna ever throw for 500 yards in his career? Because remember, Tom Brady threw for 496 in that game. Yeah. That was the shootout game because they were taking away all that RPO crap. They said, "No, I'm gonna give you every look. I'm gonna give you. Run the RPO. You know you're gonna be wasting the play." Foles had to throw that ball the whole game, 500 freaking yards. So miss me with that crap. That was the difference between them. If they had to get out of the RPO, they could. That team could get out of the RPO. Stop using Doug Peterson's RPO as an example. When they needed to get out of it, they did.
And they had the one piece that you need for it to be successful in the NFL, a tall, strong-arm quarterback. That's that's the only thing you can use in the NFL successfully with the RPO.
My bad, you're right. Tom Brady threw for 505, so that was Foles that threw for like 496 or something like that. But that was the point. That's all the point I'm making. In that Titans game, where their defensive alignment basically told you your RPO will not work against this, and you got to go pro style. Do you know it's easier if you play pro style and you can beat it? Like when they line up in that RPO defense, your pro style will murder it. That's why Foles had that 496 yards.
Yep.
Because they didn't believe he could do it, but he showed he could.
Passing to open up the run.
Did not rise to the occasion. Go get the Titans game. There was wide open people all over the field. Sad,
and then when you murder them with the passing game like that, if the defense does fail, that's the whole point of the RPO is to pass to open up the run. Because when you're running a spread offense like that, the air raid, and the defense is all over the place, you suck that right up, back up, and run the ball right down their throat. That's passing to open up the run. That's what it's designed for.
Yeah, it just seems like the rich keeps getting richer and the Dolphins are still at the lemonade stand.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem.
Well, it's kind of more like the other kids' lemonade stands also have tropical punch and all this other stuff, and Tua is just still distributing lemonade.
And again, you still need a quarterback who can make the difference with their athleticism. And I still remember Nick Foles in that game. Both offenses played the same to me, but the difference was Nick Foles caught the one pass that Tom Brady didn't. Y'all remember that trick play where the quarterback had to catch the ball? Nick Foles caught his.
And
Yeah,
didn't
the
they try
throwback
to run it
pass.
on the Eagles the next season, and
Yeah,
Brady dropped it?
yeah,
Nick
I
Foles
remember
and then Brady couldn't get to his. He was an inch short. He was an inch short, man. Let me see. Who was that?
It wasn't me. Somebody's
You know,
ordering lunch.
we all thought we saw some goofy looking runs by Dan Marino back in the day, but that failed double pass by Brady was just classic, man. He just looks like such a goofball running.
Yeah, give me a second. I'm trying to get
He looks like a deer that just fell out of its mama trying to run.
Oh man, why is this thing freezing up on me? My bad, y'all. My system freezing up.
I was trying to bring us all back together
Did you
by
hear
some
us?
Brady hate.
If y'all can hear me, keep talking. I can't hear y'all. I need to refresh.
Yeah, we can hear you. That's fine.
My bad.
So, Color, I have a
My bad.
question
That
for
was
you,
me.
and Crypto too. As far as us moving forward, does that mean that right now we have no hope if we really do have to deal with these other QBs with Tua? Because if that's the case, then what really are our true options out there to upgrade in the QB?
Well, hope is a fan's word, so you can always have hope, Jolie. I ain't never giving up
True.
hope.
But realistically, past the hope, who can we actually get that would, besides Watson, that could actually make this happen for us?
I mean, maybe Carr, but Carr is also one of those guys that's going to take you right to the brink and never get there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I feel
but
like
what are
anyway.
you gonna have to give up to get Carr?
Yeah, or Dak, or one of the. Again, we're all talking about.
They're not
See,
trading.
No,
this is the
Carr
thing.
is enough. But we got some supporting cast.
Right, but see, this is the thing here. We're talking about all these other quarterbacks that could be better than Tua, that could get us further than we are, and none of those guys are even good enough to get there, or they'd be playing this weekend.
Exactly, but that's why I said if the Dolphins don't go and grab Watson, it's going to be a hard couple more years.
Right,
then
exactly.
If Tua
This
doesn't
was
work
the
out, you're not going to know. You're going to have to go draft another quarterback and
right. This is
gamble
the
and see
one
if
thing
he's a
that we
quarterback.
haven't done for 25 years is go all out on an elite quarterback. That is the one thing when Ross says doing the same thing over and over again. Well, we're doing the same thing over again as long as we don't go all out on an elite QB. Every other team that is in the dance saw that 4 or 5 years ago and said, you know what? Enough is enough. I don't care what the fan base thinks about a 1-15 record. I'm going all out for my guy. And they did. And 2 years later, because we all know how easy it is to build up a team, we just built up this team in 2 years. What makes anybody think if we go all out for a 4-12 Deshaun Watson that we wouldn't already have the team back to where we're at within 2 or 3 years? Greer has proven he can do that. So why are we
If y'all went
wasting
to
our
go get
time?
Watson,
Go get an elite quarterback, suffer the consequences of going all out for that, which aren't even going to be that bad because we're in such a good position with money. Another credit to Greer and Flo. So this is like a no-brainer to most of us Dolphin fans that have been longtime fans. This is a no-brainer. And if we were to hold Ross to his words, what we are doing right now is by his own definition insanity.
But
he doesn't believe in that, apparently.
If y'all get Watson, then you got to think.
Well, that's the thing, Jolie. We're still in a holding pattern on that because we have been lied to by Ross in the past, so most of us know that he's a liar. But in this case, it's going to become so stark to people after saying what he did about his little insanity speech last year or before Flo came in. You know what I mean? It's going to be so stark that the pitchforks are going to be, I mean, you know, they're just going to be coming out and we're going to be showing up at the man's door.
Well, thanks, Cap for life. And yes, Color. At this point, Watson would be the best choice because he is a well-rounded QB. He can do multiple things. And that's what we need right now with this team.
I mean, honestly, I am not a fan of this, but we all know what needs to happen. We either need to get Watson, we need to if that's not possible, we need to trade for a package with Aaron Rodgers. If that's not possible, which even if we know it is, both of these two things are possible. But given that what we think about what we're used to Miami doing, we usually like to do what everybody else is doing, but like a discount version. And my concern is that discount version is bringing in Quinn, and with the talks that we've been hearing about, the serious talks about bringing Calvin Ridley here, I really feel like we're going to be set up for a last run of Matt Ryan. I really do believe Matt Ryan's going to be our quarterback.
Just imagine you get Calvin Ridley, and then you go get Deshaun Watson, and then you
right. But I'm saying
else.
though, with the talks about Calvin Ridley, Dan Quinn, this really feels like we're going to do the discount version of Rodgers and Adams. We're going to go for Ryan and Ridley.
I mean, that wouldn't be bad though, because
but again, I don't like it. But I don't like it. But that's right. Again, and I wouldn't like that. But that's still doing something different. That's still going and getting a guy that, although he's at the end of his career and probably not elite anymore, he is kind of an elite quarterback in his head. He knows the game. He's
a good quarterback.
He's been to the dance, that type of thing. So I'm all fine with giving Matt Ryan a last run.
But what I'm scared of is that I think firing Flo is already messed up the Watson deal, because now when I'm reading up on Watson, they're telling me that him and Flo talk every day, so they might.
Yeah, but again, a lot of that's
been
misinformation.
That was
have each other's number.
The
same guy that put that story out, they just came back and said that they don't even have each other's number. So that
right. And the fact of it is, last year when there's an article in the Texas local news, like whoever the site is, it's a local paper or whatever. There is an article, and it explicitly says that the beef between Watson and the owner was originally started because they didn't hire Bieniemy. So Flo isn't right. Even if there was a relationship between him and Flo, I think Watson is just after somebody of that type that has never been given a chance.
It really was. Really was because they were telling them, or we'll take your people that you are throwing out there into consideration, and they never gave him a chance. And once Watson got mad, then they interviewed Eric Bieniemy, but he was like, "Listen, y'all already did what y'all did, so there's no turning back from that. I don't want to play for y'all, because you got to remember the owner already said some racist stuff, not him, but his dad."
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't necessarily think it's tied to Flo exclusively. It could be Bieniemy. We bring Bieniemy in here, and Watson will be happy with that too.
But do you think they're going to go out and get Bieniemy? Is what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know, but I will say that until the recent changes on the odds sites, for this whole process, since this whole process started, Bieniemy has actually been the favorite consistently on the odds at plus 400.
I mean, hopefully, because if I want Watson to come to Miami, but if not, it's going to be like, I would say if the Miami Dolphins don't get Watson, then y'all gonna be stuck in the middle of the pack, whereas though y'all gonna have to trade up for a top pick to get another quarterback if Tua doesn't work out.
That goes
you only got 2 more years with Tua.
And that goes to my earlier point. I believe even if we brought a guy like Dak in, we would still be in that spot.
I mean, I think Dak has better physical features.
Well, I'm not litigating whether Dak is better than Tua. What I'm saying is, overall, as an organization, we're not getting any further than the Dallas Cowboys got with a guy like Dak.
Yeah, I mean,
and that, to me, that ain't far enough. You know what I mean? At this point in my life, like, as a fan, you know what I mean?
Spending a whole lot of money on the offensive line.
Yeah, we've done that. You know what I mean? We did that before Tannehill got here. We did that with Ronnie Brown, at quarterback.
Yeah.
So let's do this, because I have a question for you guys. And this is for Crypto. Crypto, let's say we do get Watson. What pieces do we keep in the offense, and which one do we move on?
You said what pieces we keep, or what pieces we move on? If we get Watson,
I'm asking which ones. If we get Watson, which pieces do we keep in offense, and which ones do we get rid of?
Oh, that's easy. Everybody already know I've been pounding the table since 2018. DVP gets his pink step instantly.
I mean, besides that one, I feel like that one's yes. But who do we keep?
He goes instantly. We're keeping only Waddle and Mac Hollins are the only 2 I'm keeping. I'm rebuilding the wide receiver room from them 2, starting from them 2. Those are the only two pieces I keep.
Mac Hollins is literally. I know people are on the fence about Mac Hollins, but like Mac Hollins,
he's a baller.
He could literally be the next Jim Jensen for us. Like he could be that guy that could just be a total utility tight end, wide receiver, big wide receiver, whatever. Just crash.
And Jolie, I'm keeping Duke Johnson too. And Jolie, I'm keeping Duke Johnson. I'm gonna move on from now.
What about we have about 18 tight ends though?
I would keep every Miami Hurricane on our squad. Every Hurricane.
Oh yeah, I'm getting rid of the tight ends. That's what I'm saying. The only two receivers I'm keeping from the receiver and tight end room is Mac Hollins and Jalen Waddle. Everybody, and I'm sorry, the rookie we just kept, the rookie we drafted,
Hunter Long.
Hunter Long. Yep, I'm starting from there.
Okay, who are you bringing in? Because you just got rid of your entire offense. So who are you bringing in now?
Well, we already got Ridley on the table.
It's a whole lot.
A whole lot of people from the wide receiver room standpoint.
You got
the wide receivers.
Jamison Crowder's going to be a free agent.
The wide receivers, I'm bringing in at least one veteran wide receiver, whether it's Galladay or either somebody like that.
I like
that stature.
I like Jamison Crowder for that.
Or the guy from Jacksonville, I forget his name. Choma.
What about Chris Godwin?
Godwin is fine. I'm on somebody. My true favorite is Allen Robinson, but if we can get him on a decent contract, I'll be willing to pair him up with Waddle because at least he's consistent on the boundary. So I figure, yeah, Watson. If Watson was the guy, that would definitely revive Robinson's career. You know, because he's still been balling out, even though he had trash quarterbacks in Chicago. See, that's what I'm saying. A receiver can still get theirs, even if they got trash quarterbacks. But hey, we all know that Mac Hollins is a baller. That's why I'm willing to stick on with Mac Hollins. You know, whenever he goes in and gives you playing minutes, he balls out. He gets it. He is the only one. He has our longest touchdown pass. Think about it. Our longest touchdown pass of the season is from him, but he's not the fastest guy on the team. You tell me that.
And the dude is so big for a wide receiver.
What's his name? If Watson was our quarterback, Waddle would be the one getting those long touchdown passes. You know, and both of them will. But I'm just saying,
a great quarterback.
I'm definitely keeping. I'm starting my wide receiver room with those two, and then I'm willing to give Hunter Long some playing time so he can work because Gesicki's out of here. He's probably going to be gone.
Keeping Smythe. He can catch the ball.
I figure we can build with a 3 wide receiver front and 1 tight end. If Watson's our quarterback, I don't need a 2 tight end set. But if that's the guy of our quarterback, because he's mobile enough where he don't need an extra blocker that takes wide receivers out of routes or tight ends out of the route tree just to stay in the block.
Yep, and if you take Gesicki out of the picture, real quick,
receivers every single down. A tight end if Watson is our quarterback.
If you take Gesicki out of the picture, that frees up enough money to actually get a better offensive lineman.
Yeah, exactly. You could free up that cap space to get
a guy like Watson doesn't need Gesicki's extra skill set. You know,
you go get you a top 10 guard and tackle to shore up his blind side. You know. And then you play from there, or a veteran guard and a tackle, because you could spend. I'll break the bank. I'll say at least 30 to 35 million on top flight tackle or guard, or even a center if you don't believe in Dieter. But either way, I'm going to shore up that side of the line.
Hey,
so Duke Johnson can even be more of a beast mode, because we can get 100-yard games with the so-called trash offensive line that we got. Then what did that tell you?
I'm so glad you said that, Crypto. I'm so glad you said that. This same trash O-line, Duke Johnson was able to put up 120 yards against the Jets with. Thank you.
Yes,
I'm so glad you said that.
Hey, real quick,
if he could do that, then as a baseline, an upgrade to the offensive line, meaning Duke Johnson could be back.
Sounds to me like Duke Johnson is as good as Emmitt Smith, as bad as our offensive line is.
Hey, real quick, guys. I'm not getting rid of Parker. I know y'all want to get rid of him. I'm not getting rid of him, but I am going to make him the 4th best receiver on the team. Why would you get rid of Parker when he's going to cost you $8.8 million?
Good, because that's even too much.
No, but you
I don't care.
hold on. You got $6 million in dead cap.
I don't care. He's too expensive at any cost.
So he's only really hitting us for $2 million.
You're gonna
What TD's saying is he's only hitting us.
You're gonna cut him to save $2 million.
Right. He's only hitting us for $2 million. Right.
I don't care. He's dead weight. I don't care
he's
what it
not
costs.
dead. He's not dead weight if he's your number 4 receiver. Are you kidding me? Imagine your number 1 going down. At least you have. At least he's okay.
Nope, because more than half the receivers in this league is more productive and giving you more on the field than he would. Plus, he's unreliable.
You're totally ignoring the money and just going off of how you feel about him. You're just totally ignoring the money.
I don't give a damn about the money. You can't let the money tie you to a player that's unreliable.
That's it. You're not asking him to be reliable if he's your 4th best receiver. If he's not even starting.
If he's the 4th best receiver on the team, why keep him?
Because you already paying him anyway. It's like giving him away free.
If we here's what TD's
I'm willing to do it.
Crypto, here's what
I'm willing to do it.
That means that you're solely going off of how you feel about him and not just logic.
Because somebody else can give us that.
Here's the thing.
No. First of all, another thing you need to consider: if he's not the starting receiver and not playing as much, maybe he won't be as hurt as much.
That's his fault for not taking care of his body in the offseason.
Yeah, but that's all, bro. You're gonna throw away money just to get rid of a player.
Absolutely.
Basically, here's what you're saying. This is what you're saying in essence. Instead of Parker's $8 million, right? Go get another $8 million receiver that's going to give us more, but technically you'll be paying $16 million for him top dollars because you got to pay Parker anyway.
You're not going to give him $16 million.
Yeah, you are, because you're throwing away Parker's 8 and you got to pay it anyway.
You just said it was going to cost $2 million, not $8 million.
$6
million. If we get rid of him,
$6 million dead cap. You only saved
where did $2 million come from?
You saved $2 million. His salary 8. The dead cap is around.
If we keep him, we're saving $2 million.
Okay, so $6 million.
If we get rid of him, we're paying 16.
You're
okay,
still
so you saying $6 million?
You're paying 6 no matter what.
Okay, and we get another receiver for $7 to $8 million. We in definition, we're only paying $13 million in actuality to the new wide receiver. Let's go. Sign up the next receiver.
If we keep him, though, we're only paying $2 million.
And you're making it seem like Parker has no production. That's
none.
No, come on.
Not enough.
You act like he put up Albert Wilson numbers.
Yeah. The same 515 yards for a so-called number 1 wide receiver. No.
Could I just say for a second?
Look at the quarterback throwing to him.
One 1,000 yard receiver in 8 seasons, and he only got 40 catches.
Crypto.
There's people number 4 and 5 wide receivers that's come up with that same production.
Can I try to just act as an apologist real quick for Devontae?
You can try, but I'm not moving off my square. He's gone under no circumstance.
But that touchdown catch that he made against the Jets
comes a dime a dozen.
I know, but what I'm saying is that catch that we all that everybody wants to praise Tua for, that if that ball was thrown against Jalen Ramsey, that would have been taken to the house. That would have been taken right out of Parker's backside hand and been taken to the house. Parker made that catch. That catch was all Parker. Had nothing to do with Tua. It was thrown so far behind him.
Over spectacular catch.
The fact that he made that catch.
Crypto, I'll do you one better. Parker pretty much in the 8 games that he started averaged about 65 yards a game. You tell me what receiver you going to get for $8 million.
Anybody at this point.
Anybody averaging 65 yards a game, you ain't getting them for $8 million.
You're going to get him probably for less than that.
Do you understand what
Jamison Crowder is going for 14
times 17 is? That's 1,100 yard receiver. You know how much of an 1,100 yard receiver going to cost?
You can't do that. You got to go off what he actually put up.
No. I am, but I'm telling you, we need to replace his production and get better, right? So that means you're going to be looking for a receiver that gets at least 1,200 yards.
No, I'll get him. I'll get him a receiver that could get him more than 515 yards a season. If you give me 516 yards a season, that's good enough for me.
That ain't guaranteed for anybody. You could bring in the superstar tomorrow and they could miss 8 games. That ain't
And they'll
guaranteed
still
to
end up with
nobody.
more. Right. And they'll still, my argument, they will still give me more than
The
515
only
yards
thing
and
that
40
matters
catches.
in this game is what you get per game that you do play. That's
They'll give
production.
me more catches and they'll give me more yards as a whole, regardless of how many they played.
But he would do that with an elite quarterback as well.
No, he won't.
You don't think
I don't buy it.
Deshaun
No.
Watson would be pumping out more than 500 yards to Devontae?
No.
Honestly?
No, I don't.
Yep.
All right, well, that's fair if you believe that.
Get
I
it,
can't
get
make you
it,
believe
No, I don't.
anything. You know what I mean?
Bro.
Now,
No.
Crypto, now you're being a little much, Crypto, because
No.
Deshaun Watson would
And
be
you know what?
the
I got to be honest with you. I have to defend Devontae Parker. I have to slightly defend him, and here's why. In 2015, out of 16 games, he played 15. In 2016, out of 16 games, he played 15. In 2017, out of 16 games, he played 13. In 2018, out of 16 games, he only played 11. That was the season you concerned about, right? In 2019, he played all 16 games. In 2020, he played 14 out of 16. And this year, he played 10. So 2 seasons, he was really an issue. 2 seasons.
No.
2
No,
seasons.
6 of
That's
his
it.
7 seasons.
2 seasons out of the 7, he didn't play the full season, but he at least played about 65% of the game.
And when he played, he was unproductive. He wasn't the guy that you can. No defensive coordinators are designing plays to stop Devontae Parker, number one.
All I know is the one season he played 16 games and he was done off of his rookie contract, he put up 1,200 yards.
And that was it. That was an anomaly. That's an
Okay.
outlier.
But he was on
That's
pace
an
for
anomaly.
1,000 last year.
That was an anomaly. That's an
Who
outlier.
was throwing him
That's
the
an
ball?
out-of-body
Who was
experience for
throwing
him.
him in the ball in the 1,200
Bro,
yard
in
season?
2019, he had the most targets. Come on, man. He had the most receptions.
Where's his production?
Who was
when you
throwing
need him
him
the
the
most?
ball in the 1,200 yard season?
You can't blame the quarterback.
I don't remember, but he had 9
You
touchdowns.
can't blame the quarterback though if he's not getting the touches. That's on the quarterback.
No,
too.
I'm not buying it.
Well, hey, at the end of the day,
opportunities to make
Glenn
catches,
Davis.
you
Glenn
can't.
Davis had a 200-yard game yesterday and 4 touchdowns. And you know how many games it took him to get that?
What you said?
Glenn Davis for the Buffalo Bills, a no-name wide receiver, comes out of nowhere, gets 200 yards and 4 touchdowns. How long in his career did it take him to get that?
But that's all
Who's
Josh
his
Allen.
quarterback? Who is his quarterback?
And besides being his quarterback, that was the game plan. They took everybody else away, and go look at every one of his
That's my
catches.
point. When
Go
they
look
take
at every
Waddle
one of his
away,
catches. Go
and
look
that's
at
my
every one of
point.
his
When they
catches.
take our number one receiver Waddle away,
Hold on.
Bro, Parker goes invisible.
He's been our number one receiver. He's been our number one receiver every single year. He's been the number one.
No, he hasn't. Not this year, he ain't.
Name me, okay, this year, and he was hurt. But
Him and
name
Waddle
me,
play a
and
different
name
position.
me the
Like,
receiver that was the
problem.
number one over Parker in his career. Here, name
That's the
me the
problem.
number one over him.
That's the problem. When they drafted Waddle at number 6,
But no,
Waddle by definition is number 1.
I'm debunking your point, though. You said that he was the number one, just like the guy with Buffalo. Parker was the number one. You game plan to the number one. The best corners on the number one.
No, he wasn't. They was
Come on,
covering
man.
Waddle. They was trying to stop Waddle.
Wait a
I'm
minute,
not
guys.
talking about this year. I'm not talking about this year.
Waddle and,
what year
Waddle
you
and
talking
Parker
about?
play a different position
I'm
in the
talking
room.
about his career, period. He was hurt this year. Based off of the statistics, he would have been 1,000-yard receiver this year. He started 8 games, bro.
I don't buy it. He would have been 1,000-yard receiver this year.
He
Because
had
wasn't in there.
515 and only started 8. And
Okay,
all
you
you got to
assuming
do
that
is
he's
double
gonna
it
get
for
515
16
in the
games.
other 8.
Yeah, you
What
can.
evidence do you have that he's going to get
Bro.
515 in the other 8 games?
Bro, all I'm saying is all you can go off of is the average. If he played every game and you gave him his normal average, that's over 1,000 yards.
No, I'm not going off woulda, coulda, shouldas. It's matter what he put on the field. He gave me 515 yards. If somebody can give me 516, that's who I'm going with.
He gave you 1,200 with a better quarterback.
Bro, you mean to tell me you going with a guy who can give you 516 in 6 games versus a guy that can give you 515 in 8 games?
Yeah, because that's more yards per game. If it's going to give it to me in 6 games, 515, 516.
No, you're wrong. It's more yards per game for Parker. He gave you 515 in 8 games versus a guy that give you 516 in 17 games.
No, I'm talking about in 6 games. You said in 6 games.
6 never came out of my mouth.
He
You
meant
said
to say
516 in 6 games.
He meant to say 16.
Parker had 515 in 8 games that he started. You talk about you'll take a guy that give you 516 in 17
in the same amount of games. No,
in
what's makes it the same amount of games?
Okay,
he's 1 yard productive.
I got you now in the same amount of games, right?
Yep.
So then what's the point of getting rid of him?
Because he's unreliable.
Well,
I'm not moving off my square. It's nothing you can say that ever going to convince me to keep that bum for any more longer.
I give you that, but unreliable, I can't comment to that because
I'm talking about unreliable as far as his play in the game when he's on the field. Not his reliability as far as his health. I'm talking about his reliability as far as when another player gets shut down on our team, he rises to the occasion and takes it home. He never has done that ever.
Again, you're discounting the failure of quarterback. I mean, he got 1,200 yards in a season with a serviceable.
He's never had 1,200 yards in what, in 1 season and 7 seasons?
First of all, I don't even know why this is the argument. I said make the man your number 4 wide receiver since you're paying him anyway.
Okay, you can do that, TD, and keep coddling him. I don't want to coddle him.
That's
no more
not coddling him. That's putting him down where he belongs as a backup.
That's a business decision, is what it is.
That's fine. You can make him. TD, you can make him a backup, but I'm not willing to make him the water boy. That's the difference.
All I'm saying to you is, if you go get, let me put it like this: if you go get Devontae Adams, you go get what's your boy with Atlanta? What's his name again? Ridley, and you got Waddle. Who else you bringing in at a price of under $8 million a year?
That's better than Parker.
And the truth is, they don't need anybody worth $8 million a year at that point. They just need a guy worth $3-4 million. But you already paying it to Parker, so he's right where he needs to be, number 4. That's
number 4 that's not going to be on the field.
Bro, he's been on the field more than half the season every year.
By the way, guys,
when he's on the field, he's not productive.
If you're the number 4 receiver, they don't even need you as much as they've had you.
By the way, guys, we don't even have a WR4.
If you got a 3 wide receiver set, you're the number for your first receiver option off the bench.
We don't even have a WR4 on our depth chart right now.
Let me tell you right now who are the receivers that average less per game. I mean, just as much or less per game than Devontae Parker. Okay? CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, per game. Because that's what we're looking at. We're talking production per game. CeeDee Lamb.
Okay, I'm talking about game time situations.
Hold on. Okay, that's fine. CeeDee Lamb. DJ Moore. Henry Ruggs. AJ Brown. Rob Gronkowski. I don't know why he has a receiver on here. Kittle, because I guess they flex out a lot. Brandon Cooks. Mike Evans, Michael Pittman Jr. Now, the point that I'm making when naming those guys that are right there in that realm with how much Parker averages per game, because the top guys that average more than Parker is Travis Kelce, Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Stephon Diggs, Deontay Johnson, Tyreek Hill, Tyler Lockett, Antonio Brown, T. Higgins, Chris Godwin, Mark Andrews, Chase, Debo, Justin, Devontae, Cooper Kupp, and all of those guys, okay? They average way more than Parker. But if we get in the Parker range, right, you're looking for somebody in the exact cost. Every single one of them guys I just named will get paid more than $14 million on an open market.
14.
Every single one of them. So if you're really looking for a guy for $8 million, you're looking for a 40-yard a game guy, 45-yard a game guy. That's what you're looking for. That's what a wide receiver 4 is.
They'll get more than that if Watson was a quarterback.
Okay, and if Watson was Parker's quarterback, you just want to automatically say he wouldn't.
No, because that 10-yard catch he'll catch, a spectacular catch, then he'll be injured with a hamstring the very next 3 weeks.
And another thing Devontae Parker never had, another thing he never had outside of this season, even though he was hurt, was a complimentary receiver to give him more looks.
Crypto, that hasn't happened. That hasn't happened. There's no evidence that would be the case. That hasn't happened. We're not talking about Preston Williams. We're not talking about Preston Williams dropping a fade route in the end zone and then going off injured. You know what I mean?
It happens too often to a lot of the wide receivers that Miami straggle along and coddle.
We're talking about Devontae Parker here, not all the receivers.
I'm talking about all of them except Waddle, Collins, and freaking Matt Collins and Hunter Long. That was the only three that I'm keeping.
Those are the ones that you're keeping, but you did say earlier that with DVP, you were not referring to his availability health-wise.
It's a combination
with him.
No, not just that, Jolie. It's combination.
Say that again.
I'm saying it's a combination.
Well, I mean, I don't know. The man has hands like glue. If you're making him a wide receiver,
the hands like glue, like the touchdown pass he dropped when Watson put it right in his hands in the Indiana.
How about the one he snagged that was behind his body for Tua? You know what I mean? Like the man's got good hands.
That was Brissett that threw him that pass. They dropped in the touchdown.
No, I'm talking about the touchdown pass against the Jets that was thrown behind him that he snagged. If you put Jalen Ramsey at DB right there, that pass gets taken to the house. It gets taken right out of his backside.
Like to take it to the house that Ramsey had when he got burned by last week.
No. I'm talking about any star DB would have taken that ball to the house. It wouldn't have been a touchdown for Parker. Look at the pass. It was thrown behind him. He reached back and snagged the ball.
That was by design. There's a lot of receivers that can make.
No, that's Tua not knowing how to lead a receiver.
I've been watching receivers since the early '80s make those kind of spectacular catches. I'm not.
But you can make it when you acknowledge that it's spectacular. When you acknowledge that it will be spectacular, then there's a level of difficulty.
It comes a dime a dozen. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So if it's 1 out of 12, a dime. Well, if it's a dime, wait, hold on. You're saying it comes a dime a dozen?
Yeah.
But not for $2 million.
Come on, bro.
Not for $2 million. You don't get hands like that for $2 million.
You shouldn't have to, and I agree with the color. You shouldn't have to make spectacular throws or catches if the throw is accurate. And that's an issue that we do have.
Those are accurate throws. He make them into these spectacular catches because he's out of position.
All I'm saying is go ahead and throw that $6 million away.
Absolutely, I'm really put in the trash can because what they gonna do? Because you know what, TD, they're gonna do with the $6 million? They're gonna take it would be the next $6 million, invest it and triple that money because they probably invested in Bitcoin.
No, they ain't got the next $6 million. That's the point. They don't have the next $6 million because they giving it to them anyway.
Steven Ross is going to make that money up anyways. So you go find a way to make the money back.
Then why don't we use it and keep some production? See, let me tell you, bro. Your argument makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. You talk about an $8 million receiver. At $8 million, I wouldn't want him either. But if he's guaranteed money and gonna get it, then that production is valuable. You could utilize that production. That production is valuable.
Yeah, when once Waddle gets shut down or gets screened out of a game,
I said make him the number 4 receiver. I said make him the number 4 receiver,
which we don't even have on the depth chart right now.
8 million TD, really?
It's already happening. Hold on. Let me get something straight. What would be? Hold on, screw Parker. What's your plan at wide receiver this offseason?
I already told you.
What?
At all costs, get rid of him and rebuild the room from Waddle and the tight end Hunter Long and Matt Collins.
Give me some examples. Go ahead and give me some players we should go get.
Allen Robinson is one.
Okay, hold on. Let him finish. Allen Robinson and Waddle. Now give me the next one.
Maybe draft a wide receiver. That will be another one.
All right, you drafted one. Go ahead.
Not a fact. No, I'm gonna draft 2, and then I'm gonna go get another.
Well, neither of those two are probably starting. But go ahead.
One of them will.
Wait. Oh, that's what you're using your number 30 pick on.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Oh, okay. So you're one of those
not the 30th pick, because with Watson, we're not gonna have the 30th pick. He's gonna be a 3rd round pick.
Okay, so again, where's the next receiver coming from? Your 3rd rounder ain't starting, bro.
Okay, you said it's. You think so?
So you're gonna start your 3rd round pick over Park. All right, never mind. Never mind.
It's a third wide receiver. Yeah.
A great example is Jamison Crowder from the Jets. He is going for 14 to 16 million in free agency. Jamison Crowder.
It's not the Dolphins' fault that Jets are stupid for paying them that much money.
But it's done. You gonna move on from Parker just to save $2 to $2.5, $3 million or something like that? Come on, man.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm not moving off that square.
You act like this man has no value.
None. Not to me. No.
Okay, I got it. All right.
No, I'm not moving off that square. I don't care.
So real quick, we do not have a WR4 listed on our depth chart currently. Okay, and I also wanted to correct something earlier. When we're comparing Jalen Waddle and Devontae Parker, they are both WR1s. They play a different position in the wide receiver room. They are both number 1 receivers. Okay, so that it doesn't even matter between Waddle and Parker. The WR2 behind Parker right now is Mac Hollins. The WR3 is Preston Williams. So what TD's trying to say is, wait a minute, if we hold on to Devontae Parker, we're only spending $2 million to do that. And if we make him a WR4 or a 3 and get rid of a guy like Preston, who literally is what you're claiming Parker is, a guy who drops a fade route and then gets injured and you never see him again for the whole year. You know what I mean? That if I had Parker right there on the depth chart instead of Preston Williams for $2 million, how is that not a smart move?
You're not getting my point, man. I'm sorry.
No, I do get your point. You're personally off of the guy. You know what I mean? I get that. You know what I mean?
I've been watching football for way too long.
Rubbed you the wrong way. I totally understand. I feel that way about Albert Wilson. You know what I mean?
I can't do this.
Well, I will say, I will keep my Gesicki. I don't care what anybody says. Yes, everybody knows I love Gesicki. I love him. We know this. But the thing is, with Watson, he would actually have 1,200 yards. And about
he would be a waste, Jolie, because the only extra skill set beyond Smythe that he brings to the table is catch radius. And a guy like Watson doesn't need catch radius. So he's literally a waste if we've got an elite quarterback.
He wouldn't be a waste because remember, defenses are going to go after your 1, 2, and 3 top
tight ends.
Receivers.
Oh, right.
So with a tight end, like Gesicki, is going to open up and take away that defense, allowing those other people to be open.
Possibly, but Smythe catches the ball. If you look at the numbers, Smythe's production is right there with Gesicki. The only thing Gesicki's got more is more targets and more overall yards. But if you look at their stats, their efficiency per game is equal.
The only difference between Smythe and Gesicki is that he blocks. And Gesicki blocks. He's just not a good blocker.
Right, but Gesicki also has catch radius over him, which is a crutch for a bad quarterback, is all I'm saying.
Is this EM Foolish Talk that's tuned in?
Hello? I was trying to reach TD Foolish Talk. I hope I got the right number. I hope I got the right stream.
Hi, Em.
Is this TD Foolish Talk? Salute. How you doing, Jolie?
Good.
Crypto, what's good? Color, what's good, homie?
What's up,
What's going on, What's going on?
Oh, man, just sitting here listening to all this great insight, from the panel, man. A lot of y'all been listening all day, man. Been trying to work, and y'all let me know if I got technical difficulties going on here. Y'all let me know if y'all hear any feedback. So
no feedback now.
Yeah, a lot of good insight up here on this panel. I'm just enjoying.
You only have technical difficulty when I'm ethering you. That's all.
Yeah, okay, I hear you. That never happens, but I'll let you have your shine, TD. It's all good. But yeah, a lot of insight up here. A lot of insight. I'm just, me personally, I'm just at a stage right now. I'm just, I'm kind of numb to our situation, to the coaching search, to the drama surrounding Tua. I'm just numb to it. I'm just taking a wait-and-see approach, and I'm just like, whatever direction they decide to go in, I'm gonna ride with it regardless, and just hope for the best. but it's not as a Dolphin for me personally, as a Dolphin fan, it's just not it's not a comfortable place that we're in right now.
Sounds like you don't trust the team.
Well, no, I don't. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't.
I really don't. I just think just how the whole situation that not just going back this year, but just the whole since Brian Flores was here, because the issues that have come out that have surfaced recently, it sounds like this has been, obviously this just didn't start, overnight. So this has been an ongoing issue. So I just think there could have been the way that situation was handled, the way that public, courtship of Deshaun Watson was handled. I just think of all the issues that have plagued this team over the last year or two behind closed doors. I just think there's a compromise that could have been met. I don't know what I don't know what the definition of that compromise is, but I just think you had a good coach in place. Was he perfect? No, by any stretch. Absolutely not. He was not perfect, but he got 2/3, in my opinion. When you evaluate this team, he got 2/3 of the team corrected. He got the defense ready. He got the special teams for the most part ready. All he had to do was he just needed a little more time or a personnel change at quarterback. And I just think if we'd given him that opportunity, we could have gotten the offense where it needed to be, to where we can play truly complementary offense, defense, and special teams. And we all know when teams have those, when they have that type of, when teams can play complementary, we know what the end results are when that happens. And so playoffs and even further beyond. So I'm just, I got I still have a heavy heart. I just think, like I said, I just think the compromise could have been made at some point. But, it's just where we're at. And I'm just taking a wait and see approach for the most part. Can y'all hear me all right?
Yeah, we were just in awe over that.
I know.
My bad.
Yeah.
But man, I really don't have much to say. I really don't, bro. I really don't. So we'll see.
Ian, you think they waiting on the Sunday's game to wrap up to announce the people who's going to be coaching?
I saw where I saw on Twitter where somebody posted. I sent a tweet to TD. The first time I got a chance to really check my phone, I saw where Mike McDaniels has put his house on the market. Y'all give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, I think that. Yeah, he put his house on the market. Yeah, I think that tweet.
Hey, is this meme from Bleacher Report? Is it just a meme, or is this like actually in the work, like being talked about seriously with Christian McCaffrey? Bleacher Report
Christian McCaffrey for what?
For our San Francisco pick.
Well, I wouldn't want Christian McCaffrey because of his injuries. That's the only reason why I wouldn't want him. He's
a third down star weapon at this point in his career. You can still get the eliteness out of him, but it's more going to be a specialized role. Not like pumping it like he was.
No, and then we're gonna also overpay because that's what we do as Dolphins. So even if he was available, I wouldn't want to overpay for someone that's injured like that.
Yeah, it's like buying a 1985 Mercedes. It's a Mercedes, but yeah, come on, it's 2021.
Yeah, it's been a few years. I don't know about him, but I'm still not sold with Dable. I am not sold with Dable.
I'm not bought into him yet. No.
And
well, if I could just offer a little bit, because I'm like totally against anybody that doesn't have a head coaching experience. And my guy for the class that doesn't have any experience is Thomas Brown. So I'm totally off of all that. Like, I get where everybody's come from. I'm on the same side of the fence as that. But if we hired Dable and I was to try to find my pathway into supporting him, it would be through Sperano's words, because Sperano went on a rant about how much he likes this guy. You know what I mean? And that holds a lot of water with me, but it only holds that water if that's the type of coach we're going to hire. You see what I'm saying? But that's not what I want to do. I mean, at the very least, I want Quinn at the very least. That being said,
well,
you know,
Quinn
Sperano's
already put
words
out
hold
a
a lot of
statement.
water with me, and he had nothing but praise for Brian Dable on both sides of the ball. So, you know.
Yeah, but I thought there was a report that Quinn is staying in Dallas.
He's staying in Dallas, exactly. I'm
Oh, is
out
he?
on people who we ain't interviewed with.
No, I woke up late today. I'm kind of still catching up on
Yeah, he
any
said he was
latest
staying in
news.
Dallas.
Color. Good morning. But yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay.
No,
I was just gonna say with Dable, it's just I'm tired of the first time head coaches. This is just another spin around the wheel again with how the Dolphins do this. And I want somebody that knows what they're doing that has been there.
I would agree. If I had my pick of the litter, you know, I've been on record publicly and privately as saying that my choice would be a more established guy, like a Jim Caldwell, like a Doug. I was even talking about Doug Peterson going back to last year when we drafted Tua as possibly bringing him in as an offensive coordinator. I thought he would have been at that time. He would have been ideal for Tua, but you know, again, that would be my pick, a more established guy. My biggest concern, though, and I said this from day one, whenever they fired Flores, and once we had an opportunity to digest the firing of Flores and to kind of speculate on what coaches that they could possibly entertain. My biggest concern, I said this from day one, was that is the defensive side of the football. If you bring in a first year head coach, or it could be an established guy. My concern was that them hitting the reset button, and I mean resetting the defense. Well, we know the offense; they're going to hit the reset button with the offense, but the defense as well. Because if you bring in a coach that is not aligned philosophically with what Josh Boyer and Brian Flores had, especially according to the personnel that we've acquired on this team, you hit a reset button, schematically as well as personnel wise. There's going to be a lot of turnover, and we know what that generally equates to, especially early on in seasons. A slow start. So we know the defense is the strength of the team as it's currently constructed right now. So going into next year, we can forecast. I think it's responsible for all of us as fans to forecast struggles offensively early on. So we're going to need that defense to be maintained. And hopefully it's the same team, the same defense in terms of, level of play next year. That way we can lean on that defense early on. And, hopefully the offense gets up to speed to where, like I said earlier, where we can play, complementary. But that was my biggest concern. But I'm hearing these reports about Dayball, and not only him, but other coaches that the front office had, conversations with, that would they, it's a real possibility that the defense, personnel, schematics, and the coordinators and coaches will remain intact. So that was my biggest concern. So I will say that
was encouraging to see. I saw the same report. That's encouraging.
Yeah. So, So to me, that helps me sleep a little better at night, in regards to this whole process. But again, we'll see.
The other thing I like is that Dable has been not afraid to say what is on his mind about Tua. So, that could end up being the actual cure to the sickness right now going on in our fan base. Because if you bring this guy in who is probably Tua's biggest champion, you know what I mean? And he comes out and says, I ain't starting the man next week. Who's going to argue? You know what I mean? So it is kind of
I will say this.
Take at least that from that.
I will say this: if they do, whatever coach they bring in, but especially if they bring in Dayball and he is kind of lukewarm on Tua, or cold on him, this is your last opportunity, my friend.
And watch how fast Dable becomes the reason that Tua had any flaws at Alabama.
I know, right? You're going to have all them 2 years. Oh, no, it's Dayball.
Oh, he was sabotaging him back in Alabama. Why do you think Jalen Hurts was the starter?
I know, right? Oh, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I just want to predict that transition right here live on the air. You know what I mean? Like, that transition will happen if Brian Dable is off of Tua.
But in the history of NFL, who has gotten this stardom
and this like loyalty of fans out of college more than Tua, because this is unreal. I've never
Peyton
seen
Manning.
anybody get this type of hype and like super like following
Andrew
without
Luck,
proving
maybe.
See, the
anything.
problem, Andrew, look, they lived up to the standard, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's who we're
True.
talking about here. Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck, these types of guys. That their fan base, their eye test was like unified. Like it don't matter if we're 1-15. We know what Peyton Manning is, and this is the point I make about the 4-12 record for the Texans last year. It don't matter. He could have been 1-15 on our team. If Tua was 1-15 last year with us, but he's throwing 33 touchdowns, I'm the biggest Tua-neer on the planet.
Yeah, me too.
I agree.
Yeah, that's because
I
he's
agree on
showing.
that one.
That's because he's showing you something.
I
Yeah.
agree 100%.
Yeah.
I agree 100%. So, but there absolutely, we can all agree. There's no excuses this year. To me, this past year, there shouldn't have been any excuses. But this year, now, there's no excuses for Tua now. You either gonna pardon my language, you're gonna get off the pot, one or the two. Period.
Yeah, it's the no excuse year this
But the
time.
thing is, I don't want to waste another year of the defense.
I'm with you, Jolie. I'm with you 100%.
It's like an hourglass. A good defense is like an hourglass.
Exactly.
And another thing,
this is
another
also
narrative.
per game. This is the point I'm making about the Atlanta game. It's the same thing per game. The defense is an hourglass. From the moment that kickoff happens, our defense is burning energy and calories. And there's only a certain number of them.
And another narrative that's out there is you have a portion of our fan base that are consistently putting out there that, okay, we'll ride one more year with Tua, but okay, if Tua doesn't work out, we've already got the team, quote unquote, built, and we could just go out and find a quarterback at that point. We've been searching for 20 plus freaking years to find a solution at that position. 20 plus. Let that sink in. So they're making the assumption that like that's an easy thing to do. That's it's damn near impossible. It's just, man, and I'm with you, Jolie. It's another year wasted, and then if we don't pull the trigger on Watson this year, that possibility is done. That'll never happen again. And again,
20-year window close.
And can you imagine?
And I don't even mind the extra year if we're gaining exposure out of it. The problem is we won't take that. Like, you know what I mean? Like we'll understand finally next year. Oh yeah, Tua is the problem, but there'll be enough transpired from now till then to give enough. Like TD keeps saying, there'll be enough reasons to say, oh, let's give him another couple. Let's give him another one. Let's give him another one. Now, if we were to hold firm and say this is it, one more year, then a lot of us would be fine with one more year. But we know it's not going to be one more year. We know it. They're already baking in the excuses of having 3 OCs in 3 years. It's already out there.
Yeah.
No,
right. 3 OCs. Yep.
I mean, we don't have a choice because obviously, more than likely, we're going to have to, we're going to ride with Tua another year. But I'm coming from the perspective of look at what was available to you. You go back to 2020 NFL draft. We all know, me included, I love Tua Tagovailoa coming out. He was my choice. Yeah. But in hindsight now, 2 years into the league, we all know that was the wrong pick. Herbert was the pick to make. And you had an opportunity to pass on a franchise guy with Justin Herbert. You can say what you want about his win-loss record. Herbert is a franchise quarterback. As a matter of fact, he's a top 10 quarterback right now. The man wrote history in back to his first 2 years in the league. He rewrote history. So I don't want to hear this narrative about what has he won, his win-loss. That's ridiculous. And then on top of that, you had the football gods smile on our franchise yet again and make a player, an even better version, a player the stature of Deshaun Watson available, and you still, for whatever reason, you don't pull the trigger. This is what's making me sick because
like I told Jolie earlier, it was a no-brainer. This is a no-brainer.
This scenario will, in back-to-back seasons, it'll never happen again. And we're gonna be sitting here. My biggest fear is we're gonna be sitting here another 5-10 years, looking yet again, searching for a franchise quarterback. It is mind-numbing. I mean, again, I can't stress to y'all and everybody enough. I'm telling you, I lose sleep over this. I really do, man. So that's where I'm coming from. As to look at what was available to you, and all you had to do was pull a trigger. That's all you had to do.
I got a great analogy for that. It's like the Miami Dolphins are that guy that walks into the casino and looks around the room and watches all these people winning, and then goes and does the exact opposite of what they're all doing to win, and expects to get lucky.
Oh my God, yes. And then they do it over and over and over again, but don't call it insanity. That's the other thing too.
Yeah, they'll just call it unlucky. Like we just got bad luck.
While EM is up here, I want to do something in the name of EM. I want to say to the genius in the comment section, Van Parker or Van Jones, whatever his name is. He said, I seem like a Tuaneer that wants to get rid of Parker. No, first of all, I'm not a Tuaneer. I'm a Dolphinaire. I'm just an anti-Parker-neer. I just want to get rid of Parker. That's the key.
Parker is his too.
That's all.
And
Parker is Crypto's
you know what?
too.
and you know what? Crypto. I'm gonna piggyback up off that. I'm glad you took the. I'm glad you went there. I'm gonna highlight two idiots I see in the comments right now. The biggest one I see is
man.
It's one. Damn, I lost it. I lost where he went.
Yeah.
Anyway, this guy was saying about how I was trashing Herbert pre-draft 2020. See, Crypto, you was around, man. I want to pull up, but did I not say I liked Herbert a lot as well?
Yes.
You have never heard me trash Herbert pre-draft 2020. That's a fact.
No, you didn't.
I'm talking about I'm not talking about you, Crypto. I'm talking about this idiot in the comment. I forget his name, but let me honor this other idiot. CB, I'm gonna give you some shine right now, CB83. He made a comment earlier. We were talking. I think Color brought up Matt Collins, right? And I was in the comments. Y'all know how I get about Matt Collins, right? CB, I'm sorry, Crypto. You well aware of how I feel about Matt Collins, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like him.
So, man, I lost my train of thought. Damn.
Matt Collins.
You were talking about Matt Collins.
Matt Collins, right? So, whenever I go on different platforms, this would be Reasons, it could be anybody's platform. Whenever people bring up Matt Collins, I always, say the homie, yada yada, whatever. But this guy CB83 made a comment earlier in the comments that, well, y'all were talking about Matt Collins, and I was like, look, y'all need to put some respect on Matt Collins' athleticism, because he's a much better athlete than I think a lot of our community,
for sure.
Give him credit for, right?
He has a 65-yard touchdown.
So this guy, he goes, his response was that, Matt Collins, will not be a receiver. He couldn't correct the start lineup on every other NFL team. Tight end is the way that you need to, he needs to be moved to tight end. But anyway, point I'm trying to make here. So my response to him was, I was shaking my head, because all he's doing is regurgitating the information I put out about Matt Collins' evaluation since day one, since we got him. Is that not correct? First one talking about Matt Collins, the player, and talking about his deployment, that we could deploy him, on our team. CB83, yeah, you're an idiot, my friend. Yeah, I'm gonna give you some shine right now. You're an idiot. So anyway, I'm sorry to take the show there, but go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah. That's I was just trying to clarify. I'm not a Tuaneer that wants to get rid of Parker. I'm a Dolphinaire that want to get rid of Parker. That's all.
Yeah, Parker is your Tua. That we get.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Sometimes you got to go there with these idiots. I tell you, these pros. Sometimes you got to take it there.
Yeah, you're right, Color. I guess Parker is my Tua. Yeah, you're right.
This is another thing, and I hope people understand. Just because you critique a player, no matter who it is, DVP, whatever, doesn't mean you're hating. It just means you're critiquing that player.
Crypto hates Parker.
I was actually a big Parker fan when he came in the league, when he first got drafted at the number 14 pick of the 15 draft.
Man, Crypto, the way that I heard you talk about Parker this year, bro, I am convinced that you are a hater of that guy, bro.
Now I am.
Stop it, Esther. Stop it.
Hey, I agree with what TD kind of had a conversation privately. I gotta disagree with you on that. I'll offer you just a little pushback on your Devontae Parker narrative, Crypto. I agree. Parker is frustrating in terms of from a durability standpoint. He cannot stay on the field. I mean, you cough on him and he's on IR for 3 weeks. But with that being said, this year his salary, is definitely more team friendly. Okay, we can, like in previous years with Parker had that $12 million price tag in terms of his contract. Sure, us knowing that what he's counting against the cap, and you combine that with his durability issues, sure, that made us all infuriated. But now that his cap charge is much smaller, much more team friendly. Okay, so what if you make Parker cut his reps down, make him the third, fourth option on your team, and also you're not paying him $12 million. It drops down to like 4-point-something million this year. That's more tolerable if Parker misses games as opposed to him making $12 million. So we can go in the season with Devontae Parker as your third or fourth option. I mean, I know.
Yeah, because most flyers you take on a receiver are going to be 10 million base.
And again, we can all agree that Parker is frustrating in terms of durability, but when he's on the field, bro, he makes plays, big time plays against the top guys, the top corners, the top boundary guys in the league. So if you go into the season with him as your third or fourth option, bro, that could be a tremendous asset to us moving forward.
No, he's going to slow Tua down. If we stand with Tua, he's kryptonite. That's why I'm not willing to move on with him.
That's like saying you're going to slow down a broken down car. It already ain't going nowhere.
No, man, he's a hindrance to Tua because Tua doesn't drive with that type of receiver. Alabama never had them type of receivers.
Crypto, look, man, last year that Broncos game was horrible for Tua, and the only guy that caught anything was DVP. And I saw that. I don't know, bro. I guess I just see the game differently from what people that don't like Parker do. But I think when he's on the field, he's been the most consistent, especially for Tua. He was basically a safety. Man, if you didn't have Parker out there, I think Tua would have looked even worse, bro, without that guy out there.
Crypto,
I mean,
he had some of his best games without Parker on the field.
Crypto, I think you need to go see somebody about that Devontae Parker hate, bro. You know what I'm saying? You need to go make an appointment with Dr. Melcy, bro.
Actually, that's love I'm giving to him. That's actually love. That's tough love.
I'm going to say something and it might make you want to throw up, bro, make you sick. But I think Parker deserves to retire a Dolphin, bro.
What?
I said I think he deserves to retire a Dolphin.
Retire a Dolphin? So whatever. I guess that would be next
week. 3, 2, 1.
Shake him down. He seems to have only maybe 2-3 years left in him. Just shake him down. Do what TD. I heard y'all talking earlier. What TD said. Stash him as your backup. He's serviceable, man.
He will have to be the 6th wide receiver in the depth chart. That's the only way I'm accepting it going forward. Maybe the 7th. Maybe the water boy.
Come on, man.
At this point.
Stop.
Come on.
And then earlier, I heard you saying, Crypto, bro. I heard you saying build around Wilson, go into the draft, and then Allen Robinson, bro. What about you? Didn't even mention what's his name, bro? Man, what the hell is it? Lynn Bowden, bro. Lynn Bowden's still coming back, and then you still got Matt Collins. Yeah, I really
Matt
don't.
Collins. I mentioned Matt Collins.
Did you?
Yeah, I
Okay.
said Matt Collins, Waddle, and Hunter Longwood. Only 3 pieces I'm moving forward with.
You
Total
don't like Lynn
rebuild at the
Bowden,
wide
bro?
receiver. No, hadn't have done enough for me. Nope. I need firepower.
See, my problem with reconciling it is word
of the day is firepower.
I trust Crypto's eye test because of what he thinks about Matt Collins, but I can't reconcile that with his eye test on DVP.
What about his eye test on Tua? You got to give him credit for that, bro. At least he's objective.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like everything. We all come to the funnel, and the funnel point, the singularity is Devontae Parker. Who knew? That's Crypto's. That's Crypto's point right there. It's like,
That's
nope.
Crypto's kryptonite. That's what that is.
Right, exactly.
No, but
Yeah.
realistically, Crypto, I do understand where
We
you
all
come
got that one player that we feel that way about,
We-
and
we
some
can.
other people. It might be the best player on the team. You know what I mean?
Crypto tripping big time.
Yeah,
No,
we get
I'm
it.
telling
But
you.
I tell you though, I gotta be honest though. I hope they, man. I wish this the suspense is killing me. I wish they would just hurry and get it over with and announce who the
The
coach
coach
is.
is,
That
yeah,
way we can have a better
At this
idea
point,
in terms of.
it's either going to
right.
be Dable or this whole thing is a big smokescreen to hire somebody that we haven't even thought of. You know what I mean? Like that's where I'm at now. It's either going to be Dable or somebody nobody's thought of at
Well,
this
I mean,
point.
for me,
You got two people that's still playing football right now.
well, I mean,
Rams
like,
coordinator and Niners coordinator.
well, I mean, for me personally, I just, that way we can get a better understanding on philosophies and, you got free agency coming up, man. We can start figuring out and what players fit what they like to do.
Well, there's a bigger issue too, EM, is that these teams have to start hiring their coaches pretty soon because those coaches need to get their scouting department and all that gathered up. Because scouting is going to be happening pretty soon. It's not, not even free agency.
And Aaron Rodgers looks like he's going to Denver, bro.
You got the Senior Bowl next week as well. So, man.
That makes it even worse, Estefan. If he's going to Denver, there's more people in the AFC, more elite players in the AFC we got to contend
the West, man. Think about that. The list of the AFC West. You're going to have Mahomes, Herbert, Aaron Rodgers, and the weak link is Derek Carr. That is ridiculous stacked division.
That's unfair, man.
Oh,
that division is crazy.
hey, listen, no, wait a minute. But we're not so far off. Okay. We have Josh Allen, we have Watson, we have Zach that's coming up. He's gonna develop, and we also have Mac Jones. He'll eventually also develop too. So we're up and coming as a division too.
No, Jolie, but we'll probably end up with Brissett.
Stop.
And then you still got Lamar in Baltimore.
Next year, I'm gonna be highly upset. I'd rather have Cutler as my backup than Brissett. And I don't even like Cutler.
But there again, Jolie, that introduces the problem of a guy like Cutler beating Tua out in training camp, which I'm perfectly fine with. But is everybody, you know what I mean? Like, what kind of wedge is that going to cause if we bring anybody like that better than Jacoby Brissett?
Well, that's why I said earlier. I don't know if you guys remember that we might as well we're really gonna have to, if we stuck with
Tua's finished in Miami. You're right. That's what you want to say, Jolie. That's what you want to say. Is Tua is absolutely finished in Miami, whether it's now or whether it's next year, whether it's the middle of the season.
Yeah,
he's finished in Miami. And it goes back to Chris Delacus' point. Even if he does succeed this year or whatever, he's gone. We have to really start to think as a fan base that Tua Tagovailoa is finished as a Miami Dolphin.
Damn, Cutler. Damn.
Man. Finished?
Man.
Was that a finish him Mortal Kombat style? Are you really serious? That a finish him on Mortal Kombat? You can't go that way.
Absolutely.
Wow. Hey, y'all, on a serious note, man, I mean, nobody really speaks like EM spoke into existence Tua and cursed us. I'm going to speak into existence. Deshaun Watson is getting cleared of all charges. He'll have no suspended games, and he's coming to Miami. I don't even care who the coach is. Just get him on the roster.
Yes. And all those people who think he's gonna get suspended next year,
I'm joking to you.
He's not gonna get suspended.
And all of that's a moot point anyway, because I agree with TD look, I agree with TD on this point because all of this is a moot point because even if the guy goes to prison for 5 years, you don't think prisons have a good gym? You know what I mean? This guy is still going to be 28 years old and have every quality he already has.
He's not going to prison. He's not going to prison.
He's pointing out that even if he did, he's still a generational quarterback, even when he gets out.
No, 5 years, man. No, 5 years removed from the game, bro. We saw that'd be devastating for any player, bro.
Maybe 5 years is much.
But
I get it. But
to your what he has spoken before, which I agree, is Watson is the type of player for 10 plus years, 15 years. So the first couple of years, if we had to deal with that, we would be fine. The thing is,
just get him in the building, like
worry
TD
about
says.
because
Just get him in the building.
But the thing
Hey,
is,
I was kidding about Tua, what EM said about Tua. He actually did say that foolishness last year. But I'm serious about speaking into existence Watson to this team, man. You know what I mean? I don't care who the head coach is. Just get him on the roster. That's all I care about. We'll figure it out later.
Oh man!
Listen,
I said it to Crypto last night. There are 31 teams in this league, plus the Packers fan base, that want a star quarterback in the city of Miami. It just is the way it is. It's profit sharing. Miami is one of the biggest cities for as far as marketing value. You know what I mean? So all 31 teams plus the Packers fan base wants Watson in Miami.
And also too, put Watson in this team and change nothing else. I'm talking about keep DVP. I know Crypto. Keep DVP. Keep Gesicki. Keep Waddle. Keep everybody. Even Austin Jackson. Keep the same old line. Next year, we make it to at least the AFC Championship. At least with the exact same team having Watson.
With no changes with Watson, I can go with that. I can see
That's
that.
why I have no patience for people bringing up the Texans 4-12 record, and I have no patience for these people that think, that our team right now is trash. You know what?
Our team is not trash. If you think it's trash, you don't know.
If Tua is our quarterback going forward for the next couple years, then I have to agree our team is trash for that.
Damn, Color. Damn.
Color. Ooh. Man, Color, that's tough. They're a little rough there, Color.
See, that's why I love Color, bro. He just tells the truth. There's no. Hey, man.
That's rough.
That's his.
Get devalued? Absolutely. Because we'll lose our defense keeping Tua here for the long haul. I'll give you that. But will we be trash? No. We just wouldn't be. We'd be the same 8-8 team we've been for the last 4 years.
Yeah, that's what I mean with this particular team. Like we would have to dump so much into our team to rise Tua to the level of even a divisional playoff game. And that's the point that TD keeps hammering. Even if we do bring this guy to his max level is Tannehill at best.
And even Tannehill might not even be good enough to get to the Super Bowl.
Wait a minute. I'm not even a might of. Tannehill's on his 10th year. And
it's been 10 years already.
I've said it from the beginning. Everybody is like, and we did this for 7 years with Tannehill. Just give him a running game. Just give him an O-line. Well, Tennessee gave him that. And guess what it got him? It bought him 1.5 extra games per year. He still ain't getting to the Super Bowl. He will never get over that divisional or championship round hump. Ever. It's just not going to happen. I will bet every dime that I've ever made in my life that Tannehill will never see a Super Bowl field.
I would agree with that.
I would agree with that at this point. At this stage. Unless Mahomes and Burrow gets hurt and Josh Allen gets hurt.
Right, exactly. You're barring injury. And also about this point about the Dilfers and the Brad Johnsons of the world, okay? We're also talking about these time periods that they'd made these runs in were times that there was nobody available in the draft. There was no elite quarter. We're living in 1983 again right here, people, okay? Our quarterback class in the NFL is so deep right now that there is nobody doing the Ravens program and making it to the Super Bowl and winning. I'm sorry. It's not happening.
Damn. Color? Oh, my God.
If this wasn't 1983 where you got Dan Marino and John Elway and all these other guys in the league, this is the reason that Dan Marino couldn't win a Super Bowl, because the league was stacked back then with quarterbacks. Montana, Elway, Jim Kelly. I mean, do I need to keep going?
Color, you can go back 15 years. Every Super Bowl that I'm not talking about participants, I'm talking about Super Bowl winning team has had an elite guy.
Yep.
Maybe he didn't show up so much in that game.
In the dance almost every year. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
We lost to Buffalo like 4 straight times in the playoffs.
In 15 years, you can only sprinkle 2 quarterbacks in there, bro, that weren't elite. And that would be, in my opinion, and that would be What's the guy that went to the Jets? Play for the Ravens.
Sanchez. You talking
No,
about
no,
Mark
no, no, no,
Sanchez?
no. He played. He was
Flacco.
the one. Flacco. That'd be Flacco and is it Brad Johnson? I think it might be Brad Johnson,
Brad
bro. That's
Johnson
it.
was
Brad
with the
Johnson was
Buccaneers.
back in
Yeah,
the Bucks.
yeah.
Yeah, I think
And
that's
by the
about
way,
15.
That was in early 2000s.
and
Yeah.
by the way, as far as Flacco goes, Flacco,
He was decent. He was a good
here's
quarterback.
the thing about Flacco.
Flacco was
People
top 10
forget
that year, I think.
Flacco beat
Yeah.
Brady in Gillette in a playoff game.
Yeah, in Gillette. They won a playoff game in Gillette.
What other quarterback has done that?
The year Baltimore,
Sonny.
that year where they went to the Super Bowl, Jim Caldwell was their offensive coordinator, and Flacco had his best year, and Jim Caldwell had Joe Flacco at a top 10 level that year.
Wow,
That
I didn't
year.
know that, EM. That's changing
Yeah.
my calculus altogether about Caldwell.
And think about the gauntlet of QBs you guys just talked about in the AFC West. We're not even adding the guys that are very good quarterbacks for other teams. Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. Damn. How do we expect to ever see a Super Bowl?
It's even more stacked than 1983 right now. Even more stacked.
So that means it is literally Watson or bust.
Or Rodgers or somebody elite.
Or Wilson or
somebody that can go toe to toe. Somebody that can go toe to toe with what we saw last Sunday. That's what we need. If we're ever going to compete.
Let me ask y'all this. Me, TD, and Esteban had this conversation yesterday. It was rather heated, by the way. Okay, if we're not going to pursue Deshaun Watson, if we're not going to, pursue an alternative period with Tua, if they're going to ride with him, okay.
Yep.
I know we have to make the best of the situation and build the team up around him.
Mm-hmm.
If they do that, okay, if they bring in someone like Brian Dable that's really familiar with Tua's skill set, let's just say he can get Tua, because I think Tua is at like in that 18 to 19 range in terms of quarterback rankings impact at the league right now. If he Tua, let's say Tua's ceiling is 15, right? And well, this is where I'm at. I know we have to make the best of the situation and build around him. Do you really trust this front office from a Chris Greer's perspective to be able to do that, quote unquote, build around him to where we can if Tua's ceiling is 15, obviously we're gonna need more support around him to get and elevate this team to the divisional round or hopefully even contend for a Super Bowl at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the infrastructure in place to do that? Color panel.
We're going. See, that's the thing about even having this conversation is that we all agree. We all are in agreement that our organization ain't going to do the right thing. So it's kind of hard to, you know what I mean? Like the short answer is no. I don't have any faith. You know what I mean?
The guy just paid $2 to put out a false narrative again, huh?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that
no,
I
I'm
don't
talking about
want
the
to
comment
believe
that's
that.
up there.
I don't want to believe all that, EM. I want to believe that something has changed. You know what I mean? But until we see who the coach is and what type of quarterback situation we're going to have, as far as whether we're serious about doing things different than we have for 25 years, until we see that, then yeah, it's kind of hard to even have the conversation we've been having all morning because, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, all of us have in the back of our mind that none of what we suggest is going to be done by Greer and Ross anyway. But so we have to kind of take it certain amount of a grain of salt. Like, okay, supposing we are trying to be on the right path, then this is the things we need to do. And then we have to say, well, so far they haven't given us any indication they're not going to do that other than the last 25 years. I mean, just in this last news cycle, you know what I mean?
You know what I wonder? You know what I want to call it? Like this past draft, like Chris Greer he's getting a lion's share of the credit for this draft, for this past draft. Right?
Yeah.
I have to wonder, because we have two very prominent personnel guys that one is the assistant GM, which is Marvin Allen, and the other one is the director of player personnel college scouting in Reggie McKenzie. I really would like to. I know Chris Greer is getting a lot of credit right now.
I thought McKenzie left, bro.
I have to pose the question. I really would like to know what level of influence Marvin Allen in particular has had over this past draft, because in a lot of NFL circles, he's highly respected, might be the most respected personnel guy in terms of college scouting in the National Football League. So again, that's why I was like a proponent of, if Greer was going to fire Flores, you need to get rid of both of them, because you could also make a lateral move with Marvin Allen, promote him as the GM, and he's a much more proven commodity in terms of evaluating personnel than Chris Greer probably will ever be. Just research this man's track record in Buffalo, Kansas City, and other places that he stopped.
Yes.
So I wonder that's something that I've struggled with. I really would love to know what level of influence he had over this draft, because, bro, it was a complete home run for the most, at least in the first 2 rounds. And you got to ask yourself, do you really think did Chris Greer just get that good overnight? So I know Chris Greer is sticking his chest out right now, but I really have to ask, man, could this draft, I just want to know what level of influence he had, because he's definitely a proven guy, bro, and probably the most proven guy in the league. So.
Well, I hate to burst your bubble, bro, but Reggie McKenzie is probably gonna leave.
Yeah, that's how he got an interview out of Chicago.
Hey guys, I want to point out.
He got an interview with the Raiders too, bro.
I think Crypto or EM made a point earlier.
Somebody asked me. It's probably Crypto. Crypto, mute yourself, bro.
I'm seeing EM light up. It might have been EM, but anyway, something that Crypto had pointed out earlier about, or it may have been EM, about quarterback rankings and getting to a certain level. And everybody's like, let's say he's like 18th or whatever right now and what he could be. I just wanted to point out an interesting little factoid. Currently, Tua on the NFL QB power rankings is ranked number 22. Okay. And I'm not going to get into that. I just wanted to point that out for the baseline. Okay. Currently, the 15th ranked quarterback is none other than Jalen Hurts.
Damn.
Oh my God! Stop it, Color.
No way, Color. Put that on the screen, bro. Can you pull that?
Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
Don't tell me
currently
that,
the 15th ranked quarterback, and you know where Tannehill's at? 11th. So, like I said, he went a running game and a star offensive line, and all those pieces that they gave Tannehill in Tennessee got him from 15th ranked to 11th ranked.
Listen.
And Jalen Hurts got the number 1 rushing attack in football, and he got his wide receiver from college in Devontae Smith.
So either case, though, as far as trajectories go, for all the people that believe that Tua has this high ceiling, wouldn't I expect him to at least be at his counterparts rank right now, 15th? I mean, this is the guy. This is the guy that Alabama shafted out in favor of Tua.
And he was selected in the 2nd round. Tua went 5th overall.
Right. And also one other little factoid to drive all this home, okay, is that currently right now the 5th ranked quarterback is playing in the AFC Championship game this week, Patrick Mahomes. He's not even number 1. He's 5th.
Wow.
And that's what it takes to get where they're at.
Yeah, but he's playing at a number 1 level.
Joe Burrow's ranked 4th.
One thing that I
if you go by ESPN's rankings, Tua's 27, bro.
Well, I was trying to be conservative. I was trying to be generous. You know what I mean? Because you know how it is out in the propaganda world. You know what I mean?
You know who I think he's 16 or 17 is Trevor Lawrence, bro. Yeah.
So which one is it? So Tua is 28 on the ranking or 22nd? Which one is it?
And here we go. As you can see in the comments section, this is what it boils down to. Every time we nail them into a corner with these facts, this is where it boils down to. Hurts wasn't being sabotaged.
What they got to do with
So they have to actually reach to sabotage.
Wait a minute. Deshaun Watson was talked of going to Philly too until Deshaun Watson squashed it. There was talks of him going to Philly too, and he hunkered down and led that team to the playoffs.
Check this out. Herbert is ranked 2. This is ESPN. Burrow is ranked 6, bro. 6. Trevor Lawrence is ranked 16. Hurts is 21, bro.
But he was being sabotaged. Tua was being. That is ridiculous, man. That gets me so upset.
That's what it comes down to. Every time you get him into a corner, it gets to some crazy conspiracy.
Oh, ridiculous, man.
Hurts was picked in the second round, and he had only the number 10th wide receiver picked. All of our guys was drafted higher than both Hurts and Devontae Smith.
And that's the issue. Tua is giving you two.
He's only 2 spots ahead of Jason.
Tua is giving you production relative to a second or third round pick. That's what we've been getting since he's been.
That's why we're upset. If everybody wanted to give 7 years to a 4th round pick, then we're fine with that. Let's give 7 years to a 4th round pick. We get that, but that's not what we were sold.
As bad as Roethlisberger was in his retirement year, he was 15, y'all.
And another thing too, can you guys?
And that was going out this 18th season.
The last 2 years, and that's a comment I put earlier, I think a couple of days ago. We literally got the worst QB in the last 2 years. Burrow, AFC Championship plus. Herbert, Rookie of the Year. Hurts, playoff. Mac Jones, playoffs. How come we are the ones that pick the guy that A, nobody wants, and B, can't even crack the playoffs because he's injured?
I talked to EM and TD about this yesterday. Honestly, I think they were just, I think Ross and Greer were riding the hype train, because he's got a fan base. Dollars make sense. He was going to sell jerseys. You know what I mean? I think it was for everything else but football reasons, because you had to have looked past a lot to draft that kid. A lot. You know what I mean? His size, for one. And then the injury, how could they have known if he was, 100%, you know what I mean, off a training video with Dilfer? You know what I mean? How can you trust that?
Look,
so I think they just bought into the hype.
They really did. And all you can tell, it was a Ross move because he just wanted to sell jerseys, which is another reason why I can't stand Ross. But at the end of the day, no, I'm not leaving out a lot of context. Tua is the worst quarterback right now based on everything we've seen in the last 2 years being drafted, and put the cherry on top that he was drafted top 5. If he would have been drafted in the second round, we would have been okay with him. But we didn't he could have been drafted 30th in the first round. We would have still been okay. But the fact that he was drafted 5th, that's what makes it worse. So I don't, whatever people have to say, they're upset.
Well, Jolie, the reason it makes it worse,
quarterback out of the last 2 years, period. And
right, but the reason it actually makes it worse, Jolie, is because that 5th round, that 5th overall is what's causing Ross to want to continue with this investment.
Exactly.
That's where the problem is.
Exactly.
It's dumb because it's going to set us back. We've already.
At the same time, we can't blame a billionaire for doing that. He sees it from a different perspective.
Well,
that's why I feel we were sold a bill of goods.
Well, that's my point. Chris Greer than Ross. I think it's more Chris Greer than Ross.
This is what Ross, because it's a non-football. You want to sell jerseys? Fine. Sell jerseys. But let's not make the front of our team the guy we literally, because at this point, we wasted around it. I would have been okay if we put it in 20s. But 5th, it's just a whole other.
Yeah, we're not even having this argument every day if he was drafted in the 5th, 4th,
not even,
5th round.
Even if he was drafted in the second round or even the first round, but 20th or 30th, we still wouldn't have all the conversation. He was,
and that's the thing. And that's the thing. We wouldn't have drafted a quarterback in those rounds because we were planning on winning a bowl, not just being in the playoffs every year, or you know what I mean.
And you know what? I want to also bring this up because people always say how Rodgers is so elite. First of all, Rodgers has been in the league for 16 years, has been to the Super Bowl twice, won once. He is your definition of perennial playoff QB. Please think about that, because everybody wants to always say how Rodgers is so elite, yet every year he's in the playoffs and has only been in the Super Bowl twice. So
okay, yeah. Real quick, I gotta respond. I gotta respond to this question.
Stop that. Don't do that, Jolie.
I gotta respond to this question. Who?
Don't do that.
Fine.
Who you?
He's elite. Even
Yeah, he's elite.
Stop
real
that.
quick. I gotta address this question. Who you replacing Tua without leveraging our future and half our cap this year? You know what, Justin? Ask Kansas City. Ask Buffalo how they did it. They didn't care. They just did it. And look where they're at now.
Damn.
I got to say something about that Rodgers take. Look, the difference between him and Brady is those contracts. Brady was willing to take team-friendly discounts to be able to allow the franchise to address certain positions to where they could fill the roster.
And
he's got a big inflated contract, and that's the problem right now.
And he had the greatest coach, arguably in NFL history.
But besides the fact that in our given situation,
my question for Jolie.
Well, real quick.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Color. Go ahead.
I just wanted to finish that particular topic. Is that on top of all that, those teams that leveraged their future for those guys, they were 1-15 when they did it. Okay, we have the cap space to do it, and we're 9-8.
Very good point.
That is a really good point too. So we're
already leveraged our future. That's our point. We've already leveraged our future with what we have.
Foundation has already been established.
Exactly. That's a great point.
Jolie, back to real quick to the.
Go ahead, Ian.
The Aaron Rodgers narrative. So we're clear. I'm just clear this up for me. So are you saying you don't think Aaron Rodgers is elite just because of his lack of playoff success?
No. Okay, maybe I got a little too hot. I'm not gonna lie. So let me step 2 steps back. But he plays elite. You cannot take that away from him. Man has won MVPs. He's phenomenal. First ballot Hall of Famer. Nobody can take that away from him. But what I was trying to bring, and maybe I can bring it across if I wanted to, is look at what even as a person who's elite has only been there twice, won once, and still you can't break that. You know what I mean?
Right, Jolie. I'm with you, Jolie. That's the point I was making about Patrick.
I can barely hear her. She's chopping up. I can barely hear her.
Yeah, she's chopping up.
I get what she was saying. She was making the same point that I was making when I brought up Patrick Mahomes being 5th ranked. You can't even, you know what I mean? Like, here's a 5th ranked quarterback that can't even get to the dance every year.
Can y'all
and
hear
we're
me?
rolling with a 22nd ranked quarterback?
Yeah, I can hear you, TD. I can hear you, TD.
Oh, yeah, that's Aaron Rodgers ain't elite. He great. When has he ever elevated less?
Well, you can make that argument about any quarterback, TD.
Well, TD, I would just say that it's well documented that Green Bay has never.
When has Aaron Rodgers proven to you even something as simple as what Burrow just did?
Well, first off, you can't put Burrow in that category. Rodgers has a Super Bowl title on his resume.
Already,
Don't try to add Burrow and put until Burrow wins. You cannot put him in this conversation, bro.
I love Burrow, but some of the throws that he made, I don't know.
Aaron Rodgers is not elite because his postseason resume. All you're doing is going off of his rookie year when he was able to afford to have the most around him.
Aaron Rodgers is 11.
That's not true.
Hang on.
His postseason.
Aaron Rodgers
Please explain this to me.
Aaron Rodgers accomplished since his rookie
Please
contract.
explain this to me. You don't think you have been, and this is not the first time you made this buffoonish comment about Aaron Rodgers not being elite.
He's just under. Okay, let me put it like this.
Hang on, let me finish.
Who had the better career? Who had the better career, Brady or Aaron Rodgers?
Let me finish my point, TD. Let me finish my point. It's not the first time you made a comment about Aaron Rodgers. Okay, I get that. That's your opinion. But yet, you say Aaron Rodgers is not elite on one side of your mouth, but the other one, you are praising religiously Ryan Tannehill, who's won nothing, who don't even have nowhere near the individual success that Aaron Rodgers have, but you say he's elite. Can you please you can elaborate on that?
Yeah, I can elaborate because you're trolling right now, but everybody knows when I call Ryan Tannehill elite, it's just me being a fan. It's that simple. Now, when we talking real football, so stop trying to throw the little jab like you did. When we talk real football, all I'm saying is I like to break out multiple levels to show differentiation. Who had the better career, Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady? Who's ultimately the better quarterback, Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady? I'm sorry.
Tom Brady
That's
is
not the discussion.
Tom Brady is the best.
So in order to make it fair, I put Tom Brady as elite, and all of these co-elites are just great. They're great. You have to have some type of differentiation.
I disagree with that.
And Patrick Mahomes is already entering the great realm. I mean, the elite realm. Hey, your resume, see the whole elite status. Here's the difference. You can be a great quarterback. See, the highest level is really great. Elite is really a pedestal that is reserved for your GOATs, man. The guys who are just GOATs. And at the end of the day, I'm sorry, I have to differentiate Tom Brady from everybody else. And the only person that looks like they at least have a Tom Brady trajectory is Patrick Mahomes right now. So those are the only two elite quarterbacks.
I disagree with that, but that's fine.
Okay. It's just a matter of how you want to break out your scales, because most people got like a 5-prong scale for quarterbacks. Mine is 10. That's why I made
so TD, what would you put Deshaun Watson? You can't say he hasn't been playing for you not to rank him as far as his career trajectory.
I have Deshaun Watson. I have Deshaun Watson.
You have him as really good. Do he have the potential to be elite?
I have Deshaun Watson with everything around him right now as great. Until he has that resume, he can't go into the elite status. What I'm trying to tell y'all is my great category is kind of like how y'all want to bunch up all those guys together. You see what I'm saying? You want to.
So you say he's great?
Guys. Yeah, no, I say he's great. He's right under elite because until he has that postseason resume, then he can't be elite.
Okay, that's fine. That's fair. He doesn't have enough postseason. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
I get
John Watson is great.
Your qualification of elite is at a certain level. I fully understand.
Yeah, it's something you have to earn. It's something you have to earn over time.
You just kind of use it as a placeholder because it's easier to say.
It's just not winning a Super Bowl. What I'm saying is elite is a status that you have to hold over time, where you have been competing on the highest level more than you haven't.
And he has.
Aaron Rodgers competing on the highest level in that game. No, hold on. No, the highest level is the championship round or Super Bowl. In your career, you've been on that level more than you haven't.
Damn, Titty.
And the only other quarterback that has
other than Brady, bro, you know how difficult that is?
In Mahomes. That's why you're elite. You have the differentiation.
That's ridiculous.
That's why you get that credit.
I'm sorry.
Then EM. Let's call them all. Hold on. Let's call them all elite, right? So what's the level above that we should put people who did that rare thing?
No, because
tell me what level that is.
Hall of Fame.
People who did
Hall of Fame.
No, they all Hall of Famers. They all Hall of Famers. Even the greats.
No.
Right.
Listen, this is where
even Ben Roethlisberger, Hall of Famer.
This is where I differentiate. I look at circumstances, and not to say that Aaron Rodgers hadn't had support, but I think a lot of quarterbacks, if placed in New England, if Peyton Manning had Bill Belichick, if Aaron Rodgers had Bill Belichick, if Brett Favre had Bill Belichick, they would be in a situation. Maybe not Brett Favre because he was way too undisciplined with football, but players like this past generation, the top guys, if they were in a situation consistently and had the structure organizationally like Tom Brady had. Everybody want to focus on the money that he gave up. No, I told you this yesterday. It is more so than, and I'm not saying that didn't help, but more so than anything, he had that defensive mastermind right as his head coach. And I think these other guys, Rodgers, Ben Roethlisberger, Peyton Manning, Patrick Mahomes, if they were in that situation, they would have the same type of success or even more because they are more athletic versions and more better talents than Tom Brady.
Right. Exactly.
I got to say something real quick,
It's also well documented.
I'm gonna drop the mic on that one.
Well, it's also well.
I agree with that one.
It's
They would
also
have the same
well
success.
documented. It's also well documented that Green Bay has consistently been in a rebuild, perennially.
I just
That's
can't
well
agree with the
documented.
ranking because of the play on the field that Rodgers has had, and he's got a freaking record of 11-10 in the playoffs. We haven't seen the damn playoffs 21 times. I wish we lost 10 playoff games. I mean, damn, 11-10. That's ridiculous. He's been to the playoffs 21. He's played in 21 playoff games. We have what? We've seen one playoff game in how long? I mean, I don't know, man. I have a hard time believing that guy's not elite. I don't know, man. That's a lot of rankings, TD. That's like boxing. You know, you got damn, man.
It's really just a placeholder.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
Look, it's really just a placeholder. Esther, it's really just a placeholder. It's like saying, you know, we don't have any other word. You know, like I get really good or great, and I understand TD's qualification levels for elite. I understand what he's going for. I'm just pointing out that when we say elite, we're just using it as a quick placeholder to say that type of guy that when you wake up on Sunday morning and you're sitting down ready for the game, that you have absolutely no doubts that we're in the ball game.
And think about
this by elite.
Yeah. I get you. I got to consider him elite. Think about the fact that how many times he's gone heads up with Stafford, bro, in that same division. And you see what Stafford's doing with the Rams now, bro. That guy.
Right. I'm just saying it's the difference between worrying and expecting to win every week. You know what I mean? What we call an elite, when we use the word elite flippantly like we do, that's what we're referring to, is somebody that you expect to win this game no matter who, even if it is a tough game with a tough opponent on the other side.
Yeah, man, I don't know, man.
I want to be able to go. I want to be able to go to Master at work, let's say, for example, and be like, bro, it's in the bag. You guys ain't even got a chance. Are you kidding me? Look at our quarterback. Look at it. You see what I'm saying? That's what I define as elite. Somebody that you can say that about and feel confident that
Aaron Rodgers is not elite. Wow. Okay.
I would say his talent, yeah, he's definitely.
We're using the word two different ways, and that's what I think where the conflict is. What TD is saying is accurate. Look, there is a certain level, you know what I mean, that Aaron Rodgers doesn't rise to. Let's be honest.
I think TD, in all fairness to TD, he had a little relapse there, so we got to cut him a little slack. He reverted back to TD food talk on that one. But
it's just semantics. It's just semantics. TD is saying that
Rodgers, bro.
Yeah, but what Ian was alluding to, it also played in the factor that the team that's around you, that Brady had around him. Let's be honest. 3 of the 4 Super Bowls that he won was basically handed to him when Pete Carroll freaking crapped the bed by not running the best running back of football on the goal line 4 times. So he was gift wrapped at that one. The second one was in Atlanta when he just simply didn't run the ball when a running back was averaging 6 yards a carry and they could have just milked the clock for the last 25 minutes of the game. And then these other ones with the against the Panthers, that was gift wrapped. When what's his name? Jake Delhomme freaking crapped the bed in the 4th quarter, and when they had control of that game, so it was 3 of them was basically gift wrapped it to him. So and then he had good defenses and what you call it.
Check this out, Crypto. So according to TD's rankings, I can't remember all of them because it's a lot of categories. But after what me and Color said, as far as Tua's actual rankings, right? Where they all rank Tua? I think he's like below average, bro. because he's like almost the backup quarterback.
Yeah. Again, right. Let's go back to the eye test. Take away all the stats and look at everybody with your eye test. Where do you rank Tua Tagovailoa?
I told you I would put him at. I think Tua is
number 22.
He's in between
number 20
and 20 for me because
I don't think he even belongs in the league.
He's right at the bottom third, at the top of the bottom third. So around 19
I'm talking about
pure
eye test without any stats, without knowing what's happened over the last couple of years.
He can become a top 14 quarterback.
And
not even in the league.
I don't even think that's like a harsh criticism, man. I mean,
we never had a problem. We never had a problem saying this about Pat White. We never had a problem saying this about Cleo Lemon. We've never had a problem saying this about Ty Detmer, the Heisman Trophy winning Ty Detmer.
That's brutal.
Color.
Okay, hold on. It's very debatable to say that he's even average, man.
I'm saying 15 to 21.
Color. Think about what you just said. He don't belong in the league. So you're saying. What you're saying? Your eyes.
Come on, Cap for life. 25. Come on, Cap.
So what you're telling me is what your eyes are telling you on Sundays when you're watching the Dolphins play. Since you said you don't think he belongs in the league, bro, you're saying he's like on the level of like a Johnny Manziel.
I was nervous about the Jags game.
That
should tell you all you need to know about what I think about my eye test, man. I was nervous about the Jags game.
Damn, Color, that I think that's a bit harsh, man.
Did we win?
Wait a minute, Color.
Did we win? Did we win?
That one was on flow, Color. We didn't win that one. That one was
No, that's not an exaggeration, man. Color, I felt the same way about every game that we've been in. Besides the Jets games, those were the only ones where I was like, nah, I'm taking a nap while I'm watching that. Other than that, the rest of the schedule, man.
And to his credit, Tannehill actually, towards the end of his year, started to get me to where I felt like, you know what? I think we got this one. Like, no problems. I might not even have to watch the game. You know what I mean? Like, I could feel comfortable knowing that we're going to win.
Color.
Tannehill actually started to get me there a little bit.
Color. Watch out when you talk about Tannehill, bro. Have you seen his mom? I'm just saying.
I'm just pointing out that you got to remember. Maybe I should back up a second because I am being harsh. Okay, wait a minute. Let me back up a second because I want to be fair. Okay.
That is terrible, man.
But let me
Color. That's
brutal. So give me the opportunity to be fair here. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. I grew up watching Dan Marino. Okay, like literally grew up watching Dan Marino. Okay, when I was in 1983, I was in elementary school, and our school was plastered with Miami Dolphins memorabilia up in the 561 because it was a Super Bowl, and I wasn't even into football. I was like 7 years old or something, right? Then 85, then the strike happened. But here's the thing: from day one, it was Dan Marino that was like, "Wow, this sport isn't as boring as I thought it was." And this is at 7 years old. You know what I mean? Okay, so I literally grew up with Dan Marino as our quarterback. There was not a single game that it didn't matter who it was. AFC Championship game against the Buffalo Bills with Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas, Andre Reed, James Lofton. You know what I mean?
Pete Metzelaars.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And even then, even knowing that they whooped our ass in Buffalo every time we played them there, and we barely beat them if we beat them in Miami, even knowing all that, the morning of that AFC Championship game against Buffalo, I thought Buffalo had zero chance because we had Dan Marino.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not expecting
they defense showed up.
Wait a minute. I'm not expecting any quarterback to bring that back to me. You know what I mean? I understand that. So in fairness there's where my fairness to Tua comes in. But I at least with Tannehill got to the point sometimes where I felt this is in the bag. We got this. I have not felt that one time since Tua has been the starting quarterback.
Does that mean
this is in the bag?
Color, does that mean he does not belong in the league, bro?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Come on, color. Not
That
in
would
the
mean
league,
he's lower than a
any
32nd
capacity.
ranked
Backup
team.
starter, none of the
At certain points this year, at certain points this season, he was ranked less than 32. Okay.
He's borderline in those rankings that I gave y'all. He's just ahead of.
He is actually ranked less than 32 throughout this season.
Oh, that's
yeah,
brutal, man.
and
That's
check this
brutal.
out. In those
Yeah.
rankings that I gave y'all, he's barely ranked ahead of backup quarterbacks, and that's not me just saying that I think he's below average, because I do. But those are like statistical rankings, y'all. How could it be how could it be that Color and myself is that far off in that judgment?
You know what? You know why? I think y'all listen.
No, man, I think y'all a little.
Listen, you know what? You know the reason why? Again, and I got nothing but respect for you. You know I love you, Esteban. You know I love you. I just told you what I'm about to say yesterday privately. And Color, I got nothing but respect for you too, homie. I think you two y'all are letting your emotions get the best of you, and you are letting that influence your evaluation of two. Listen, hang on.
I admitted to that.
Listen, I'm on record. Y'all know how, in terms of my critique.
I'm not emotional.
I'm frustrated with him too. But I will never sit up here and say, based off what we've seen, that Tua does not have a place.
Okay, in the and that's a fair debate.
Well, I didn't say
that.
that.
We didn't even have that debate means he's not the guy.
No.
I think he's a serviceable backup. You know what I mean?
No. I'm just addressing what you said, Color. You said he don't have a place in the league.
I got you. And what I admitted to part of that being from emotion. That's why I brought up Dan Marino. That's where my fairness was coming in. You see what I'm saying? So yes, you're right. I am being a bit emotional when I say he shouldn't be in the league. So that's a point of debate that two gentlemen could have about whether Tua should be in the league or not, and I probably could be wrong.
Okay,
but the fact that debate means that Tua is finished in Miami.
Listen, Color, I gotta ask you a question though. Hang on real quick, Ian. Color, but okay. No. Hang on. All emotion aside, because I'm not even emotional. I really do feel like he's below average. Okay, look, man, and this is it for Color. No, Color, like seriously though, but. So where do you see him? Do you see him as a starter or a backup? Because he looks like a backup to me, bro. He doesn't look like an NFL starter.
Well,
because he's too inconsistent.
I say now there's a
he's a bona fide starter, man.
Look, I'm going to be fair again, because there are a lot of things that Tua and Ears bring up that some of those things do indicate certain things. And so I'm not all about one more year and all that. I'm not a fool, but at the same time, this is why I bring the Jacoby issue up, because I am perfectly fine if we bring in somebody that is a legit backup in this league and he beats out Tua for the job, then yeah, Tua can be a backup. But how are we ever going to determine that if we're saying this is our guy and nobody we bring in to replace Jacoby can compete with Tua?
I agree. That's really. I think Gardner Minshew will beat him out.
When a guy like me is on the verge of not even qualifying.
Wait a minute, who said that? Gardner Minshew.
Yeah,
what?
Gardner Minshew. I think you can get the. I think you can get.
That's
as far as free agents, Jameis Winston, I think would beat him out pretty easy.
So the answer to Estes' question is let's bring in a backup and let him compete and see where the chips fall.
I'm all for that. Hey, I'm all for that, bro. I've been on the record of saying
no, they can't afford to do to
listen.
Hey,
no, you're right. You're right.
Hey, you think I'm joking, Crypto?
Do that.
You want to bet, bro?
If they do that, they're gonna blow up the franchise.
If we keep, hey man, check this out. Hey, you know what? That would be interesting if we keep Tua, bro. I have so much faith that he sucks, bro, that if it's at least Jameis Winston, bro, I got $100 that on a bet, bro, that I'll put up against anybody, bro. You can have that under. I'm pretty sure that you're gonna be giving me $100 because he's gonna lose that starting job, bro.
I'm not lying when I say
you're short selling Tua, man. You gotta go buy him back, man.
That I've got a standing bet that with a person that Tua is not going to start game 1 next year. I've already got that bet in the books.
Damn, man. You know,
the quarterback like that
on it. I have put my money on Tua will not start game 1 next year.
Man, that guy over there is a sucker, bro.
Generous man,
You're gonna win that
generous
bet.
guy.
I want to say to both of y'all. I just told Esteban this yesterday. Him and TD, matter of fact. I was checking them both. Y'all should have heard the conversation. It was.
Oh, whatever, man. Ian was getting slapped up, bro. Go ahead, Ian.
Anyway, listen. Check your feelings. Leave your feelings at the door, man. Just let the tape speak for itself.
It's not very good, bro.
We all know Tua is underwhelmed, but come on, man. Y'all are like saying this kid is like Tua is not. Tua is a baseline starter. That's what he's proven since he's been there. He's a baseline minimum starter is what he is.
Top 12, top 13 guy.
I'm fine with that being the truth, EM. I really am. You know what I mean? What I'm not fine with is these people that come out and tell me, oh, well, Peyton Manning said that he couldn't throw over 52 yards. And then I put out a video for the quarterback competition 2 years in a row where he threw 64 and 68. And the guy comes back at me and says, well, Peyton Manning said it out of his own mouth. And it's like, well, what do you want me to say? Peyton Manning's got the Mandela effect. There's the video. The man misremembers. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I'll say I'm gonna address the comment real quick. I see
he's thrown more than 50
I see
yards
outside the cube in the comments said at EM, you see a bust. Well, you have to define what bust means for you.
Right.
But for me, with the definition of a bust, when I pull out my Webster's dictionary, it's got players like Blaine Gabberts, Jamarcus Russells, Jake Lockers,
Manziel,
Matt Leinart, Matt
Leinart of the world. Their pictures are next to that definition.
I would take Blaine Gabbert over
Tua. I don't think Tua fits that criteria, but I will say this relative to his counterparts, where he was picked, A, and relative to his counterparts, B.
Mm-hmm.
Tua is like borderline teetering at bust level. Teetering. Because
so you saying he's just got 1 foot in the bust level grade, basically.
Again, relative to his counterparts and where he was drafted, yeah, because we just highlighted earlier. If you look at his statistics, he's given you second to third round type of production since he's been in the league. So, but he was picked 5th overall.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so again, he's teetering at, and again, busts are like absolute train wrecks, turnover machines. You know, I mean, just have literally, like you said.
Bust is also relative to where you were picked. I mean, those people, if those people were picked in the 7th round, then nobody would call them a bust.
Right, that's what you're saying, relative to the competition and where he was selected.
We're talking about a 5th overall pick here.
I know. That's what I just said. I just said that.
Who in my eye test doesn't even amount to Ty Detmer. Ty Detmer won the Heisman Trophy.
Oh man, stop that!
Did Tua win the Heisman Trophy at Alabama?
Ty Detmer, bro. I don't give a damn what happened in college. We evaluate them.
College. Yeah, right.
I'm right with you, EM. I'm right with you.
Well, that's the case. You could say Jay Klinger.
I'm right with you on that, EM. I'm not the one making the college argument to back this kid up.
No, you said you felt that Ty Detmer was a better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa. That's what you just said.
Where they at the point they were drafted, yes, absolutely. Ty Detmer was a better quarterback.
Oh my!
He won the Heisman Trophy.
Tua was one of the best quarterbacks in collegiate history at the college level.
Hey, Johnny Manziel had more exciting games than Tua at this point. He's a bust.
In that color, come on, man. You let your emotions get the best of you right now.
How are you going to tell me that my emotions are coming into a play when I bring up a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback?
No,
that was favoritism that year. Why he won that?
I don't care about college statistics. I told y'all when we drafted.
But again, we're talking about on draft night. That's all we have to go on is college.
No, I'm talking about evaluating.
No, I'm talking about the NFL level.
Listen, I'm talking about evaluating them on the NFL level, bro. That's why.
In fairness to your point, Ty Detmer never played that many games in the NFL. So you're right. You're ultimately right. Okay.
And I might have misinterpreted what you were saying because that's why I'm like, Ty Detmer, are you
again? We're still on the eye test here.
Okay.
What has Ty Detmer did to show he's better than Tua? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He won the Heisman Trophy.
Well, I'm talking about the NFL level.
Well, that's where again, we're going to my eye test on draft night. We didn't have any NFL games being played. So to your point, if we're talking about career in the NFL, yes, absolutely. Tua has put on paper that he's a way better quarterback than Ty Detmer. Okay. but that was just one example. You threw out a lot of examples there.
Yeah, okay, well, let's go down the list.
Eye test wise, to me, Blaine Gabbert has done more in the league than Tua Tagovailoa.
Blaine Gabbert.
Stop it. This is madness.
It's spiraling out of control now.
Yeah. But think about it though. But think about
what you're looking at.
How I think y'all would be unfair to Cutler because think about it. Tua never had to beat anybody out, bro. He didn't earn his spot last year. And then you have everybody hates Jacoby Brissett, bro. Everybody did was criticize Jacoby Brissett, so obviously he sucks, right? So basically, you brought somebody in here that wasn't even direct competition, right? So you just gave him. So is it really unfair? What Cutler's saying? What Cutler's saying?
When you saying they spoon-fed Tua, you trying to say they spoon-fed him?
Bro, he didn't beat out anybody for that job, and then he was last year. That's what I'm saying. And then look at this year, bro. Nobody thinks. I think that Jacoby Brissett was actually brought more to some different phases of his game were better than Tua's. His legs, stronger arm, but I thought it was a loss for me because I honestly.
Real quick on
Blaine
Jacoby.
But if you just go by the consensus of most of the Dolphin fan base, everybody thought Jacoby was trash.
Right, because we
were going on the eye test. He was given the damn job.
Yes, we were going on the eye test for him in New England and Indianapolis, and that eye test told me that Jacoby Brissett was a better quarterback than Tua.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Jacoby Brissett and Blaine Gabbert is our quarterbacks going forward. We're in trouble.
That's not the argument we're making.
The whole team has to be burned down.
That is not the argument we're making. What I'm saying is,
wait a minute, hold on.
When the decision was made to bring in Jacoby Brissett, the eye test being made, I agreed with at that time. That eye test told me Jacoby was better than Tua at that time. Because
What about now? What about
better?
Past year? What you
if Jacoby plays 18 games like Tua did, or how many get 22?
Go ahead and get it out. Don't pause. Don't get it out.
Then let me. If Jacoby Brissett were afforded 22 games to evaluate like Tua, I think people would be pleasantly surprised that they were wrong about Jacoby Brissett. That's all I'm saying.
In other words, he should have been the starting quarterback.
Just like anybody else, if you stick with him, same problem with Ryan Fitzpatrick. The guy goes out and throws 4 touchdowns, 4 games in a row. Then he has a bad game, and it's, same old Fitzpatrick. Well, did anybody ever think to let him try to play the 5th and 6th and 7th game? No. Tampa Bay moved on, put in Jameis Winston, and kicked Ryan Fitzpatrick to the curb.
Color, I gotta be honest. Let me be fair. Hold on, Liam. Let me be fair, bro. Let me be fair real quick, because if I don't say this now, I'll never say it. I believe Tua's preparation leading up to the Carolina game, I believe he earned it. Because I think that was, I got to be honest, I think that was the one game that I felt where he played 4 quarters. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, you flip-flopped at that time. But go ahead, you had your flip-flops on.
And but that's no coincidence though that Myles Garrett had his best game that game.
I can't give him credit, bro.
I'm trolling you, bro.
Man, bro, I'm gonna have to come up there and slap you around, bro. Don't make me come up there. Anyways, go ahead, Colin.
I wanted to
Blaine Gabbert, Colin.
Blaine Gabbert, really? I wanted to point out something about that game. That game, coincidentally, Myles Gaskin had his best game out of the flat that game. He had like 2 touchdowns, 200 and something all-purpose yards. You know what I mean? Because Tua was feeding him the ball. You know what I mean? Hey, yeah, Carolina, give me that game performance 17 times in a row, and I'll be right. I'll march right down the street with you for Tua all day long.
And see, and most Tua supporters, bro, they go back to last year, bro. They bring up the KC game. Really? You know that most of his stats from that game were padded? It was all in trash time, bro. It wasn't like we were going. Somebody literally said on Steven's channel, bro, it was the most idiotic take that I heard this morning on that channel. They said that he was going blow for blow. I think it was Alexander. I love you, Alexander, bro, but damn, bro, that was a horrible take. That was not blow for blow.
Wait a
Blow
minute.
for blow my ass, bro. We were getting our ass whooped.
Esther, I got to ask you a question.
They reeled off 30 unanswered points.
And actually, it's a question for EM and Crypto, too, because I'd really love to hear your guys' opinion on this. Did you guys see that nonsense video they tried to perpetrate yesterday at the beginning of that show, at the beginning of Batman and Geo's show?
No.
Did you see that nonsense?
No. I didn't see it, no.
Somebody took a Brady game, okay, and somehow through digital technology, they reversed everything to make Brady throwing left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
And they tried to use that as an example of somehow that I don't even know what they were trying to say, but they were trying to correlate that with a left-handed receiver being
left-handed
I don't
thrower.
know what they were trying to do, man. I was hoping you guys saw that yesterday.
No, I didn't see it, but I know they're both 2 ears.
What they were saying is, see, look what it could look. You can't. They were acting as if we were trying to say that a left-handed quarterback could never be good in the league. That's what I think they were trying to refute, because they reversed digitally a Tom Brady game, so where he's throwing left-handed all game, and said, "Look, see, a left-handed quarterback can be productive."
Whose show was that?
Oh, that was yesterday on Batman and Geo show on Miami Sports Fanatic, and it was like everybody was there. Alexander was in there. They were all piling onto this nonsense, man. And I didn't even want to get into it. I just there's no way I'm going down this road, but I had to bring it up for y'all to look at because I thought maybe one of you had seen it and try to explain to me what they were trying to say with that.
You know what, Color? And Esther and people like you two guys that are so far on the fence, on the side of the fence of, your personal disdain for Tua. See,
man, you sound like a 2 ear right now, bro. But go ahead.
That's where you're wrong. They just said that in chat too. I don't have any personal disdain for him.
Can I finish? Can I please finish? Can I finish?
I just wanted to correct that because that is unfair.
Let me finish, Caller. You just went on a 30-minute soliloquy. Let me finish, please. Let me just 5 minutes. That's all I want. 5 minutes. Let me know if y'all hear any feedback or echo, or is it annoying? You know what
I hear a bunch of slapping on your back where you flip flopping back to the 2 ear. But go ahead.
No. In all fairness, and this is the direction I've been trying to lead the entire fan base. Not different sides of the fence. Everybody. I've been trying to unite everybody and get them to move into the middle, because you have fanatics, Tua guys like Batman and Geo that are they're irrational. When they're I didn't see the video, Color, but from what you just stated, I mean, that's utterly ridiculous. I'm glad I didn't see it actually, but anyway, people that are on that side of the fence, I've been trying to get y'all to come to the middle, because Esteban, you and Color, y'all are on the other side. Y'all are equally as far away and irrational as
that's
they are.
Not true, Ian. That's not true.
Hang on, as y'all are.
Yeah, that's a stretch, man.
Can I finish, please? Please, let me just finish.
Well, you can go ahead, but that's a stretch, bro.
Yeah.
Y'all are equally.
I think I'm fair.
Y'all are equally as irrational as they are in your hate, in your personal disdain.
You haven't watched what I've put on tape enough, then, if you're saying that.
Hang on. Okay, correct me when I'm done, please. Y'all are equally as irrational as they are in their praise of Tua. So I've been trying to get all of y'all to come to the middle, bro. To get to the middle ground and take your emotion out of it, bro. And just go off with the filter.
They don't even give me a chance.
You up here and you make statements like Tua don't have a place in the league, bro. And you're saying Blaine Gabbert is a better quarterback than Tua Tagovailoa.
They don't even give us the chance, man. And what I'm trying to tell you is
ridiculous.
Yeah, but
you got to bring it to the middle. Yeah.
Wait a minute, EM, and Crypto can back me up on this. You can look at me on several places I've put tape on where when 2 ears allow me to get to that point, I do, and I can say this is how a guy like Tua can succeed. Okay, so don't put that on me. All right, I've got enough tape out there to show that I am in the seeing clearly and not being unfair.
Not today, you're not. Today you haven't been.
Today, because like I said, because I can't even be getting the chance. Look at what's going on in the chat. Look at what everybody's saying. I can't even say one thing where it gets to a point where now I have to come out and really say what's on my mind, that no, I don't believe he's even a league player.
Well, okay.
I just pointed out to you the nonsense they're putting out there. How am I going to refute that other than to get emotional equally on the other side?
I understand that, but nobody's up here putting that video on this platform. That was there.
No, but look at CBB right now. Look at your boy CBB right now. Look what he's saying. These dudes, Color and Esther, going to be in their moms in their rooms punching air when we win games next year. You know what? No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. And I can pull up the video right now. Y'all can find it on the Fins tailgate. They're they do a great show too, and you can find it over there on their YouTube channel. By the way, it's shameless plug. Sorry, TD, but you can plain as day see how many times I've said I will get out the jerk seasoning and eat all the crow I fucking need to. Excuse my French. I'm sorry, TD.
Don't, hey, bro.
I'm still in my 10 o'clock after
that
10
guy's
o'clock.
A nobody. Don't pay attention to that nobody, bro. Don't even give him time, man. That's my job.
That's an example. That's what I see day in and day out. That's what I get told to me and all of that. And you know what? Just like TD always says, if I'm proven wrong, if Tua proves me wrong, then guess what? I'm happy because we winning.
Well, again, I'm not privy to what you have put on wax on other platforms. I'm not privy to that information.
That's why I was pointing it out. That's why I was pointing it out
today. That goes for you and Esteban. I'm just addressing your irrational behavior today. Nothing more, nothing less.
Mm-hmm.
But I got love for you, Cole. I got number of respect for you, bro. Number of respect for you.
Yeah, I know.
Get Blaine Gabbard.
I'm gonna get. This has been litigated so much that it's getting me to the point where I'm loose with my mouth on a very respectable stream. So I don't.
Man,
I'm gonna put it to rest. I don't really believe
Blaine Gabbard is going to the Hall of Fame. Ooh,
look, I don't really believe all that. I'm just pointing out that go in the reverse now. Okay, go to the other side. Who is it in this league that Tua looks like Blaine Gabbert to? And I would say 21 other quarterbacks according to the NFL.com rankings.
21 other quarterbacks.
What I'm saying is 21 other quarterbacks could look at Tua and say he don't belong in the league. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, but why would 21? It would have to be 32 to say him.
No, because there's 21 ranked ahead of him.
Well, yeah,
I'm not going to give that credit to the few that are ranked behind him.
Yeah, but don't you think some of the people ranked behind him may be thinking they should be ahead of him? So it's all
of course,
subjective.
Of course, but until they prove it, they don't belong in the league.
What do you mean? No, see, you keep saying they don't belong in the league if you rank 21.
This is about my overall NFL standards. This is what this is about. And there are at least, in my opinion, there are 15 quarterbacks in this league that don't belong in the league. That's why I don't believe I'm being emotional when I say that kind of thing. It's more of an overall NFL perspective in my standards.
Well, somebody's got to take those slots. Somebody's got to take those slots.
Color. Hey, y'all, listen. I accidentally dropped out. Damn, I wish Ian was still up here. Because hell no. Don't take that shit from, I'm sorry, TD. Don't take that from.
Point the Caperniers make.
Bro, don't let Ian corner you like that, bro. Listen, Ian is starting to sway back to the Tua near side. I can clearly hear it in his voice, bro. Because he doesn't think they're going to do an upgrade at quarterback in the offseason, bro. I'm not giving up at least until March, bro. And then I got to root for Tua, bro. I had no choice.
Deadline?
March. In March.
I don't know exactly what trade deadline and for the regular season.
Right.
That'll be November 1st of next year, right?
Well, my thing is if we don't make a trade by March, I think they're sticking with Tua. I don't think they'll even go
with Tua. I'm talking about in the middle of the season we had the same.
Yeah. I mean, they'd be idiots to wait that late
till November.
That would tell you that they really don't have an idea for the direction of the team if they wait that late. Dude, they got to get this done next month, bro.
Yeah, they
You know
got to
what
get
I
it done in
mean?
March.
And there
They
again,
like
it comes down to
I'm just
our
saying the
backup
ultimate
again.
deadline is
Because
November.
so
even
if you look at the way EM was talking, bro, and you think about March is right down the road, I think he's losing faith, bro, that the Dolphins ain't going to attempt to make an upgrade at quarterback. So he's backpedaling back into the two-and-near
This
side of it.
again, look, this again brings
Yeah,
us back
bro.
to the problem
Yeah,
of
I
a
just called
backup.
you. I just called you right.
Hey,
But, hey, bro,
Esther,
I'm not in
Esther,
my
Said he
feelings about
backpedaling
Tua,
into
bro. I just think he's
Esther,
below average. What's wrong with that?
That's the foolishness.
That's
Really, bro?
right. That's right.
He set you on
That's
skates,
the
EM.
foolishness. That's your
Esther,
nickname,
EM, he set you on
That's
skates,
right,
man.
baby.
He set you on roller
Haymakers,
skating.
haymakers, baby.
Foolishness is your new
Esther,
nickname,
this
bro.
goes back to the question of
Hey,
the.
EM, he said you on roll bounce. Roll
Yeah,
bounce.
that's
Them
cool.
skates.
That's
This goes
cool.
back to the question. This goes
Roll
back to the
bounce.
question of the backup.
That's your foolishness, bro.
Bro, you know
Roll
March
bounce,
is
EM.
right around the
Esther
corner.
been got you on the
So,
roll bounce,
hey,
man.
hey,
I'm
look,
telling you, bro.
look. The
Y'all
one thing
sound
I'll
just like,
say, the
bro.
one thing I'll say is
I
I
know.
cannot be on the fence, bro. Look, I can't do that. I can't just be like,
I told
I'm
y'all.
gonna have one
That's a
foot.
classic.
I'm
Look,
gonna
guys,
have one foot in on
Esther,
Tua and the other foot in on every
Esther,
potential upgrade. No, bro. I want an upgrade. I'm selective. Get it done.
Esther, that's why it comes back down to the backup. Because even if I give deference to Tua, even if I say, okay, let's roll, let's do what we need to do. First order of business, bring in a backup. Who's it going to
Bro,
be?
I'm calling you out. If we make an upgrade at quarterback, EM, I'm gonna remember this, bro.
What are you talking? You don't remember what? I'm trying to get y'all. I told you this yesterday, bro. You and TD, y'all was spewing that same nonsense yesterday on the phone for about 4 hours.
Well, see, look. Well, no, I'll admit, like you can think it's foolishness, but I don't. Listen, no, I'm being genuine, bro, about what I'm saying. I don't have any faith in this kid, bro. I really don't believe in him at all.
Ridiculous. I know. Listen. All I'm saying is this.
But I don't think that's my emotions, bro. I really think that he's not the.
How is non-belief an emotion? Belief is an emotion. They're the ones in their emotions. You can't be. Non-belief is not an emotion. It's lack of emotion.
Listen, color. I agree with you, bro. All I am saying is I'm trying to get you guys to look at yourselves in the mirror, bro. What you're saying, the things that you're saying, you're trying to tie film into it because nothing what you said about Tua, A, not having a place in this league, and B, Blaine Gabberts, Jamarcus Russells of the world are better than Tua Tagovailoa. There's no film you can go dig up on Tua. Even that highlight reel that TD has had up about Tua, there's nothing even on that piece of tape can substantiate what you're saying about these type of busts pass, draft.
Well, that's because nobody.
Did I say Tua was a bust?
Wait a minute. I can answer that. That's because back then nobody was out there masking their problems with the RPO.
Man, stop. Listen,
nobody was.
No.
Wasn't even in the
You
league back
stop
then.
because I gave him credit earlier. Didn't I bring up the Carolina game, bro? I think we should all be able to agree on that. Not even the damn Tuaneers bring that game up. Bro, they don't even know what the hell they're talking about, and they root for the guy. You know what I mean? Bro, at least I'm being rational. I brought up that game, bro, but I'm a hater.
Do you think Nick Foles is better than Blaine Gabbert?
I can't hear you.
But I never said. I don't know, man.
I gotta mute Die Hard because he's echoing.
Yeah, well, what I was going to say was, I never said I don't think he has a place in this league. Pretty much, that's just like, it's a wait and see approach. We really don't know. But from what he's shown me, it's not looking too good, and I don't feel good about it.
That's where
I would say my emotion is I don't feel good about this right now, bro. Hell, from what I've seen, I'm like, hell no.
I shifted unfairly. I shifted to my overall NFL standards when I said he don't belong in the league, and that was unfair of me. Okay, he is in the league, so he belongs in the league. You know what I mean? You don't get drafted into the NFL if you don't belong there. I get that. You know what I mean?
Say what you mean. See, that's what irrational Tuaneers do. They go overboard. So I'm trying to get.
Hey, I haven't gone overboard the whole time, bro. Call me out. Call me out. Well, where have I been?
So I'm trying to get y'all to look into yourselves in the mirror, bro. You're sounding just like the Tuaneers, bro. Everything
No.
everything
You're backpedaling and you're turning into a two-near, bro. And I'm trying to bring you back to the middle. You got it. You got it, man, bro. You got it twisted, bro. I honestly think it's you, bro, not me.
Yeah, so we're in our fields because you expect us to see something we don't see. So we're being emotional? I don't get that.
Don't make me check you in this live, bro. Now you're running me hot for real. Don't stop that.
Hey, no, not color, bro. Directed at me, bro. Where the hell am I?
That's what I'm talking to. Stop
okay,
bro. If anybody in this community is being consistent, that would be EM Dolphin fan. Stop.
Well, just because I'm not talking don't mean that I agree with you. I just think that you're going about it the wrong way, bro. I don't think. Color walked back what he said, and he knows where he was out of line, but you're out of line because you're backpedaling into being a two and near and don't even realize it, bro. And because I got love for you, I'm trying to tell you, bro, don't do it. You need to come back to the middle like me.
Listen, guys.
You need to come back to the middle like me, bro.
Show me the two and near that walks back.
Guys, we all know the biggest two and near
I'm trolling. He thinks I'm being serious. I'm trolling him, man.
At the end of the day, the biggest two and near is TD.
How the same Tua Tagovailoa is ranked the 20th best quarterback in the league? How the hell is that being a damn two and near?
Well, I think you get
he's number one.
Hey, to be honest, when you said no,
how is my evaluation being emotional if he is a 22nd ranked quarterback in this league? How is my evaluation being emotional? Wait a minute, if I extend my opinion further to say he shouldn't even be in the league, well, guess what? He has to prove me otherwise. And so far, he's only gotten to 22nd. So I'm not being emotional saying that.
Oh, no. You're clearly being emotional. You just admitted it. You just
hang on.
5 minutes ago.
No, I got to be honest.
No, I admitted that it was further than I should have said, but it wasn't because of emotion.
Ian, earlier when you said you gave Tua a ranking of 18 to 20, I was like, bro, that's high. I gotta check myself and find out if I'm really being a hater, bro. So I went to the ESPN website, pulled up the stats, bro. Let's see where they got him ranked, bro. They had him at 27. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm not being a hater. I can't. You know what I mean? But I think you're giving him a favorable position.
Even if that's accurate, they have him the 27th ranked quarterback in the league. That's still a starter, bro. There's 32 teams in the league. He's still a starter quality.
Bro, he's literally only like 2 spots away from backups, man.
Okay, but no. Listen, I'm addressing what Color said now. I'm not a mind reader. I can only go by what people say. Statements that they make, and what he said was his initial comments were Tua does not belong to the league.
He walked it back, and he knows, and he walked it back.
Let me finish. He said he doesn't belong in the league. He said all these other previous past busts were better than him, and that's
I don't blame him, bro.
I didn't say they were better. I said he was equal to them.
No, you said Blaine Gabbert was better than Tua Tagovailoa. Is what you said, Color.
Okay, Blaine Gabbert. That's it. And yeah, I still believe that.
All of them, bro. He's the worst at all of them. Come on, man. Stop. All I'm saying is, look, y'all are just like these two and ears that are overboard. They go over.
No, not me.
They go overboard.
I ain't overboard.
Praise of him. Y'all are just on the other side of the spectrum.
I don't think we go hard enough.
You're gaslighting.
That's why Ian bring some balance to the. Bring some balance to it, Ian. Bring the balance to it.
All I've ever tried to do is bring some balance to this.
Yeah, but you're not going to gaslight me, man.
Hey, all I got to say is
it's out there on tape. You're not going to gaslight me.
All I gotta say is RIP to the objective EM bro that actually wanted an upgrade at quarterback, man, because the one talking now he's backtracking into being a tuner. Okay, go ahead. Who's next? RIP to the real EM. RIP to the real EM, man. That's not even the real EM talking.
Is this his twin brother?
The comments really gonna believe that nonsense.
This can't be the real EM, bro. I know it's not.
Come on, man.
What's up, John?
You're still missing the point of me even bringing up Blaine Gabbert like that.
We're all
in the
team
same
Tua.
sentence.
We're all
The
team
fact that-
Tua.
The fact that we're arguing about it,
No,
we're
I'm team
arguing
Dolphins.
about whether I'm right about Tua being sufficient for being in the league.
First of all,
Yeah, I might be
Guys,
wrong. I'd be glad
at
to
the
be
end of
wrong.
the day,
But how much are you going
Not a
to
Dolphin fan that lets you love
going
Tua
to be right
Tagovailoa.
about it?
Hold on, one at a time. Let
Hold on.
Chris Salakis was trying to talk.
Yeah, CB83's got to get up here. He's talking way too much smack in the chat.
He's a 2-and-ear, bro. That's why. Only the 2-and-ears talk like that.
In the comments.
And come up to the panel if you're going to.
We all 2-and-ears. Everybody's a 2-and-ear, so stop
Everybody.
Yeah, he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Hell no.
Tua's going to be a Hall of Famer, y'all.
We are
He's
all
gonna
2-and-ears as Dolphin fans.
I am Team Dolphins, period.
Bro,
No, that's unacceptable.
Ain't no one coming at color that way. The man uses reason when he makes his judgments against Tua, and they're all fair judgments. And I think we could all agree Tua sucks. Tua's gonna suck, and Tua's not gonna win us that many games next year. If he's a starting quarterback in the league,
he doesn't suck.
He is
needs
a starter.
a lot of
He's a starter.
help.
He's
He
a
needs a lot
bona
of
fide
help.
starter. He is a genuine
needs a lot of
quality
help. That's
starter.
the problem.
He is a quality starter.
Tua is a baseline starter in this league. That's where he's at this stage of his development. That's where he is.
That is true.
Right, he's an
because
NFL
he's still
starter.
a starter.
Come on,
But
man.
the thing is, he needs way more to get us over the hump. That's the thing.
the guys, how is he a starter? The only times he's had touchdowns was through scripted first drive plays in every single game, and some of those games he couldn't even get to the end zone. How is he a starter? He has a 13 Wonderlic score. He's basically borderline pushing carts at Walmart. He's not a good decision maker. He's not consistent. I'm sorry, this guy is not a starting quarterback. I have to agree with Color.
And that's where you hit it on the head. His inconsistency, like literally, I can only find one game where I'm just like, it was a complete game this year, and it was the Panthers game, bro. And when you hear Tua supporters, bro, they don't even bring that game up. They go all the way back to last year, bro. They bring up stuff like the Kansas City. They bring up stuff like the Cardinals game from last year, bro.
Esther, that's because they know that the Carolina game was game plan to get the ball in the flat to Gaskin. That's why he had 200 and something all-purpose yards and 2 TDs.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Which one is it?
But see,
which one is
but
it?
see,
do you believe
the reason
which one is it? Is he a starter or is he not, in your opinion?
he's a backup, bro.
Not
Currently, he's listed as a starter. So how am I going to answer that?
He's a starter right now. He will be a backup.
Your personal opinion, based off your evaluation of Tua for 2 years, is he a starter or is he not in this league?
Is the caveat of the Miami Dolphins there?
Answer the question. It's simple, yes or no.
Starter in this league? No.
I'm sorry, what was that?
All right, can y'all hear
Starter
me?
in this league? No.
Okay.
He said no, he's not a starter. So he's 33rd or
below.
He's 33rd or below.
Wait a minute here. That's not to say that he wouldn't be a starter on another team.
Hey, everybody, I know y'all keep on trying to answer that question. I might have a better answer for you guys. You know how ever since the pandemic started, the government has authorized medical students to go ahead and get jobs even though they're not licensed and they are not certified to actually be nurses or doctors, but they were allowed to do the job because it was an emergency situation. That's what Tua Tagovailoa is. They're just not enough elite, great, or really good quarterbacks, so he gets to get a job. That's all it is.
I went further.
So you're saying right now, wait.
Hey, but can the real CB83 please stand up and get up in this chat, bro?
This isn't just Tua Tagovailoa. Half the quarterbacks in the league just stand at that are in that category. But that's going to always be the case in the NFL every year. Half the quarterbacks are not good enough to help their team win a Super Bowl. But until you get one of those guys, you got to deal with the guys you got.
So, TD, what you're saying, based off what you don't think that Tua is a baseline starter in this league?
Oh yeah, baseline. Yes,
no,
he's a baseline. A baseline starter is a guy that when all the good quarterbacks that you believe you can win with are gone, you just go get a guy. That's a baseline starter.
Exactly.
And they have
Teddy Bridgewater, baseline starter.
And believe it or not,
what about Geno Smith, TD?
Geno, all of these guys, they're basically your boy in Cleveland, he's about to become a baseline starter. He's still not going to be a backup, even though they move on. Somebody's going to bring him in as the starter.
Right.
Sam Darnold, a baseline starter.
And to further TD's point, it's not just the Miami Dolphins fan base that's having this debate. 50% of the league is fooled on Tua right now. So he'll be a starter somewhere for a little while.
Color. For the last time, bro. All I was doing was addressing your comment about him not being having a place in the league. That's what you said.
Yo.
As a starter, I'll stand by that as a starter. If you're saying as a starter, I'll stand by my statement. Yeah.
No. You said not a place in the league.
Right, but the question you just asked a minute ago was specifically a starter in the league.
Well, that's all I wanted.
CB, how are you gonna sit there in the chat and just call people, oh, they're drunk, they're not making any sense, without coming up with some facts? I want to hear some facts, bro.
Yeah, because you obviously your fingers were too tired. You couldn't type it. Obviously, you couldn't type it, CB83. So explain yourself, bro.
Can I speak to the delusional fans? Can I speak to the delusional fans today?
Is yours.
No.
Nobody's delusional. Who's delusional? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Do your thing. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm out here listening to Keller and Esther say Tua doesn't belong in the league.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Don't put that on me.
They say Blake Bortles is better than Tua Tagovailoa. They just say.
I didn't say that either. That would be.
I'll never say that. You'll never hear that out of my mouth. I'm sorry.
You said Blaine Gabbert was better.
You just said Blake Bortles.
I said he's borderline a backup. If you want to put that on me, I would admit. But I didn't say any of what you just said.
You said Blaine Gabbert was better. Blaine Gabbert was worse than Blake Bortles.
Blaine Gabbert's a better quarterback than Blake Bortles. Yes.
No, he's not. What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? Are you listening to yourself?
CB just said Blake Bortles.
Are you drunk?
Why are we splitting hairs with this quarterback? That's pretty much his ceiling's probably Doug Flutie, bro. You know what I mean?
Hey, look. So right now we don't have many options, right? So right now our options are either go with Tua or try to get Watson. Right now, Watson has allegations.
Right now, Tua.
Man, hey, can I finish, or are you gonna talk in between me? What can I do?
Let's let him talk. Let's let him talk.
Do you want to talk? If you want to talk,
go, bro. Go already. Go.
Okay, so like I said, right now we don't have many options. We either stick with Tua, or we try to get Watson. Those are really our only two options, and we don't even have a head coach right now. So we don't know what direction he's going to go. We don't know a lot of stuff. There's a lot of questions right now. But you guys really have enough energy in your body to get up here and talk bad about Tua Tagovailoa like the kid is really that bad. Like you don't take into account the variables that make quarterbacks good, like having time, like having good receivers that can create separation, like having a good running game, like being able to hit on play action passes when you suck the defense in and you have a good running back.
I'm going to push back on that, CB3.
Hold on, Jolie. Let him finish because it's already foolishness. Go ahead.
No, let him get it off.
Jolie, you have terrible text. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it at all. Like a lot of you guys don't even know the game of football, and you sit up here and say, "Oh, this kid is terrible. He doesn't belong in the NFL." Like I can't even. This is why this has become toxic to me. Like I can't even listen to it because I just want to.
Can you back?
As soon as you question football,
all I gotta say is, do you think Matt Collins can catch with his feet, bro? Do you think Matt Collins can catch with his feet? Because those balls, when Tua was rolling out, were hitting the freaking ground, bro.
Hey, first of all, like I said before, and I said this in the chat, and Ian had the nerve to say I took his take. I said Matt Collins does not belong on the field as a starting wide receiver for the Miami Dolphins. Neither does these backup tight ends that we have in the slot and that we have on the outside.
No. Say everything you said.
Okay.
What When does Matt Collins? Who caught the 65-yard touchdown pass from Tua?
You said what you said, CB. Hang on. What you said was.
I said it. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I said. Let me tell you what I said.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you what I said. I said Mac Hollins does not belong on any other team. He's not an NFL starter, so he doesn't. That's not a good measuring stick for us to measure. Mac Hollins. Hollins belongs. He belongs at the tight end position.
The man does everything he wants at this time.
Listen, that's not all you said, CB. You said the man belongs at the
tight end position.
Right?
No, he doesn't.
Hang on. You said tight end is the move to make
What did you
not say that?
I can't hear you. What did you say?
No. What you said was, can you hear me all right? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you now.
Okay.
Yes.
What you said was tight end is the move to make for Matt Collins, right? Is that not what you said?
Tight end, I said he needs to. That's where he needs to be.
That's what I just said.
He has a tight end. He has a tight end type body. Yes.
Okay. I'll give you that. Okay, I know. That's what you said.
I played tight end in college. That's why I can tell you that Mac Hollins should be a tight end instead of a receiver.
So my reply to you was, I wasn't disputing anything you said.
Right. You said I took your take.
Hey,
bro, I don't take nobody's take.
Hang on. I was the first one in the community to project him inside a tight end in his community, bro.
I didn't dispute that though. I never said you didn't say that.
That's all I was replying to you, bro. And then you took it left.
So clearly there was a miscommunication because I never said you never said that.
No, okay.
All right, CB.
Mac Collins is a football player. He can play tight end or wide receiver.
Y'all cleared that up. So now CB83. Okay.
Let's go. Esther, bring it, Esther. Bring it, Esther.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. TD's got to talk. Hold on.
Hold on. I don't understand this notion. See, this is a difference in football philosophy. And CB83, you're a guy that obviously know football, hasn't played the tight end position. I can't believe I hear some of the things come out. And I can't believe I hear some of the things that come out of some of y'all mouth. You just sat up here and said, y'all ignore the things that make a quarterback good. That is a false narrative. Things around
that is not a false narrative.
No, can I finish? We let you go.
Oh my God. Go ahead.
The thing, what makes a quarterback good are the things that they do. So if a quarterback throws a dime and a guy drops the ball, the quarterback threw a freaking dime. You can evaluate that dime. Nobody cares about the drop. We're just evaluating the quarterback. He gets credit for dropping the dime. The receiver gets credit for he gets credit for throwing a dime. The receiver gets reprimanded for dropping it. When you evaluate a quarterback, we are evaluating Tua for what he does. Screw us around him. Everybody got eyes. What you do as a quarterback determines how good you are, not what's around you.
Exactly. All right, so check it.
Trash can be around a quarterback. They could go through a whole season throwing 1,000 yards. But if the eyes tell you that they were on the money and everybody was screwing up around them, you can still say they were good. So stop making it seem like his results and what he done. All we're talking about is when Tua steps back to throw the ball. How many times is he misfiring in critical moments? How many times is he throwing picks that the defense is dropping? How many times is he throwing to people's feet without pressure? How many times is this man making bad decisions where he got somebody open deep and somebody open short and he takes the wrong option on a 3rd and 7?
Great.
How many times?
Great. And this is all. Hey, and
TD,
this is. And so TD, this is all happened, right? He's made bad throws. He's threw at guys' feet. He's missed guys. He's missed high.
More than he's supposed to.
He's threw bad pick. He's threw bad pick. He's thrown bad passes that led to interceptions.
More than he's supposed to.
So, and who determines that?
Hey,
the
bro.
guys who
and that's what you guys are understanding. So
we determined it with
this
our
is
eyes. When he rolls out of
you
the
don't.
pocket and
You
throws the
determine
back
right.
passes to the
You
ground.
determine what you want to determine. TD, you determine
No,
what you want to determine with your
don't
eyes.
even play that
Hey,
game because that's
hey,
what
look. So
in the realm of delusion.
Ross
If
and
that
Greer
man
said. Ross and Greer said they are moving forward with Tua as the quarterback.
That's a lie.
They feel like
That's another lie. See, you guys on the other side of the spectrum got to stop spreading that lie. He never said that. That's an outright lie.
You see what
Stop
I'm talking
it.
about?
So
Jesus Christ.
You tell
Stephen
yourself
Ross
to
said
believe
that.
He did not say that. He said the next quarterback is going to be the coach's decision. He said the next quarterback is going to be the coach's decision. He never said a word about we are moving forward with Tua.
He said, as of right now, Tua Tagovailoa is our starting quarterback. That's what he said.
As of right now.
Yeah, because he's on the roster.
So hold on.
That's a no-brainer, of course.
So hold on.
He's on the roster. That's why he said that.
Hold on. So when they
hey, you guys are talking in circles.
Hold on. So when he kept saying that last year, just like Brian Flores kept saying that last year, if Watson would have cleared his cases, would he be a Dolphin right now?
Man, we don't know that.
No, don't be delusional.
No, we do know that.
We don't know
that. He would be the Dolphin.
If he cleared his
we don't
cases,
know.
would he be a Dolphin?
You guys are talking in hypotheticals. We don't know nothing in
It's
regards to that.
hypothetical. The deal was already agreed to. The terms were already agreed to.
The deal was already set.
Please don't be on here crying, man. I don't want to hear you guys cry about nothing. What I want you to understand is,
bro, you're the
all
one
right,
that's
what I want you to understand.
Hey, bro, you're the one that's going to be crying if they stick with him and he embarrassed you because you got up on this panel trying to defend this quarterback, bro, that hasn't proven anything, bro. I'm a hater.
Hey, look, check this out. I whether Tua is the quarterback or not, I really don't care moving forward. But what I want you guys to understand is that even if we have other guys, there are still variables on the offense that put the quarterback in harm's way and hinder their play. Whether it's the offensive line, whether it's the not having a run game and not having adequate running backs, or whether it's not having a consistent receiver unit that's on the field practicing week in and week out, where you get timing and you get things like that down as a unit, because they practice every day.
Okay, let me talk. Hold on real quick, TD. Hold on real quick, Jolie. Okay, CB83, enlighten me real quick, bro. So last year, Tua admitted that he didn't know the playbook, right? Right or wrong?
Check this out.
Right? And we all know that he didn't. We all know that he was not fit to play starting quarterback last year, bro. It should have been Fitz the whole year.
So what's your question? What's your question?
I'm getting there. Look, bro. And then they question his work ethic, bro. I'm telling you, I heard about this a long time ago.
All right, so you're bringing up rumors. I don't have
no.
rumors.
You might think it's a rumor, but I believe that it's true. So okay, let me get to the punchline, because I'm not. You're sitting there talking. You gave your take. Okay, so quit talking over. Quit talking over me. This is what I'm saying. Is it not Tua's responsibility pre-snap to look at a defense, be able to identify a mic, call his protection, bro? Not only that, audible skill positions, bro, so that when he snaps the ball, he knows where to go with the ball. And then on top of that, go through progressions, bro, because he doesn't do that.
All right,
so you're gonna sit here and you're gonna say that me and Color don't know what we're talking about, bro. You know, Color.
Bro, don't cry, bro. What I'm saying is, can I answer the question?
Ain't nobody crying, bro. Ain't nobody crying. What are you talking about?
Can I answer the question? All right. So as a quarterback, all right. So let's start with the fact that you said he didn't know the playbook, right? So halfway through the season, he's put in there, right? Everybody's looking around like, what the hell is going on? Because Brian Flores just said last week he's not ready to play. Now all of a sudden the kid's ready to play, right? So Tua is dealing with Brian Flores every day prior to starting, okay? And the week before he starts,
Brian Flores is saying, hey, this kid is not ready to play. If he's my son, I'm not putting my son out there in harm's way because he's not ready to play, right? Then he gets in the game,
why is he not ready to play?
But CB, bro, let's not be naive. You know that's PR, bro. You know that's PR because he doesn't. Obviously, this kid's not ready
to play.
He actually did him a favor by saying that, bro. Come on, man.
Can I finish? Can I finish? Okay, so he's a rookie quarterback.
But I can't let you finish, man, because he's taking that statement as face value, bro.
He's a rookie quarterback. What are you saying? A rookie quarterback is not going to know.
No, but Stevie 83, he could have learned at least the playbook.
Oh my gosh! Now we go to Burrow and Herbert because you guys can't understand Tua's situation.
No, the point that I'm making, and it went over your head, bro, is if you just look at what we have, the information that we have to go on, and Tua actually said out of his mouth, bro, if you actually pay attention to the stuff that he's saying, those are actually indictments on him now, because you can actually say, well, he's already said he didn't know the playbook. And if you look at the way that they were running the plays this year, bro, that playbook was very limited, bro. He obviously showed that he didn't have the ability to improvise, bro. So they stuck with the RPO most of the year, bro.
You just want to talk, man. I've heard you talk about this countless times, right? I've heard your take 3,000 times. So you don't have to tell
me. Bro, I've never said anything about Tua improvising. I've never said that on any platform.
So what I want you to understand is that when it comes to quarterback play, there's a lot of things that go into it. It starts with progression. It starts with play calling. It starts with being able to move the protection in different ways. There's a lot of things that are built into that. You guys don't know what the offensive coordinators intended for Tua to do at the line of scrimmage, pre-snap, post-snap, etc. You don't know that. That's a fact. Is that you don't know what they intended for him to do pre and post snap. You don't know whether he was supposed to slide the protection left, slide it right. You don't know if they were supposed to man protect. You don't know that. So when you're breaking down film, you can't even identify what the kid was supposed to be doing.
Okay, let me tell you this. If he's played that position,
I need to finish. So if you sat in with the offensive coordinator and you've watched the film and he said, hey, this is what Tua is supposed to be doing here, or this is what I expected Tua to do here, and he didn't do it, it would be one.
Hello, guys. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Something happened. I didn't hear.
My bad. So no, I'm muted because I got to stop this crap. Okay. See, I can't. Let me tell y'all something. I'm never gonna sit there and let people just keep talking when they're talking nonsense and don't know what they talk about. Sitting here out of his own mouth, CB83 got the nerve to talk about nobody knows what the offensive coordinator wanted him to do or what he was supposed to do after a snap. You're a lie. When you identify the defense, as soon as you line up and everybody's set, it ain't no OC. The OC has nothing to do with the game as soon as the players are set. It is 1,000% on the quarterback. He has to identify. He has to call his protections. It is the same thing every time, depending on what look the defense gives you. It ain't no, well, you don't know what type of protections the OC want to call because the OC don't tell you what to call. You identify and you make the adjustments that you see fit. It is solely his responsibility, not the offensive coordinators. They do none of that stuff. They give you a play that they don't even know what the defense is going to run against it. And it is your job to identify if it's going to work. And if it looks like it's not going to work, why isn't it going to work? And what do you need to do pre-snap to try to give it a better chance or get out of the freaking play? Stop talking
Damn.
football, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Why you running, CB? CB, where you go? Where you go?
Everything
Thank
coming out of
you,
his mouth.
TD. Thank you.
Everything
Where you
Yeah.
go? Why you
Thank you,
running?
TD.
Where'd he go? He pulled a ghost
Come on
move.
back. Come on back.
Everything coming out of his mouth is crap. And I can't sit
Yeah,
here and
you
let
got to
him
make
sit
the
here.
pre-snap reads. Yeah, you got to make that
It
pre-snap
ain't
read.
Thank you.
nobody responsibility but the freaking quarterback. Once again, I got to make this point one more time. OCs give a play based off of what they've seen the defense do, but they have no idea if it's going to work because they don't have no idea what defense is about to be played.
It's
The
about to be
quarterback
played.
has to have the smarts. He has to know at the line of scrimmage what to do. I'm putting this on the OCs about post. I mean,
Yeah, and I'll further
Pre-snap
that.
read.
I'll further that.
That's why.
I'll further that, TD.
Plus
Wait a minute.
two.
Right.
No,
It's
why you
the reason why they call him a field general.
Hey, wait a
That's the
minute. I'm
reason
gonna
why they
further
call
that.
him.
I mean, and that's the only thing that I agree with that what he said, Crypto. That's it. I mean, which is obvious, bro.
Right.
Obviously,
It's the
a
reason why
quarterback
it's a field
has
general.
a lot of responsibilities, bro. That's why you got
Right.
it requires it has a lot of intangibles. I agree. Everybody knows that though. How the hell is that saying that you know more football than we? We all know that, man.
Hey, yeah,
Everybody knows.
I'm gonna go further and say this: a true quarterback that understands defenses, that's running out of the pro set. Technically, people, they all offenses are RPOs. The difference between what we call an RPO and what a regular pro set with a regular quarterback reading the defense and all that, the only difference between the two is that the read pass option is being decided before the snap.
Call
That
audible.
quarterback is good enough to read the defense and say, I need to check out to a run or I need to check over to a pass. That read option, that RPO is happening before the snap. Every offense is an RPO in that respect.
See, this is why you can't bend to these 2 and ears, bro, because that's what he is. Bro, you don't give them an inch, bro. The minute they start speaking, you know where they're coming from, bro. You have to, you have to, bro.
Take a bow.
Can I also say something too, real quick?
Real quick, Jolie, when the RPO was being evolved originally, when it first started to evolve, it wasn't originally just called a blanket run pass option. It's always been known as a read option offense. Usually it just happens before the snap.
Yeah. Hey, bro, and CB83, if you're listening, bro, look, man, let Tua earn it, bro. He hasn't earned anything. When he earns it, I'll give him the credit, bro. He hasn't done anything, man. That's the problem with people that still want to believe in Tua. He hasn't done nothing, and they want to continue an investment going into next year when we still got March coming, and you can still upgrade and come out of this, man. You have to know when to. You have to know when to gamble, and when you have to know when to. You have to know when to place your bets, and you have to know when to fold. Simple as that.
Really quickly, before I forget my point.
Don't go out like that, bro. CB, don't go out like that. Come on back
plus games.
But CEM, do the Dolphins realize that they're playing poker? That's the problem. They're playing checkers and everybody else is playing chess.
Well, look, this is another thing I wanted to bring up, but I didn't get a chance to while he was up here. He mentioned how a QB needs good running backs, good wide receivers, all of that. But this is the thing. You have to have a certain amount of skill to be able to utilize and maximize those tools. So if your skill set is already below, and then on top of that, while you're rehabbing, you're not even taking the time to learn the playbook, then yeah, that's on the QB. That's not on anybody else. And you have to put that onus on him. It's not going to be on his pieces.
And the proof of that sits over in Texas with 33 touchdowns.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, yes.
But they're not going to say that to you, Color. They're going to say, "Oh, what was it? How many games did he win, Color?
Right, 4 and 12. 4 and 12.
No, you're going to say 4 and 12.
Wait a minute. I'm going to squash that 4 and 12 right here and right now. For anybody that thinks that 33 touchdowns on our team will produce 4 and 12, if you do think that, then you obviously think the Texans have a better team around Deshaun Watson than we got around Tua Tagovailoa, and you can go root for the Texans. We'll take Watson.
There you go, TB. There you go. There's a link right there. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do you think, man?
I heard some of the worst takes this morning, bro. Like when they were comparing Burrow to Tua, bro, they were like Burrow's team was loaded. Henry Ruggs, Waddle, and right, and Slim Reaper isn't enough weapons. That's 3 legitimate freaking future Pro Bowl. I mean, they're probably Pro Bowlers in the next 2-3 years, bro.
They're posting on Twitter. They're posting on Twitter. Hold on. They're posting on Twitter the Kansas City game where he threw it into triple coverage.
I am ready for your insight. I am ready. I'm so ready for your I'm eagerly anticipating your insight. The floor is yours, my friend.
I am just waiting on these terrible takes to stop. I'm waiting for the terrible takes to stop.
And we're waiting
for you, bro.
We're still waiting on you to tell us why they're terrible.
So look, check this out. It's literally 1 on 5, right? So I get in a mid take, and TD mutes me and keeps everybody else on because I start making sense to him.
Bro,
like that's what happened.
Everybody, don't act like you're special.
Right. So I am special. I am. Trust me. So check this out. So like I said, you guys don't sit in and watch film. You don't understand what's going on. You don't understand the expectations of the coach, right? I know Tua made some mistakes. He played bad in some games. Tennessee game was terrible, right? You can't make excuses for him for things like that. But what you can do is you can put things around it. I think you've seen enough to say, hey, this kid can be good if he gets some help and he gets better and develops because he's young. Okay,
good,
I think we can
define good real quick, TD. Define
good real quick.
To what end is the question? To what end?
Hey, so if you put pieces around him, if you give him a running game, if you give him great offensive coaches that can scheme guys open, that can create yardage in the run game, that can set up, play the chess game and set up play action passes and get guys wide open. I have to tell you first.
But can they do that this offseason?
Yes, they can do that. It's easy. Just get some coaches in here who can coach offensively.
Also, now the coaches will be the scapegoat then. How do you think the coaches going to be the scapegoat? They'll get the coaches.
What is the ceiling on that, in your opinion?
Tua, if they put pieces around him this summer, Tua will be top 10 next year. No doubt. No doubt.
That's where we'll have to agree to disagree.
Top 3 wide receiver, top 3 O-line. So if we get a top 3 wide receiver, top 3 O-line, top 3 running back, and top 3 defense, that's what was going to do it.
You're not concerned with his arm strength, bro, at all?
So basically, everything has to be perfect around Tua for Tua to succeed.
Last time I checked, Derrick Henry is not coming to the Dolphins.
This is what you guys do. Now you guys
Hopkins is not coming to the Dolphins.
Right. So you deflect from what I'm saying because you don't want to answer the question. You don't want to be realistic about it, right?
No.
What the hell is the question?
Realistic is understanding that there's no way you can get all that. No, wait a minute. No. Be realistic. You're not going to get all that.
I'm only talking to Ian.
I guarantee you, they'll be blaming the defense then for losing.
If we get that,
all right, everybody be quiet. Let him and Ian.
Next year.
Yeah, y'all mute.
My follow-up.
Crypto. Let them go.
CB. I'm only talking to Ian. I'm not talking to nobody else. Ian, you're the only one that can speak to me. None of these other cowards can speak to me, all right?
Hey, man, I don't know about coward, bro. What the hell are you talking about, man?
Nobody else here is a coward.
CB, look, let me ask you.
You ain't worthy of hearing my voice.
CB, I know we got our issues, bro.
Don't be coming up here acting like no bitch, bro.
Ian, we don't have issues. We're good, man.
Come on, man. Come on. Esteban, just chill, bro. Seriously, I'm trying to be serious here. And the reason why I wanted to ask you to define what good is for you in terms of Tua, because I've been on the record of saying, my ceiling has lowered with Tua, and I'm basing that based off film. I'm basing it off of, first off, the physical issues that's plaguing Tua, because I know you say you watch film, you watch Alabama tape, and you watch Miami Dolphin tape. There are two different players y'all looking at.
Different players.
Can we agree on that?
We can agree.
Okay. A and B, I'm basing it off of, okay, I understand Tua has, the offensive line needs to improve. They need to, get a running game that Tua, provide that level of support for him that he can lean on. Right. We all know that a better line, better running game will help any quarterback. It'll help me out there if I'm out there playing quarterback. But again, the issues that plague Tua, this is why I always say Tua's issues are much deeper than the O-line and a run game. I'm talking about from the fact that when you look at when he is in a RPO format and when he's in a traditional progression-based format, which is what wins, which is what translates to longevity in this league.
That's not necessarily true, EM, because Josh Allen is having success in an RPO based offense.
No,
that's not RPO. It's pro style.
Hang on.
Josh Allen's legs is what's getting him there.
RPO
Wait,
game.
so
can me and the brother have a conversation real quick? Y'all.
Yes, we always gotta have these dudes button in. Like what I'm saying is, hey, EM, can you agree that Josh Allen is in a RPO based system?
I cannot. No. I don't. It's not. They don't run the RPO as much as we do.
They run a lot of RPO.
No.
Do they run a lot of RPO?
Oh, absolutely. But here's my point. CB. You're not listening to what I'm saying, bro.
I'm listening. I got you.
Bro. We're trying to educate here. So my point is, it's not the fact that we are so RPO dependent. It's that we're so RPO dependent, and when Tua is deployed in a different format, the level of production is nowhere near close. That's my
question. Hey, so can I ask a question?
Hang on, real quick.
Question. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, so a quick question. Now, when you look at a progression-based offense, right? All right, you have to understand with a progression-based offense, isn't that an offense that requires more time than an RPO-based offense? When you're talking about time to get the ball out, time to look at reads, time to identify, right?
Absolutely.
So do you think the Dolphins coaches this year said, hey, we are struggling with pass blocking. Okay, we have a guy getting beat on every single, at least one guy getting beat on every single play. We probably can't go progression based with these guys. We can sprinkle it in and throw in wrinkles here and there, but we can't go fully progression based because you need a lot of time to be able to identify players that are open, look off guys, and be able to make the plays. Like this is common sense stuff. It's like simple math. It's addition and subtraction. Like it's really people try to make it bigger than it really is, right? Like
what you said was spot on. But what I'm saying, where we're critical, well, me personally, I can't speak for anybody else, but where I critique Tua is when, as bad as this O line is, bro, they're not giving up sacks on every single drop back. They're not. And I'm not saying that. Look. So when Tua does have time, when he's given an opportunity to survey all three levels of the field and distribute a football according to how the defense is defending him, he's not doing that. He's not.
You're right. And you know why? He looks like Happy Feet back there. Like he looks like he's just waiting to get hit. Right. So he looks like mentally. First of all, like you said, he has physical limitations right now, right? So he has physical limitations, and mentally, it looks like his mental is like affecting his physical because he has a clock in his head, and he's like, oh my God, I got to get the ball out. Oh, overthrow, pick. Like he's rushing. Like, and it's like he can't get comfortable. And I think with offensive line help, and with a running game and not throwing the ball over 25 times a game, I think the kid can be good if he's in a position to manage the game. Like,
hey, bro, I gotta say something.
Talking about fractions of a second,
because he was doing that in college too, though. It wasn't just in the pros, bro. It wasn't like this just happened.
Let me ask him this real quick. That's why I asked you to define what is good. But top 10, you watched. I don't know how old you are, but you sound like a knowledgeable brother, bro. And I ain't told you. I'm being factual. Even though I'm gonna deal with you on. Hey, we still got beef now. We still got beef.
Okay.
But we'll get into that some other time. But listen, you sound like you're knowledgeable about the game of football, about the details. You know as well as anybody that how from a player transitioning from college to pros, the mental aspect of the game is the hardest if you poll every quarterback that's coming to the league, everyone that I've heard 100% of the time said the game speed, the mental aspect of the game is the most difficult to successfully transition to. And the issues that's plaguing Tua, and not just the RPO, so heavy RPO bait. This is my theory, real quick. This is my theory. I think going back to Alabama, them being so RPO dependent, and then on top of that, the Dolphins copy and pasting that their offensive approach last year for him and this year. I think him being in that offense for so long in his football career has created bad habits with him, because what the RPO does is obviously it's not it's not progression based in terms of reading all three levels. It's designed to attack one side of the field because you got to get the ball out of your hand in 2.5 seconds or less. So I think that is created bad in terms of Tua being able to identify and survey all three levels consistently. I think it's created so many bad habits with him, and I think you combine that with the hip. The physical issues and those issues about mentally. I think, man, that's might be too much for this kid to overcome, bro. In an O-line, in a run game, is not going to fix that. Sure, it'll help, but Tua will never. In terms of what's plaguing him now, it takes years to develop out of that. And for him,
and that's where. So, go ahead.
So for him to get to the point where he's living up to that 5th overall pick draft status, I don't know if Tua's gonna be able to do that, bro. Go ahead.
All right, so this is my thing. So I agree with a lot of what you said, but what I don't agree, I think you're saying that you don't know if he'll ever get there. Okay, my thing is, hey, give him the opportunity, like give him the year to figure it out. Like, I understand mentally he struggled. Okay, he came from an offense where he was literally either handing the ball off or throwing it to a guy who's typically wide open and who has separated from the defense. Okay, that's not the case here in Miami because you don't have the receivers. The only guy that can separate is Waddle. Okay,
that's not the case in the NFL, man. The windows aren't going to be there. Like, bro, there's video of Fitz telling him this. The windows aren't the same in the NFL as they are in college, bro.
So that's right. That's what I just said. Like, that it's different. It's different in the NFL. I'm not disagreeing with you there. So what I'm saying is that he needs the time to develop. I mean, I think, of course.
CB, let me ask you something. So you saw
mentally he's struggling. Can I finish? Mentally he's struggling. Physically, we know they're just struggling. And I think he doesn't have the compensation that he used to have, too. Like, he used to be able to compensate a little bit in college physically, where he can't do that now. And I think his body is finally catching up to him. I think he's finally developing and getting his body underneath him. I think this year, if we provide some O-line help, some running back, and some better receivers, a consistent wide receiver unit, he'll be better and we'll be able to win playoff games. I think, honestly, we were close this year. We lost 3 or 4 games by 3 points, guys. So I think people got their pennies in a bunch because we made some coaching mistakes and played some bad games. But we're 3 games away from being one of the best teams in the AFC. Like, and y'all are sitting up here talking about the kid is terrible and he doesn't belong in the NFL. And he missed 4 games. Like, that's what I can't take seriously.
Being ridiculous.
This is what I can't take serious about the people who talk bad about Tua. Jacoby played 4 to 5. He played 4 games and was bad, and y'all were begging for Tua back. Tua comes back, we win games. Then at the end of the season, we lose to Tennessee, and y'all like, oh, he's terrible. Get him off the. Like, come on. Like, y'all got to pick y'all poison. Like, do you really want to do this over and over again, picking quarterbacks, trying to develop quarterbacks? Or do we want to give this guy another year to see if he can figure it out? Like, come on.
Can I ask you a question on those lines?
Watson isn't available.
Develop.
CB, can I ask you a question along those lines?
Watson isn't available. When he becomes available, we can have that conversation.
CB, can I ask you a question along those lines?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay,
ask the question.
Okay, so you make a great point about Jacoby Brissett, and it's something that kind of sticks with me a little bit because I'm never one of those people that compares to Jacoby, and all that nonsense. So I don't feed into
Jacoby
that.
was once.
Well,
now keep in mind, Jacoby was.
Here's my question.
Wait, well, let me put context behind this though. Jacoby was once a starter in the NFL.
Right.
He was also a backup. He also got paid $5 million to be a backup, which is a lot of money for a backup quarterback.
Okay, but I'm not the one litigating Jacoby Brissett. That's what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean?
Okay.
My question to you is, it's obvious that you believe that Jacoby is probably not even a serviceable backup. So, who do you suggest that we bring in without running the risk? Well, wait a minute. Let me finish the question. Without running the risk that all of us are right about Tua and him challenging Tua in training camp.
It's not about that. It's not about that. As a franchise,
what it's about? It's about being mediocre.
It's about look. This is what it's about. It's about getting better at every position. Okay, we see Tua is not the best right now. We draft a quarterback, or we bring in somebody who can compete with him. If Tua gets beat out,
that was the answer to my question right there. You're fine with somebody competing. Yeah, that was the question I had. You're fine with somebody competing. That's all I wanted to know.
Right, but would that be enough to get the Dolphins to the next level? Even if he beats out Tua, then we're still in the same problem.
So, but what do you guys want at the quarterback position? I'm trying to figure it out. Like, who do you want your quarterback to be?
Look, man.
Because it's not
realistic to say. I want my quarterback to throw 33 touchdowns a year.
All right.
That's what I want.
So what is not realistic to do is say, hey, I want my quarterback to be Josh Allen, Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, or Tom Brady.
Josh Allen made it mediocre improvement.
Or the guy that
he made a mediocre.
Let's say it. Let's put his name
on.
Guys. There's only 4. There's 32 teams in the NFL. There's only 4 of those guys. You guys got to realize.
No, it's not only 4.
And it's very hard to.
It's 10 that can arguably make it year in and year out. That gives their team a chance.
What I'm saying is that there aren't many guys in the NFL who are elite. You aren't going to hit on elite.
That's not the argument.
Guys.
No one's saying that you got to have an elite. They say you got to be very good to elite. That's like 10. That's like 12.
Is top 10 not good enough?
No one's saying it's not good enough. Of course, top 10 is good enough, but can we get to top 10?
Ryan Tannehill.
That's what I just said. If you put pieces around him and allow him to develop, he can be top 10.
See, there you go. You use the term develop again. You're stepping on your own narrative. You said we don't want to have time to develop guys.
Let me ask you a question.
Didn't you just say we don't have time to develop? You just use the term, you let them develop.
Hold on real quick.
Wait a minute, which one is it?
Reckless. All right, man.
Hold on.
Cool.
No.
Yeah.
No, CB.
No, you
listen,
just said develop.
Hold on, CB.
You said you don't have time to develop.
Hey, listen, bro. Realistically, the only quarterback that's a free agent that, in my opinion, they should target is Jameis Winston, bro. You be honest, bro. If Jameis Winston came to the Dolphins as a backup,
Jameis Winston would beat out Tua all day. Right now, he would beat out Tua.
I'm glad we
can
agree on that. I am glad we can agree on that, CB.
Hey, please.
Hold on, let me finish. I just want a
Jameis Winston is a better quarterback than Tua right now, man. I can't disagree with that.
Damn, he's improved.
Okay,
he's improved, bro.
So you're saying that's an upgrade. Okay, CB, so you saying that's an upgrade then, CB? That's what you think James Winston is an upgrade
right now until Tua develops. Hey, Jameis is an upgrade. Jameis can come. We could be a winner under Jameis as long as.
So with the right coach and Jamison, we good. Right,
even with all the insults that you made to everybody on the panel, I can break bread with you on that, bro.
We still need an O-line. We still need a running game.
Oh yeah, that's of course.
That's a given with Jameis Winston, but we got that in the bag.
Oh yeah, we definitely.
Nobody's arguing against continuing.
I thought you was arguing
for any quarterback.
I thought you was arguing that.
No. Everybody knows we need an offensive line
against building our team for any quarterback that we got. That's a given.
Right. So
you got to have an O-line.
But what I would say about Jameis Winston is if we're going to bring a guy like that in, then we need the only way we can mitigate the interceptions is to get 10-foot tall receivers. You know what I mean? Like stack our receiver deck with 6'5" guys. You know, That's really how
Man,
you mitigate his interception.
That's just bad
problem.
decision making by him sometimes.
Nah,
Well,
I think
I'm not. I love Jameis. I think he.
Jameis got good
the way the
athletic
ball
profile.
comes. Look. The way the ball comes
Jameis
off
got a
of
good
Jameis
athletic
Winston's
profile.
hands is the most
CB,
gorgeous
I
thing I've
agree
ever
with you
seen.
on that one, CB. He's got a good athletic profile.
I'm a Florida. First of all, I'm a Florida State fan too, man. Jameis is a good
Now
quarterback.
we
He
know
was,
what the problem.
he was good with the Bucks.
Jameis
was good with the.
Somebody get the
Jameis was good
Seminole
with
off
the
the panel,
Bucks.
please. Somebody get
Come
the
on, man.
Seminole off the panel, please. Hey, I'm kidding, CB. I'm kidding, CB. No, but love for you, man.
Come on, man.
TB.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
TB, can you hear me?
Turnover
No,
king.
CB,
Turnover
I agree
king.
with you.
Turnover king.
CB, I
Turnover
agree.
king.
Yeah. Yo, I'm here. I'm here.
It's all right. You could have picked worse ones, I guess.
No.
Ian, you hear me?
Can y'all hear me?
No, they're fine.
Yeah,
You could have drafted
You ain't playing
Charlie
for
Ward.
the state, are you? I don't want you to dox you or nothing.
No, the
but you're not
Dolphins should have
playing
took
for
a
the
chance
state,
on
are you?
Charlie Ward. That's the problem.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Yo,
you.
I got you. Yep.
Where you from?
Charlie Ward.
CB, where you from?
You said where am I from?
Yeah, where you from?
I'm from Orlando, man. I played at West Orange High School, and then I went to play at Howard University, and then I'm back in the Orlando area.
Oh, that's what's up. Okay, that's what's up. You went to Howard. That's what's up.
Yeah. So Pep Hamilton went to Howard. I played with Antoine Bethea, who played for the Colts.
Yeah.
Okay.
Respect to you, bro.
Yeah, man. So look. All in all, I'm not a 2-and-eer, but I'm a realist. I understand quarterbacks need help. You know, that's a position that needs help. So
we just wish people would quit assuming that that's not a given. Like we know we got to build a team still, and the natural argument to that is, well, if we go all in on a guy on an elite, let's say an elite type quarterback, that we're going to be betting the farm on that. And I disagree. We're 9-8 with the largest salary cap going into next year. We have ultimate leverage. So what I'm trying to say is, even if we went and bet the farm on a top 5 quarterback, like a known top 5 quarterback, then this 9-8 team is easily 12. But that doesn't mean we still don't have money left over to pepper it with a couple better offensive linemen, a couple of stacked receivers. You know what I mean? That still can be possible. People have to forget how good a position Greer has put us in, to his credit. As much as people want to, complain.
Hey, and you guys. And this is what, but see, this is where my issue comes in. Like, we have people naming themselves like Tua hater in the chat. Like, it's just like, it's kind of like childish. Like, it's like, dude, like, give the kid a chance.
If that's all we got to roll for, then of course I'm going to give the kid a chance, man.
Yeah. There's people on both
sides. See, I can't vibe with guys who come up here and say, "Oh, he's worse than Blake Bortles. He's worse than Blaine Gabbert." Like, you guys just have these.
I didn't say Blake Bortles. I am not going to take credit for Blake Bortles.
I
did not say
Blaine Gabbert. Color, you said Blaine Gabbert.
Well, Blaine Gabbert is 20 times better than Blake Bortles.
No. Blake Bortles is my mouth. AFC Championship game. Blaine Gabbert is trash, bro. Are you kidding me?
Blaine Gabbert is a pure bust. He's a bust.
I ain't letting you off that. You can't get out of that.
In fairness to EM, I was being hyperbolic at that point. I was talking about when I said,
this is what we get.
But
nowhere in between.
But CB, there is, because what I did in my mind was when I said Tua don't belong in the league, I unfairly to him, I shifted my thoughts to an overall league perspective and what my standards are for the NFL. There are 15 quarterbacks in this league that don't belong with their $1 million contracts. You know what I mean? So, I mean, this is the same argument, but this is the same argument that people that love Kaepernick make. They look at all this trash in the league, and you got a guy, hey, I'm not going to litigate Kaepernick and his political issues. What I'm going to say is, nobody can argue that the guy that can sling the ball out of the stadium. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's better than quarterbacks in the league.
That can be honed somewhere.
Tua Tagovailoa is as good as Sam Darnold.
Hey, and I appreciate the time on. I'm actually walking into Party City. My wife's birthday is tomorrow,
So I got to take care of some stuff. But
Happy
I
birthday
appreciate
to
you
your
guys
wife.
having me on,
Appreciate you,
man.
bro.
Salute, CB. Salute.
Hey, thanks, man. Y'all have a good one, man.
You too, CB.
You have a good
You
one,
too.
CB.
Take it easy, bro.
Nice chat. Nice one.
We should go
Well,
get
that ended
Sam.
halfway fairly. What do you think?
Damn, man,
We
y'all
should
been
go get
killing me
Sam
all
Darnold.
day, bro. I can't even get no work done listening. Trying to listen to y'all and comment and the whole nine. Bro, y'all
I heard all your buffoonery when I wasn't on.
Pour some sugar on us, TD. Pour
I
some
couldn't hop
sugar on us,
on
TD.
Kept trying to attach my name to stuff.
Don't worry, TD. I made sure to let them know that you are the biggest. You're the biggest 2 in the year. I made sure to let them know that.
We're gonna do it with mommy, okay?
So where do we go from here?
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say something about Jameis. That guy had the way the ball rolls off his hands. That is the most gorgeous thing I've ever seen as a person who admires the mechanics of football.
Tua's better.
Dude, maybe he is, but man, Jameis Winston, gosh, I've never seen it more beautiful, man. Out of somebody's hand.
He's so undisciplined. He's been so.
I know, but if it could ever get right, God, that dude is so deadly accurate.
He can be special, bro. He can be truly special, but man, that tells you that position is not all about talent, bro. It's so many other things that go into it, that go into play with that at that position.
Well, that's true, but the talent has to come inside the head too. That's maybe where Jameis fails compared to the top five. You know what I mean?
I agree. So, where do we go from here, man? I mean, really.
Well, first of all, when EM asks where do we go from here, ladies and gentlemen, we have to acknowledge how we got here, and EM is one of the main reasons why we're in this situation.
Yeah, because he kept saying he was going to speak into existence on this team, bro. The audacity of this guy. Look, man, I wish I got to talk to CB83. My phone cut out. Man, I just don't, man, in most NFL circles, Tua's arm is a problem, bro. His arm strength. Besides, like, when you talk about X's and O's and building around him, why would you do that?
Now, you're being totally unfair because you know as well as I do what is printed on the Hard Rock elevator, man. That arm has to be strong, man.
I know, man. I'm being a hater, I guess, right?
No, I'm talking about the elevator at Hard Rock. Did you see the graphic they put up on the Hard Rock elevator? It has a picture of Tua, a drawing of Tua, and if you look at this dude's body and physique and arm, you'd think it was Hercules, man. And that's why I said yesterday when TD posted about being jealous of Burrow, and I'm like, yeah, but we got a great graphic artist though. They get the star quarterback. We get the graphic artist.
Make sure that you tie EM to that.
Listen. If Tua flames out, hey man, I can't listen. I'm not perfect, bro. I can't get everything.
Hold on. What do you mean if he flames out? He already flamed out. You mean if he turns it on?
No, he hadn't flamed out yet, bro. He hadn't flamed.
You mean if he catches a flame, catches a fire? Because he's flamed out already.
But as long as he's in the room, what EM is saying, as long as he's in the room, he's still got the shot.
Exactly. So
why did we ever get rid of Josh Rosen? I mean, we should have just
Why didn't get right? Could have given him 7 years.
Exactly. Now listen, Color.
He could have been Tannehill.
Color, your evaluation on Tua when you said there's not a place in the league for him.
So listen, man. Nobody want to hear.
Oh my God,
he walked that back like 5 times already, bro. He's already said that,
Color, that's applicable.
Thank you.
You're not right.
Don't worry, bro. I got something for you.
Bro, Color already walked it back, bro. Let it go, man.
Nah, bro.
EM lives to talk about
let me walk it back again. Say it again, EM. I'll walk it back again. What were you going to say?
No, I was going to say, when you made the comment about Tua, there's not a place in the league for him. That's applicable to Josh Rosen. Because where's he at? He's not even in the league, bro. And we all know how bad he is.
Right. And time will tell. That's what I'm saying.
And Flores
3
had an
years from now, we'll
evaluation
see
on
where
him.
Tua's at.
Flores had an evaluation on him and got rid of him. Flores had an evaluation on Tua, and they flipped on him and fired him.
So
listen, man, Flores was moving on too. EM, you know that.
But listen. But with that being said about Josh Rosen, Tua has been nowhere near as bad as Rosen, bro. I mean, let's just keep it 1,000 for real.
Did Rosen operate a pro style system or an RPO?
How many chances did Rosen get?
No, neither. Rosen couldn't do neither.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, EM, you're supposed to struggle early on in that system.
No, not
that
NFL. How many chances did Rosen get? I want a number.
He got 3. He got hang on. Arizona, Miami, Tampa Bay, San Francisco, and Atlanta.
I'm talking about how many games did he get to play?
No.
Where he was the guy in Miami.
Hella feedback right now.
That's EM. He's giving feedback. EM.
No, it was only 7 games for Miami.
Did he get 23 games?
No.
Why didn't we give him 23 games?
Maybe he was just terrible in practice.
Because somebody's eye test said he don't deserve
good
23
enough
games.
23 games. Yeah.
Well, Tua Tagovailoa is pretty terrible in practice from what I get. And that's why your players are coming out saying what they're saying. He cannot make all the throws. It's just not now remember in practice, there is no factor of the O-line because you're in practice.
Right, he's got all the time in the world. Yeah.
Hit the quarterback. And even if they run past him, he can finish a play. And he's terrible in practice. Terrible.
Yeah.
So all these narratives, listen, at the end of the day, Tua has to make like this miraculous jump because I guess the issue that I'm having is we're arguing over semantics. People like CB83 came in here and said, if you put everything around him, he'll be better. I actually agree. He's going to look better. His numbers will be better. He's going to be better. But like Color was saying, and everybody ignored it after CB83 said that, to what end? And that's the point. That's the issue that can have us in purgatory for year after year.
Had us in purgatory for 25 years.
Listen, all I know,
well,
I know is that if you're going to compete against Mahomes and Allen in this league, you're going to have a quarterback that goes toe-to-toe with them. And we don't have that quarterback, at least not right now.
No.
We honestly have to decide as a fan base,
Not
do we
now.
want to continue to pay $350 plus $100 for parking plus an hour drive down to the
we're
stadium?
gonna do it.
Do we want to keep paying that?
They're going to do it.
If we don't really want a Super Bowl, we have to decide.
You're
Are we
still gonna do it.
fine with then build around Tua and he's going to be great. I'm a Tua-neer. You know what I mean?
Then we got to take a page out of what Jacksonville fans did and go to the games with clown masks or paper bags over our head.
Exactly.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, we're still going to go to the games. We're still going to root for our team. Y'all know me every Sunday. As soon as that kickoff, it's Tua time. Let's go, Tua. Let's go.
Right.
And unfortunately, by the third quarter, I'm cursing them out.
Right. And forgive us for finally taking a stand and saying, no, not one more quarterback farther. Forgive us for that. We're so sorry. We hate the Dolphins. We should go root for the Texans.
This is an intricate part in it's going to be in our organization's history, the Dolphins, because like EM said when we first started this stream, when he first came in, he said, you missed on Herbert. Then the football gods came down and said, I'm going to give you an option of a potential Watson. And for us to pass on this, and if we get it wrong,
nah, man, you got it wrong, TD.
That will be child neglect, TD.
This
the
is
of child neglect.
This is a once in every 100-year opportunity, and we're sitting here talking about let's have hope. When we don't have to, Dolphin fan, and stop this narrative. Well, Watson ain't available yet, so just leave him alone for now. No, but why does that stop you from saying, if he is, I want him. I want him. Miami Dolphins, go get him. If he clears this situation, please go get him. And like I said when we started the stream, when are we going to stop lying? when are people going to be honest with everybody and just say, I really like Tua as a person so much that I want to see him win a Super Bowl with this organization? Even if it doesn't look like he can, I just like him so much that I'm rooting for him to be the guy. And I'm willing to take that chance because that's how much I really, really like him.
There you go, TD. Just come out and say it. Just come out and say that's what you want us to pay for.
And then nobody would say anything, but we're sitting here thinking that we're having real football talks and the justifications are just ridiculous.
And the only thing I'd say to that, to Tua, is, can I have a ride in your truck?
Probably not.
At the very least, can we at least get a ride in his truck?
Man, people need to stop lying and be honest,
crazy.
man. There you go, TD. The truth will set you free. Yeah, man, just be honest. It's nothing that's where you get respected. I like Tua so much that I want the Dolphins to keep him, and I want to hold out hope that he'll be the guy because it will make for a great story, and I just want to see him succeed. That's fair. Who can argue that?
Nobody can argue that.
That's the fairest thing ever.
And that's where the debate
reason,
always ends at.
They're trying to give him credit for something that he has yet to prove and then want to go as far as dogging everybody else. And in this notion of put more around him, what makes him special?
Thank you.
Hold on. So he gets an opportunity to grow, but Austin Jackson doesn't? He gets an opportunity to grow, but Eichenberg doesn't? I mean, why is that? Is that fair?
We need to give Noah a chance. We got TD. We got to give Noah a chance. We need to give Noah a chance, TD.
Austin Jackson shocked us all and looked like a good left tackle before he got hurt his rookie year.
Man, the only thing I disagree with what you said.
Your build, Tua.
The only thing that I disagree with from what TD said, and it bugs me, bro, because I think I'm the only one that feels this way, was we didn't know how to lose in Brian Flores' first year to get the guy. It should have been Burrow, man. They should have known. There should have been some kind of meeting where how are we going to approach the draft? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they went too many
strategy. Flores is such a winner that he actually shot himself in the foot because we had to draft number 5 because Flores is such a winner he couldn't stand a 1-in-15 season.
I know, man. Look, man, all I'm saying is, look, we actually went into that draft trying to trade up to get him. They should have just lost every game. What difference does it make what games we won? We would have had our quarterback. That's for one. They didn't know how to lose right. Then it goes into all the scenarios that TD's talking about. Herbert, Watson, whatever. You know what I mean? I just don't have any faith that, at this point, that they're going to get it right, man.
That's neither near nor there. So because Burrow's gone, Burrow's on Cincinnati. Where do we go as a Dolphins organization from here? Where would you go,
man, at all costs? Really, man, we have till March. Look, this is the way I see it is we have till March. Those meetings that they're holding with these coaches, bro, they need to be talking about how they're potentially going to try to upgrade come March. And you know what I mean? What I'm hoping that they're not doing is forcing Tua on a coach, bro. That's a mistake because you can't make it. It's a gamble.
To be honest, I think that's what they've been doing, and that's why this coaching hire is taking way too long because all these coaches are probably second guessing Tua Tagovailoa. That's
John. The way out of this is to go over to Germany and find some country dude that's like 6'10" with a strong arm who's never thrown a football before, and bring him over here and teach him how to throw a football. Give him about 5 years, We'll build all the offensive line around him. You know what I mean? And we'll have our own Ben Roethlisberger, born and bred, raised right from scratch.
Yeah.
On Stephen Ross, man.
No, Stephen Ross has destroyed the organization and has divided the fan base.
Don't get me started with Ross.
I put this all on Ross. He is our curse.
Yep.
He is our
curse.
He's
the worst owner ever.
Until this man leaves, we will never see a championship. I'm convinced of that now.
He's literally the worst owner, period. And it's so frustrating because we have so many hopes, so many good chances that we set up before. But this time we actually can go through it and actually build this future. We have a foundation.
Jolie,
But nope, here comes Ross.
When the fans are making better decisions than management, there's a problem. And
Yep, we're standing right on the edge of the cliff, and Ross is standing back there holding our wings.
Yeah,
and it's disappointing because we do so much.
We have the highest free caps.
I agree, Donald.
Agency. We could use all of our draft picks, take a page out of Los Angeles, and use them to get a better quarterback or a true proven player. And I guarantee you, they're still going to screw this up.
You know what? I want to play devil's advocate. What would be? We know what the best scenario would be: getting Watson, getting a head coach that would actually put this team together and get us to the promised land. But what would be the worst case scenario, truthfully, for them to do? What it would be a typical Dolphins thing that they would do?
Having this conversation 7 years from now with Tua as our quarterback.
Yep.
Enough said.
Man.
Enough said.
Ooh, Lordy. That's
doing this
brutal.
all over
You do
again.
that
I ain't gonna lie.
7 years from now?
I'm
Really? 7 years?
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. This is a big game to me now. And at the end of the day, I want my team to be great. I want them to go get a top quarterback. I want them to get weapons and do all of that stuff and make a Super Bowl run. But I mean, at some point, you get so over it that you just say, it's Tua time. Let's go. Let's go. I want to see
the only
it.
time it can be.
I want to see it. Come on, Tua.
I know, man. Prove us wrong. Do something
Come
about
on.
it, man.
Put him out there. Go get him a line. Go get him receivers. Let's go year after year in the first or second round. Let's see what happens. What causes us to lead the playoffs. Let's see what happens. Because you know what? But people also don't want to recognize, at some point, he has the potential to get us in the blame game. We put up 20 points in the playoffs, but the defense struggles.
Yep.
That ain't Tua's fault.
Yep.
Yeah, but your elite quarterback would have made up for that. See, this is the deal. He's the type of quarterback that even if he doesn't lose you a game, he ain't going to make up for any other inefficiency on the team. He's not going to make up for it. If he does his basic mere minimum job, which isn't lose us a game, and he helps contribute, he still ain't the type of quarterback to pick up the slack for the lack of. Do you know that Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes picked up all the slack? Both defenses were trash.
Yeah, there was no defense that game.
Exactly.
No defense
Both
that game.
defenses were trash.
They were going
Allen
but you know what we're going to get into? We're going to get into Tua can't play defense. Oh, but Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen just did.
They made up
Patrick
on the other
Mahomes
side
and
of the
Josh
ball.
Allen just played defense. You know how you play defense as a quarterback?
Lighten up the scoreboard.
By putting up more points than the other one.
Come back and answering every touchdown that they put up. Yep.
That's how you do it. And they're not going to understand that concept of football. We're going to get into the blame game, ladies and gentlemen, because even if he improves, we're not going to be a Super Bowl team this year. Then he's going to go into his fourth year. They're going to be like, well, we saw improvement. And then the defense ain't going to be the same because you know X ain't going past at least one more year. Or even if he do, he older now. We're reaching that realm. Oh, we need linebackers. Well, where's the pass rush? Well, Tua doesn't play defense. And then as soon as we start going back on the defense trying to get better, well, we need another old lineman because, that one's gone or got hurt or wasn't good. Oh, well, now the running back. Oh, well, the receiver's contract is up now. We've done this before, y'all. We've done this. We've done this from the year 2000 all the way up until 3 years ago. We did this. Unless you're a guy who can make up for the inefficiencies on any given week around your team, what is all of this for?
We literally did it with Ronnie Brown at quarterback.
This is a new NFL where some quarterbacks make a great defense. Do y'all realize, quote unquote, if we want to give them credit for it, who the number one defense was?
The Bills.
Do y'all know who the number one defense was?
This year, the Bills.
The Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
Did Patrick Mahomes not make them look like the 32nd ranked defense in the NFL?
He did.
So what are we doing this for?
And Josh Allen made Gabe Davis look like the best receiver ever to play the game.
Yes, you got quarterbacks that's nullifying the number one defense. In which, oh my God, what are we doing this for?
Hey, TD, I'm going to piggyback off your possibility motif, and I'm going to use the wise words of Mr. Spock. When you eliminate all possibilities, the only thing left, however improbable, must be the truth. And the truth is, ladies and gentlemen, Tua Tagovailoa is never going to win a Super Bowl.
Unless it's a perfect situation, man. I
don't see that, TD. Look at how
I'm right there with you, but there is a such thing as a perfect situation,
bro.
Right?
The only situation I see is that Herbert goes down, Burrow goes down, and Josh Allen and Mahomes all in the same season, bro. They're all in our
right
in
because
our,
it's 1983 right now, and we ain't got Dan Marino. We got
bro.
Kenny
They're all in
O'Brien.
our conference, bro.
And here's what kills me.
I don't think it was a perfect scenario, honestly. Especially if we hire Dabo, bro. I got to be honest. I'm gonna tell you right now. I have no hope, none, zero, at all. Right now, the only hope that I have
we
is
learn from our mistakes. That's what we're trying to do. But y'all don't realize we've already been here before. We've been in this situation before.
Exactly.
Yeah, they can't see that they're actually the ones wanting us to go down that path again.
Right back
they can't
into
see
what
that.
we've been through.
And not just that,
the one thing we haven't would be done different. In other words, the one thing we haven't done in 25 years that would be different than what we're doing is give up the farm for a star quarterback. 4 teams understood that. 4 teams are playing this weekend.
Yep. And one of them, the Rams, most likely is the favorite to go to the Super Bowl, bro, and probably win the whole.
Even Dallas figured that out finally.
You know what's crazy? It's so easy to figure out, and it's staring them right in the face, and they're choosing not to accept it. That's why.
You know what we haven't brought up? Tua also, like one of the other concerns with Tua isn't just half the stuff that we've talked about. We hadn't even got into the fact that he's made of glass, man. I mean, damn, if he hurts his pinky,
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that because that's something that is so true. We get so caught up in him about whether or not he'll ever be good enough to get us to a Super Bowl, and we forget one of the biggest elements that he's constantly shown us that we should keep worrying about: his durability. We ignore that on top of it all.
But then they
so it
say,
comes right back to who do we
Yeah.
bring in for
then they
backup?
say,
It
oh,
comes
he's only
right back
played-
to the same thing.
You got to have a backup.
If we bring in a guy, a backup quarterback that's good enough to take us there, or serviceable enough to take us there, given the pieces, and but he ends up beating out Tua in training. You see the conundrum.
No, that's insanity.
Who do we
That's
bring
never
in for
gonna
backup?
Yeah.
And CB83
Anybody that's good enough to be a backup is good enough to beat out Tua in camp.
Exactly. CB83 said we don't have a star in our lap, and he's basically like, "Oh my gosh, then want one, then want one." All we ask is why don't you want one? We know we don't have a star in our lap. Want one. Make sure tell the organization you should be pursuing one.
Exactly.
If you can't get it, okay. But you know what? The minimum
Well, see that's why I brought up
why that though. They don't want
God
to say
forbid
that
if
though.
Aaron Rodgers wind up in the AFC. God forbid if Aaron Rodgers comes to the AFC.
He knows, man. He knows.
That's
That's why I brought up Winston earlier, because he's just going on what is an actual realistic possibility, bro. That's why I brought up free agents, and at the top of the list for me, it has to be Winston, and he agreed with it. At least he has enough. But what sucks is it's not like, Russell, like you're going to bring Russell Wilson, who's won a Super Bowl, or Aaron Rodgers. You know what I mean? None of those guys, or Watson.
And when you say that, CB83, where is he? Ask your team to go get Derek Carr. Ask your team to go get not Petro, I'm tripping. Deshaun Watson. Ask your team to maybe go get Russell Wilson. Ask your team to go get Aaron Rodgers. All guys that might be available. Ask your team to go get Kirk Cousins. Ask your team to go get one of these guys that may be available. And go ask your team to call them and throw out a trade proposal.
and that brings
And
it
if
right
it doesn't work, then we're okay with sticking with Tua. But you won't do that.
Yep, and I think that's getting right to what John was actually trying to ask. It's answering John's question right now. Where are we at now? We're at two places, one of two places. We're either gonna have, and it's about setting expectation. We're either at a place where we could expect to root for something with a real possible outcome of something positive, or we're gonna know what we got and just hope we always do, knowing we're going to lose every
It's
game.
literally hope versus reality. That's the predicament.
And then they keep on trying to say, then they keep saying, I mean, we were close with Tua. Look, when we went on a winning streak and we were winning games, everybody knows it was led by the defense. Our defense gave up 12 points a game.
In my lifetime, I've never seen the defense.
That's why we start winning games.
And those of us that know that are faced with a decision. Do we want to, I mean, can we just put next year out of our mind? Is that really what you want us to do?
If our defense was giving 24 points a game, we would have won 3 games last year.
Yep.
If our defense was giving up 24 points a game. So
just take away the points they scored. Just take away the points our defense scored.
Take away the turnovers.
Then we would have been 4-12.
I've said this many times. Our defense is Super Bowl caliber. I don't care what anyone says.
I totally agree.
We are very potent on defense,
and it can carry your team,
and it will carry us in the playoffs.
They want to think that was Tua Tagovailoa doing that.
Why do you think Joe Rose said that? Do you think he wants to call football games for another year on the radio, knowing he has to sit there and act like what we got is a winnable product?
If we go with Tua, our defense is going to be wasted, and I will not allow that to happen. I'm sorry.
Joe Rose said if you bring Herbert, and I'm not one to ever bring up these other guys, but I'll do it now in the name of in quote Joe Rose. He believes if Herbert is brought over to this team with this defense, he didn't say bring Herbert over on this offense. He said bring Herbert over, put the offense out the window. Just Herbert with this defense over here would be in the playoffs.
Hey, CB83.
Hell, we'll be still playing. What do you mean?
CB83 said we're 9 points away from 12-5. Yeah, 9 points per game.
And yes, Crypto, to quote Baldinger when he said it, when Joe Rose was adamantly agreeing with him, Baldy actually said, you would be calling a game this weekend, Joe. And Joe was like, "Oh, totally. I totally agree."
Listen, I've
right
said
there,
this.
right there on WQAM out of Miami, AM 560. You could go listen to it for yourself every morning, 6 a.m.
Listen, I've said this before once time, and I'm going to say it again. Everyone wanted Tua to succeed. Everyone who's a Dolphin fan wanted Tua to succeed because him succeeding means us getting to the playoffs. However,
and we get to keep all our draft capital and all.
However, as Dolphins fans for the past 20-something years, or some of us longer, it should be ingrained in our DNA through the eye test what makes a good quarterback. And the fact that our fans still don't know that yet are either blind or too young. And I'm sorry.
It's amazing, John, how every Monday morning after a playoff weekend, everybody's like amazed. Like they didn't know that like, oh, really?
Well,
and more people understand. But it's like they have to keep understanding every year and after every playoff weekend, from the wild card round all the way up to the championship game. We have to be reminded on Monday morning every single weekend. And this is something endemic through the whole league because there's a lot more teams that are just as bad as us. Okay. So it's endemic in a lot of fan bases where it's like every Monday morning, everybody's just in awe. Do you believe what happened last night? What are you talking about? You know how many times Mahomes and somebody else has already done that? Or Allen and somebody else has already done that?
We haven't even seen that. We haven't seen one game where Tua could come out and show us a glimpse of magic. There was nothing but scripted plays.
Look what's in my name right now.
Excuses.
Look what's in my name right now.
Oh, the O-line played bad. Oh, the weather. It was the weather that was a factor. Show me something that shows that this kid could take it to that Superman level. There's nothing that he's done.
You know why I'm Gabe Davis's
Tua ain't even
child?
Robin.
You know why I'm Gabe Davis's love child? Because I'm the product between Gabe Davis and Josh Allen. That's what I am. Because if you take Josh Allen out of that, Sure, you might get a crazy DraftKings slate breaker out of Gabe Davis every once in a while. He provided that all year. Yeah, I get it. He's a good receiver, but he's a wide receiver too. And if he's going to have a breakout performance like he did last week, what you're normally going to see out of a breakout for a guy like that is 150, 175 yards and 2 touchdowns. This man had 201 yards on 8 receptions and 4 touchdowns. That is 25 yards a reception. Who's throwing that 25 yards of reception in Miami?
I'll do you one better. I'll do you one better.
Who's doing it?
Yeah.
I'll do you one better. Explain to me how Jalen Waddle has over 100 receptions and only close to 1,000 receiving yards. Explain that one to me, because I still can't.
They basically turned him into Devon Best.
Jet sweeps.
That's terrible, man. With all that talent, man.
We're gonna waste Waddle. We're gonna turn him into Jarvis Landry 2.0. We're gonna waste this defense. And then we're all going to be sit back hoping for another quarterback. I swear to God, if we draft from Alabama again, I'm gonna jump this team. I really am going to jump away from this team. Do not draft from Alabama.
No jumping teams now. I'm already having to talk my mom off the ledge.
What if they get Williams from Alabama?
She's going to Denver. And wait till I tell her the news that her quarterback is probably going to be Aaron Rodgers. She's going to flip.
Yeah. What if they get Williams from Alabama?
Might not care about that, but my mom dumped like $5,000 into this team this year. Okay, for us to go to games.
What were you asking, Crypto?
I said, what if they get Williams from Alabama? You think they'd be all in on Tua if they do that?
If they'd be all in on, you broke up at the last.
You heard me? You think they'll be all in on Tua if they get Williams, the wide receiver from Alabama?
I think we'll know by the head coaching pick whether they're going to be all in on Tua.
Hey, show your receipts, Joseph. Show your receipts, Joseph. I'm sorry to interrupt. Show your receipts, Joseph.
Donald, what's going on, bro?
It's on you, Donald.
All right.
What's up, y'all? Can I ask just one question?
Hey, Donald.
How you doing, Jolie?
Good, sir. Good, sir.
Hey.
Good to see you.
Can I ask just one
the floor is yours. Go.
Can you hear us, Donald?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, we can hear you.
My one question is this: since when do we not? Since when do we not hold every player accountable for putting their best on the field, despite what position they play?
Preach.
I mean, we've done that with every player except Tua. I'm sorry. We've done that with every player except Tua.
I'm getting feedback. I'm sorry.
We can hear you just fine. You sound perfectly clear for us.
You clear for us.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right. Well, and this is what I'm seeing. The only thing I'm looking at as far as Tua is getting the brunt of all of this. And this is not to say that he does not deserve it. But what it does show that we as a fan base need to hold the same accountability to everyone that's on that team. Everybody needs to have this.
So Donald.
Yes, sir.
We do, and let me show you how. One side say Austin Jackson trash, the other side say Austin Jackson trash. He need to be better. He need to be better. Nothing else to talk about. We do that along the whole team, and at the ending conclusion, ain't nothing else to talk about. Everybody agrees on everybody but Tua, and that's why he's the conversation.
Thank you.
It's not that people aren't holding everybody else accountable. It's that we all agree on everybody else.
Right.
But we don't agree. Well, I think we agree, but one side don't want to acknowledge this. Although we'll hold Austin Jackson accountable, he deserves an opportunity to grow just like Tua if we're going to use that narrative for Tua. But they're not saying that.
Yes.
They're not saying that. They're saying go get him a better O-line. The problem is, outside of Jesse Davis, this line is young and everybody on it deserves an opportunity to grow. But when they say go get a better O-line, they talking 2 or 3 people. So who are we finna kick in the behind and say screw you?
Yes, and
so that's their narrative.
And I totally agree with you, TD. And that's what I'm saying for us as Dolphin fans. And I'm not gonna stay on here. It's just this. Everybody owes it to the fan, all the players owe it to the fan base to put the best product of themselves on the field. Period. And Tua is no exception. That's why I want to talk to the Tua-neers. Our quarterback owes it to us to put the best product of himself out there. Now, I love to golf. I'm not a great golfer. I love to golf. I don't have time to sit up and spend more time out there on the course than I do currently being in seminary, period. If I don't, I'm not going to pass seminary. Tua owes it to himself, understanding as the quarterback for the Miami Dolphins, that's his doggone job. He needs to, if he can't read defenses, he needs to get the help he needs, just like me in school. If I don't understand what I'm comprehending in seminary, guess what? I go and I get people who do understand what I'm missing and bring them in and help me to understand how to get better. Tua owes that to us as a fan base. When I'm hearing he's spending more time on a golf course, I'm hearing that he's spending more time doing other things than getting better at his craft, whether that means physically getting bigger, getting faster, getting his arms strengthened, whether that means him studying to learn how to read a defense, or even learning his playbook enough to whereas he won't be just a one-read quarterback. That looks bad not only on himself, but the organization. Tua can only shut this noise up. And for the rest of the team, I'm willing to give Austin Jackson a chance because to me, he has played better moving from left tackle to guard. All young players. And to me, let's see, I believe it was it Crypto or Color? You were talking about Devontae Parker?
That was me.
Okay, I would agree with you. To me, I understand what Devontae has brought to the table and what he has done, but I'm telling you right now, anybody that's been on this team for 7 years or longer and they have not shown the propensity of being better, making this team better, they need to go. Devontae need to go. I'm sorry, he's got to go.
Yeah.
Devontae, Jesse Davis, got to go. If
So
what's
your take on Gesicki?
Gesicki, let them
because he plays with heart. The guy plays.
He does play with heart, but at the same time, I like the other tight ends because they bring tight end roles to the position. I understand what I'm getting in Long, and I'm getting in the other 2 tight ends. Gesicki can't block. And when they see him in, they already know it's a pass play. So that to me gives gives the defense an opportunity to sit up here and call and be able to get on our receivers and to put pressure on Tua because they know good well he can't break it or read it. So again, this whole team owes it to the fan base to get better. Now, who is that going to be in charge of leading this with the trigger man of being our new head coach? I have absolutely no idea. I'm upset at Stephen Ross because I think he let his emotions get in the way. And he should not have fired Brian Flores. But it's neither here nor there. It's another season. We got to sit up here and look at. And I've been a fan before Stephen Ross got here and became the owner. I've been a fan since 1969. I'm still rolling with the Fins. But at the same time, I'm not going to sit up here and put up with any foolishness. Went to the game in New Orleans. After I saw that game in New Orleans, changes got to be made. And now they made it at the head coach, but I think it's got to be some personnel as well. So let's just watch and see what happens and let's go with it. And I appreciate the opportunity of y'all letting me come in and chat. Fins up.
Appreciate you, Donald.
He's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong. Everything he
Yeah,
said
the
was
only
right.
thing I would say is a subtle take about Gesicki is Gesicki wants to be a Crash Jensen, and we already got a Crash Jensen. That's Matt Collins. I mean, we could literally, with Smythe and Shaheen, we could literally
Bro, do you know Matt
get what
Collins
we can
is,
get for
is
Gesicki. And
6'4"?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We could slide him right into the role that Gesicki keeps wanting to play.
If we had our way with this cap space, if at least I had my way, you pick up Godwin, you elevate Matt Collins, and you have Waddle. Maybe you pick up Ridley, maybe not. I don't care. But right there, that fixes the wide receiving problem. You have a big guy to go 50-50 with the ball, and you're going to have Devontae Parker still on this team, so he could be subbed out left and right. And then you go after an O-line. Simple as that. You go after one of these O-linemen. You know, we need a veteran on the O-line, and you can get one. What else do you need?
Yeah, but nobody even knows what positions you replace on the O-line other than right tackle.
I mean, Jesse Davis's position is the only one I'm worried about. That's all. That's all I care about.
And then on top of it, we're talking about the tackle position. Obviously, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to do anything on the O-line, it has to be free agency. You're not expected to bring in a starter in the draft and feel like you can automatically feel like things are going to get better, because you're not getting the best of the best.
You're going back to hoping, and I rather get the.
In that case, you take free agency and you focus that on the blind side of the quarterback and hope for the best.
The blueprint is there. Use your draft picks to get a sure thing, and use free agency to get a sure thing, and you're done. It's not that difficult, guys.
I mean, now the only thing I'd say, John, is that while there's never anything for sure in the draft, we did draft our two best offensive linemen to ever play for us in the first round of at least one of them in the first round of the drafts in Keith Sims and Richmond Webb. So, you know, I'm more apt to trust finding a star in the draft, but as far as the blind side goes, we just got to make sure that's shored up the best way possible with a star. If that means free agency, then that's what it means. You know, we just got to do it.
Yep.
Like we keep saying,
you got to wisely spend that money.
Isher, get off the pot. Isher, get off the pot.
That's the thing.
Because let me ask you something. Because I know we at least have one person. Anybody on here believes if we build around Tua that we could be we could win with him? Let me know. I just want to know who
define winning.
2 playoff games, maybe. We go to a championship round
with realistic forward thought that we could have made it to the Super Bowl at least, TD.
Yeah, because what people have to understand is with the simple fact that we have $80 million, when we spend it all, we're not going to have a lot of money for a while. We're not going to have a lot of money for a while. We got to do it now. Whatever we build now, the following years, we're going to be just like Buffalo. Do you know how much money Buffalo had in free agency last year?
No.
Didn't have much.
10 million. Do you know how much they're going to have this year?
No.
11 million. Because right after you have that 70 million and you spend it all, and it still wasn't good enough for them, and they got an elite quarterback, and you spend it all, you're under those contracts for a minimum of about 2 years. Because most of them, 2 to 3 years. Most of them got guaranteed of 2 to 3 years. You got a big bucket of your money that's going to be held up for years now. So my question is, say you want to make a splash, you want to go get a really good O-line. So you're going to be targeting probably the best right tackle in the league. Am I wrong?
Yeah, best one.
And you know,
these top three.
You know who that's going to end up being? That's going to end up being Armstead out of New Orleans.
Armstead, yep.
Armstead.
And you know how much he's going to make?
22 million.
About $23 million per. So when you start that 70 million mark, subtract that 23, you're at 47. Now let's keep on cooking. What else? Do we want to get one more offensive lineman?
No.
Oh, so
they can afford.
So that's the only O-lineman we need is the right tackle. I want to make sure we're on the same page because I don't want to hear excuses next year.
No, yeah.
Wait a minute.
I'm telling y'all to act like a Tuanier right now. Get out of here. I want you to be a Tuanier.
About to say.
Do we need another lineman?
We need another lineman. Yes, TD. Yes, TD.
Then
Okay. Where do we need that O-lineman?
I've got a possible answer
right
for
tackle.
that. Who
right
is
tackle? Are we talking about Orlando Brown?
Who's the best?
Yes.
Who's the best college quarterback?
Another 23 million.
Who's the best college quarterback right now?
No, hold on.
Putting up the most numbers.
Hold on.
Well, let's try to finish this real quick.
Well, I know.
All
I'm
right,
saying
so
whoever that is, his offense, his blindside tackle is who we need to draft if we're going to draft.
We got Armstead and Brown for 44 million.
No, we don't want no more rookies.
So 44. I want you to get your calculator. Let's take our 70 and minus 44. So should we be done right there on the O-line? I would say yeah, right? If I'm a 2 and near, I would say that's all I need.
Yep. Yeah, because you could always draft a guard, bro.
Okay. Now, are we making a splash at running back?
We're gonna do that in the draft.
No,
nah, man. We really don't. I think we're good at running back.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
What, to do what?
With that offensive line,
say we do not have we're not good at running back. So
they said everybody been talking about we need a real running back, a bell cow. And I'm actually get on y'all too, even if you're not a 2 and near. If you think we just good at running back, are we being fooled by Duke because he had one good game?
No, TD. I'm realistic. I think even if we got something out of Duke, it would only be max.
We need an every down back, TD. That's what we need.
I know Duke is true, but I'm just saying to you.
Running back.
Let's go to the comment section.
He's only got max 1 season left.
Let's go to the comment section. Should we be going to get us in the league? Oh, you know what? Let's just stop. Let's go ahead and get the people what they want, okay? Let's say we go ahead and use our first round pick on a running back. Let's just do it, okay? But at the same token, how much is that going to cost, that first rounder?
30 mil.
30 million.
No. It's a late first round pick.
Guys. Yeah.
It's a late first round pick.
It's basically
about
we're
maybe
talking
15
about
million.
we're talking about maybe $3.5 million per year.
Per year, so about 15 million.
And I don't know, it might go up a little.
Total.
Let's just say 4. Let's subtract that 4. I'm just getting somewhere here. Here we are as the Miami Dolphins.
So
we
we're
got
at
20. Hold on, we got $22 million left. Now we ain't did nothing about Gesicki or Ogba. We gonna let Ogba go?
No.
Oh, I totally forgot about Ogba.
You let Gesicki go, keep Ogba.
Are we letting Ogba go?
I saw a report today they plan on signing him.
If you're a 2 and near, you let Ogba go. That's the answer.
That's B2 and
Tua's
near. Let's let Ogba go.
Oh, then
Wait. So we're letting hold on. We're letting Ogba go.
You gotta let
So are we in a market? Are we in a market? No, let's do one at a time. We back to Gesicki. Let's not push forward yet. Let's go back to Gesicki. If you're a 2 and near, if you somebody that want to build around Tua, are we keeping Gesicki or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
If you are not somebody that want to build around Tua, don't worry about it. I want to hear from the people that want to build around him.
I've always said that we have to keep Gesicki if we keep Tua because he needs his catch radius.
Yes.
Do we keep?
That's a bad sign.
So how much are we going to pay Gesicki? Let's just say
12.
we can get him at a tight end money.
I was gonna say
12.
We're paying him $13 million.
I say 13 million.
Let's subtract the 13. Okay. We got $9 million left. Oh, by the way, let me go ahead and subtract about $7 million just from draft picks because we still got more draft picks later in the rounds.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you got to pay them. So we got $2 million and we ain't even touched the receiving core. We didn't even sign Ogba yet. We didn't even sign Ogba. Oh, let's cut Parker and save $3 million. No, you know what? Let me, because I gave y'all an example early in the season. There's ways we could save about $15 million on this team. So let me add 15.
Yeah.
Let me add 15. We back up to 17. Now let's address Emmanuel Ogba. Do we keep Ogba?
We still can't afford him.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes. We
got $17 million left. Ogba's going to be a $15+ million guy, just so you know.
We need to TD, how do you get down to 17 million? From 70 million. How many people you paying?
What do you mean? We got 2 of the best tackles in the league.
We still need
so that's 30 million. Okay,
no, that ain't 30 million. That's 44 million.
44. Okay, yes, 44 million with the 2 tackles.
Need another wide receiver.
And then we went and we got the running back in the draft.
Running back in the draft. The rest will have to be the draft.
Then we said, the rest has to be free agency. I mean, we still have a little money.
And
then we went ahead and re-signed Gesicki.
Add $4 million because of the restructure of X's contract.
No, you
mid-season
can't
this
take
year.
Fuller's $10 million because Fuller ain't under contract next year. So, but the math is right. We got $17 million. We haven't addressed Ogbah. Okay. Also, there's still other players on this team that's unsigned that they'll probably want, but whatever. We'll leave that alone. We haven't addressed Ogbah. Are we keeping Ogbah or not at this point?
No, you can't keep Ogbah. If you're a Tua fan, you cannot keep Ogbah.
So are we in the market for a defensive end now?
Are we in the market? How much is Ogbah going to cost you?
Guys,
Ogbah's going to be about $15 million.
You're still short a wide receiver. You would
so now we're down to $2 million.
We're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Wide receivers you're taking care of in the draft.
No. See, a wide receiver you're going to take care of in the draft when all you got is Waddle? No, we said think like a two and
Waddle and Hollins.
We said think like a two and near. You know they want two more weird weapons.
Oh, okay. Think like a two and near. I thought you were saying we're going with Watson. My bad. I'm thinking Watson. My bad.
Hey,
So in that sense, we gotta get.
If we trade Howard, bro,
hold on. We're still on the fact of do we keep Ogbah or not?
No, you can't.
You keep
no,
him,
you
but
can't
you
keep
trade
Ogbah
Howard.
now. And now in that sense, what's his name? Right, you got to sacrifice Ogbah so we can get one of those wide receivers.
Are we in the market for a replacement for about half the price of $8 million at the defensive end position? Yes, we still got to get somebody. Right?
Yeah, we'll be somebody that's serviceable. TD, we're going to need somebody serviceable after we replace Ogbah because we're going to need that stud wide receiver regardless. We got to pay him $17 million.
So we don't keep Ogbah and we go ahead and get an $8 million guy. I'm being generous. And that franchise Ogbah, y'all stop. The franchise tag is going to be about $24 million for a defensive end. Stop with the franchise crap. He ain't even worth it. We'll be better off giving him.
We're going to be in the market for $8 million, but we got to spend $15 million on a new wide receiver.
No. But you only got $9 million left. You got $9 million left.
Okay, well, who's the next Will Fuller in free agency then?
You don't have a Will Fuller in free agency. You do
understand. I'm talking about somebody that's demanding his money.
No, but Will Fuller took a pay cut coming here just for a 1-year deal so that when we had the money this year, if he proved himself, he can get a real payday. That's what his deal was about. Yeah, but so we're in the market for a proven receiver.
Yeah, we're going to have to get a proven receiver at that point.
Oh, so we looking for another Devontae Parker, Crypto?
No.
Crypto out of all people?
Well, I can tell you already, a guy like
receiver.
To put it in perspective, a guy like Jameis
another Devontae Parker
for $14 million.
For what, $8 million?
You talk about bringing in a proven guy. Most of them coming off of injury. Otherwise, they do what they do.
Fuller wasn't really injured. He was faking.
I'm talking about the prove it guys. Fuller wasn't coming on a prove it. Fuller was coming on you got your real money the next year. I'll take a $10 million team friendly deal.
Well, heck, we can go get the guy we just recently cut, Perry. We can go get him to play.
Yeah, where you gonna get him from? I mean, that's what, but no. The 2 and ears want Perry. You know they gonna use that as an excuse.
We still got Hearns on the injured
You think
reserve.
so, TD? No, TD.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
I don't think the 2 and ears gonna use that as an excuse. They can't. Perry caught a touchdown. Here's
what I'm trying to show you. So we got $9 million left, and what we're talking about now is receivers. We still need a middle linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're talking about, and yeah, we're gonna need a middle linebacker.
We need a linebacker. That's true.
That's not gonna be that expensive, is it?
Jerome Baker got. You see what Jerome Baker got?
Well, that was overpaid.
Do you know what a true middle linebacker would get?
What, $14 million?
Bro, Baker got 13. What are you talking about? If I'm not mistaken, it might have been more.
That's because he was overpaid by twice the amount.
Hey,
should have got.
But okay. But your organization is about to overpay for everybody they bring in anyway.
Yep.
Well, yeah, that's true. But come on, TD, they're gonna have to. Cause somebody's gonna have to take a pay cut.
Who our backup quarterback?
We're building around Tua. You got to remember this.
Hold on, we got
TD,
nine.
You
Hold on.
remember.
Yeah, I get it. We got $9 million. We still ain't get another receiver yet. We still ain't get no linebacker. Who's gonna be our backup quarterback?
Jacoby at this point.
Yeah, it's gonna be Jacoby. I believe
it's gonna be Jacoby at this point.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah,
yes.
I think so.
You know that was a Flores hire, right?
Yeah, because of the
Patriots. Yeah, it was.
You think that the new coach is gonna want to go Jacoby?
Well, yeah, because TD at this
and
point,
do y'all understand?
Because he's cheap.
He's the only one that won't challenge
Jacoby
Tua.
was the highest paid backup last year.
He's the only one that won't challenge Tua in training.
Was it $4 million?
$5 million, if I'm not mistaken. Let me
Four.
go look
Okay, I thought it was about 4. Well, okay, we'll go with 5. But he's gonna have to take a pay cut.
Yeah, he ain't got to do nothing.
What's Gardner Minshew doing these days?
What do you mean?
That's right.
He's
in the
going to be a
playoffs.
free agent.
But you got to look at it in the eyes of the Tuaneers. You got to look at it in their perspective, TD.
Yeah, in their perspective, they don't want Jacoby anywhere around the organization.
Well, then, in that case, he's gonna have to pack his bags.
All I'm saying to you
Well,
is,
he gonna pack his bags.
Okay, how much do we pay him then? How much do we pay him then? How much do we pay him then?
Okay, we'll give him $2.5 million.
Okay.
So who do you bring in?
Okay, now you're at now you're at $6.5 million. You still ain't got your linebacker. You still ain't got no receivers that you wanted.
Okay.
What are we doing? You know what it's going to come down to?
We got to pick up a bunch of people off the street at this point.
No, you know what it's going to come down to? Because that ain't enough, first of all. Because all we're going to do is complain about the receivers. Because and a matter of fact, this is without Parker because I added $15 million to save money throughout the team.
Okay.
So what are you going to do at receiver when you got $6.5 million and Waddle is your best one and your second best is what, Hollins?
Hollins and Hollins will be
You know what you're gonna have to do now? You're gonna have to go right back up to Trent Williams and say, we can't get you for 22. Now we need to go bargain shop at the tackle position for a player who ain't dominant. He's just solid, hopefully.
Mm-hmm.
You see what's gonna happen?
So Armstead will be our only anchor guy then.
Who?
The other Armstead.
Brown
you
and
mean Orlando
Armstead.
Brown?
And Armstead.
Yeah, but Brown, yeah. I thought you said we was getting Armstead.
We're not even factoring the point of if we can even land them.
Mm-hmm.
See,
but you getting rid of $22 million though, TD, right? You got to get rid of that other $22 million.
So we getting rid of both of them or no?
No, just one. Just one.
Okay.
You
So
can
let's add the 22 back on. Now we're at 28 million. We need another tackle. We need some top receivers. And we need a middle linebacker. How about we playing with the receivers? What receiver y'all want to bring in? Y'all want to bring him a real true weapon?
Allen Robinson.
No.
How much is
Godwin? Godwin would be
Godwin or Allen Robinson.
And how much is he gonna be worth? How much you think?
Allen Robinson's stock probably went down a little bit. I think he'll be worth $15 million at the most.
All right, don't worry about it. I could pull it up. They give you
I was gonna say I
think it went down. I think it went down a little bit.
No, they'll tell you.
Okay.
How much did Buffalo pay Stephon Diggs? Just curious. Does anyone know? Color? Do you know?
No, not off the top of my head. I do know that a guy like Jamison Crowder is going for $14 million.
I don't know what he's going for. Diggs?
Yeah, how much did Diggs go for? I'm so curious. Does anyone know in the chat?
Was it 17, 18 million? He didn't sign a big contract with them. I don't think.
But figure Godwin is going to be like Diggs' money at that point. I can imagine, if not close to it.
Oh yeah, Godwin is yeah. I'm not sure.
I got the list up. I'm just trying.
I'm not sure the
find
Bucks
them.
won't pay him.
Okay, Allen Robinson is projected to be getting a contract of $20.025 million a year.
Get out of here.
4-year contract. He's projected to get a 4-year, $80 million contract, $50 million guaranteed.
That's what I'm saying. Mid-level.
Y'all are ignoring what the wide receiver market is.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. Mid-level market
This
is
is what y'all are ignoring. So y'all want to give me another name instead?
Calvin Ridley.
All right, let's keep it. Well, he's not free agent, is he?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, but we'll inherit his contract.
But the thing with Calvin Ridley is you'll inherit a contract, but you'll be restructuring it right away. But I'm sorry, Calvin Ridley's going to get more than the Allen Robinson.
What about Schuster?
Hold on, Juju.
Schuster, yeah.
Didn't he just sign a deal last?
There was a 1-year deal. It's just a 1 year.
Okay.
He's still going to be a free agent this year.
And how did he do this year?
I mean, he was average. He wasn't like.
Let me look. Hold on.
Just do. You there?
You
there?
Is everyone else getting more and more depressed, or is it just me?
No. People
no.
But y'all know the NFL raised the cap budget.
No, people need to understand the realistics, though, man. They don't think about this type of stuff. They just think we're gonna go into free agency and just get whatever we want easily.
Yeah, TD, just to do an illustration, because if you can see what we can get for affordable money at roughly 14 million, look up Jamison Crowder. That's what you can get for the kind of money they want that the two and ears expect us to spend on a receiver.
All right, give me a second.
Just for perspective, you know what I mean?
Jets? Isn't that the Jets wide receiver?
Yeah, and he's a good receiver, but he's still like 10 to 15. I mean, I like him, but he's not like Stephon Diggs. You know what I mean?
Number one, isn't he?
Well, sort of, but he plays more of a Landry type slot role.
Yeah, bear with me. I'm sorry, man.
Guys, we don't really need slot. We already got that taken care of.
No, but you can never have too many Waddles. Is what the point is, I think.
Well, Waddle's not supposed to be a slot.
And yes, let's. He's supposed to stretch the field,
No, but Godwin.
we already
Godwin.
We're already gonna be good. We don't really need another slot receiver.
All right. Let's see. Oh, they didn't have his projected.
I'm mostly saying it because we're keeping Gesicki, and everybody knows I like Gesicki, so he's gonna be our slot receiver.
How much do we stand to gain if we dump Albert Wilson and replace him with a guy like Jamison Crowder, though? Because I don't think Albert Wilson has any desire to win anything anywhere he goes ever again.
I think going back to what the original thought was that we were supposed to act like 2 years, and we're supposed to maximize Tua's potential. So we got to get good wide receivers.
We got to get receivers. Yeah, we maximize Tua.
Yeah, Juju gonna get some money because in the middle of the season he got into a dispute with the organization saying he wants more money. Trying to see how much though. Give me a second.
But then we add the extra cap space.
Remember, he was a late sign, TD. He signed late.
He signed an $8 million contract, and in the middle of the season, he asked for more money. But I guess based off of his play or something. But
right.
Expected to rise. Y'all just bear with me. I'm gonna find it.
Not to add a caveat to this, but
okay, here we go. Expected to hit peak. Okay. All right. Let me see. Similar puts this contract with an annual average salary of about $16.1 million.
And how much do we have left?
In consideration, his play this year has him worth. Yeah, he's gonna demand pretty much $16.1 million.
Who's that? Crowder?
Juju.
Juju Smith.
Yeah,
they're saying maybe a 5-year, $82 million. So he's 16. Is that who y'all want to add for 16.1? Juju?
No, but for this scenario, let's just do it and get it over with.
Well, I mean, I want to make sure that people feel good about what we got, because is that enough?
No, I don't think that's enough.
No.
Juju the guy you want?
Too much.
No, he's not preferred. What is Galladay or not Galladay or Godwin going to cost?
22 plus, it looks like.
And I'm not sure the Bucks don't re-sign him.
No, I'm just saying.
It probably will. Well, Juju will be settling almost in a way. But
you don't want
what about the kid? What about the what about the kid down there in Jacksonville? I forget his name. I keep forgetting his name.
Laviska Shenault?
No,
TJ
not
Clark.
Shenault. No, not Clark. That would be nice. But
Marvin
no.
Jones, isn't that where Marvin Jones is at?
All right. No more having to do what we just did. I got the whole list of everybody right here. Okay, so name them away. Name them away. Who you want?
The guy from Jacksonville.
You got to tell me who. Jacksonville.
I forget his name. TD. Is his name? Is it Chudwick? Chudwick? I forget his name, man.
Chadwick.
You got to tell me who, man.
Chat, help us out, chat. Start naming Jacksonville wide receivers.
Who should we go after at the wide receiver position? Y'all let me know. I got the list of the market value coming up. Oh, you talking about DJ Chark?
Chark, that's him.
That's what I said.
That's what I'm talking about.
Did I say
so
Chark?
That's the type of guy that you want.
Chark.
So you wanna Devontae Parker? That's what I figured you wanted.
No, I don't want Parker.
That's pretty much
No.
So he'd be an annual salary of about $12 million, and he's actually not even Devontae Parker. But that's a $12 million.
He's light years ahead.
And again, I think they're going to end up retaining him anyway. Yeah.
How about Christian Kirk?
So now we're down.
Too much.
No, Kirk
is going to cost too much, I think.
Well, let's see. Maybe
Kirk
not.
is
You gotta understand
14, 16 million.
Let's see.
14 million.
Nah, 4 year, 50 million, so about 12 and a half.
Yeah.
Again, y'all gotta understand.
So it'd be about the same.
Kirk ain't even the top receiver. That's just a guy that on occasions catches the deep ball.
Well, that's what I'm trying to illustrate, TD. It's the same with Jamison
sporadic
Crowder.
Guy. I thought we were going to get a real receiver that's going to make a difference.
That's exactly what I was trying to illustrate.
These are placeholders. These are guys who can come in and play their game like Parker and everybody else.
It's literally down to Godwin, or it's down to Atlanta's guy. I forgot Atlanta's Ridley. Godwin or Ridley. It's got to be either
Ridley. But you're not concerned about his injury history?
You got to put. I mean, those are the top two right now. I mean, you want either Ridley or you want Godwin. I can't imagine any other.
I would like Ridley. But Ridley is how much it's going to cost.
They got Godwin on the annual of 18.2. Ridley isn't a free agent, so
we would have to take his contract and restructure. That's what would end up.
Yeah, but he's going to be up there too, regardless. We're talking about an $18 million guy, and then on top of it, to come to Miami, we could even stretch that out to 20. Let's just be honest.
Yep.
Because we want to get him in Miami. We're talking about 20. All I'm saying to y'all, when you really do the math, what you're going to end up seeing us do at the end of the day is bring in a whole bunch of sevens. They're not going to be the top of the top. Those best tackles are going to turn into above average tackles to save money. We're going to get a whole bunch of players that's good instead of great. And Tua needs great around him.
No, TD. That's not what they're saying. They're saying that he needs serviceable. That's what they're saying.
No, that's not what they're saying.
Because
I'm just saying, but that's the argument.
9 and 8 is already serviceable.
Let me tell
I was
you
gonna
why.
say that's not true because we're already serviceable.
Yeah, 9 and 8 is
something
serviceable.
If you
Let
don't
me tell you why. Because if that serviceable person comes here and have his worst season, they're gonna say the same thing. They're going to say the same thing. It's no different from Joe Burrow's left tackle. It's no different from Joe Burrow's left tackle, who's the number 5 left tackle in the NFL, which is actually a great, not serviceable, who got destroyed in that game.
What we need is a serviceable quarterback.
He did. He gave up a lot of sacks in that game.
Got destroyed in that game. Just like Tyler Lewan with Tennessee gave up 6-something sacks in one game. This is what I'm talking about. No matter how you slice it, it's still going to come down to you need more than that on the team. You need some great players, man. That's what they're going to ask for
out of the quarterback.
And
that's what we need.
That's why I try to tell y'all it is easier to go get an elite quarterback that can make up for some of your indeficiencies than trying to find all the best players to fill the holes to make it a great team around a average or above average quarterback.
At this point, that is the only offseason move right now. Number one.
And it's
just
probability. Move. There's only one move, and it's Deshaun Watson. Because, like we said, Rodgers is going to go to Denver. So, if it's not Rodgers,
that's the precedent. If Rodgers go to Denver, I'm telling you that right now.
Well, the actual odds haven't changed. We're still third at plus 550. You know, that's you never know.
And I want to know what type of defensive lineman do we think we're going to get at the edge for $8 million anyway? We threw that out there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm perfectly fine with Jalen Phillips.
How you feel
Phillips
about,
is fine.
No. What about the other side is what we're talking about.
Yeah. We need a complimentary player, TD. They're going to say for support the compliment tour, we need a complimentary player on both sides. We just
So
looking
I
for a
guess
complimentary
more of the
player.
answer to that question is who was Derek Brooks's counterpart or Derek Thomas's counterpart back in
All
the
I'm
day?
trying to say
Somebody
is
like that.
how are we going to spend? How are we going to spend this money? Because if we go for the best of the best, we're going to overpay and we're going to be out of money fast and we're going to have holes. Or if we go for middle of the road, it's going to be hard to get them anyway because they're going to be getting more money from other teams. We're going to be overpaying for middle of the road guys.
Yep.
So middle of the road, TD.
Back to the same thing we've been doing for the last 20 years.
So let's do the flip side of this. If Watson comes to Miami, what's his contract?
Let's do it. Hold on. Let's do it. So what we got 70 million, right?
Yep.
Let's now I'm not even going to play the game of restructuring his deal, which we know they'll do, and like everybody else in new voidable years.
Plus there'll be side money.
Let's just take the 38 million raw money off of the books, okay? Forget the restructure to help us out. Minus 38. We got 32 million left over. Now we get money back from Tua. Depending on what the team, how they structure the trade.
Right.
You get some of that money back. But from my understanding, at this point, you may only be able to recruit an annual of about $5 million. You can't get the whole thing because you got to deal with some of that guarantee. But that's all depending on what you negotiate with the trade team. Like with the Tannehill trade, we actually offered to pay some of his. So I don't know what they're going to do. I just saw a scenario. You may be able to recoup about $5 million, okay? So now we're at 37. Now let's add on that 15 I gave in the other scenario with the cuts of Jesse Davis and stuff like that, okay? So now you got Deshaun Watson and $52 million where you get to go to work. Guess what? I don't need the best right tackle in the league now. I can go get me a middle of the road guy. Let me pull up some tackles. Let me give you some examples.
Kosicki's gone. I know that.
No, you know what?
Not necessarily.
Hunter Long could take
what?
over for that.
No. I'm going to go bold. Screw the O-line. I'm going to go straight to receiver first. I'm going to go straight to wide receiver. I'm going to go bold. Screw the O-line. And I'm going to show y'all something. And guess what? We not re-signing Mike Gesicki. And I'll debate on if we'll re-sign Ogbar because our defense doesn't need to be as good anymore. Because we about to bring some offense to where we can supplement where the defense just needs to bend but not break. But wide receivers. Well, first off, I'm going to leave it alone. Unfortunately, if we did get Watson, y'all going to be mad, but Will Fuller would sign a new deal here. I'm just telling y'all the truth. But
I said that already, TD.
I'm going to leave it alone.
He's going to cost us $11 million. That's it.
Yeah, it would be on a cheap deal, but I'm going to leave that alone. I'm going to act like that ain't even the choice. And I'm going to prove to y'all where Will Fuller is probably going to be one of the highest coveted wide receivers because he's actually number 4th on this list behind Devontae Adams, Godwin, and Allen Robinson. He's number 4th on here. All that disrespect that he got, don't forget he's still a baller.
Yep.
Don't forget he is a baller. But screw that. We're gonna go bold here real quick. Let me pull me up a wide receiver. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and stick with your boy Godwin. Watch this. Oh man, I clicked off of it. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you the money. Chris Godwin, about $18 million. I'm going to subtract that 18. Watson got a real threat with Godwin. He got a real threat with, what's your boy name? Waddle. He got, hey, you know who we all been forgetting about?
No.
Who's on our roster, who they shut down this year?
Talking about Albert Wilson.
No, y'all, I can't believe y'all.
Hearns.
All right.
Come on, somebody
shut him down.
Lynn Bowden.
Lynn freaking.
Yeah, Lynn Bowden.
Man. Did y'all forget about that?
Lynn
Yeah,
Bowden.
because they shut him down.
He's going to be able to step up this year. That's going to be another asset. And then I'm going to actually go get me a guy like Christian Kirk to complement the whole unit. And I'm going to subtract that $11 million. Give me a second. Now, again, I don't need to do anything else on my defense because I don't need them to be great, but we'll still at least be good. Now, I'm going to take my last $23 million and I'm going to go get me 2 middle-of-the-road linemen and be done. Because what Watson does in an RPO and in a spread is going to open the run game anyway. I'm done right there. I am going to take them $23 million and go get me 2 tackles that's in the middle of the road for 11.5 each because I don't need the greatest.
Okay.
That's all I'm going
You
to
don't
do.
need the great ones at that
And
point.
you know what? You're going to have balance on the team with a better offense because you got Watson and you got weapons for him to throw to and a better O-line that don't need to be elite. It's that simple. That's all I would do. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
It doesn't. We don't need to do all the fancy stuff. Now I may not need the middle linebacker because overall as a unit, I'm still straight. I'm still straight. That's what I would do.
Oh, bottom line. I mean,
Who
Watson,
would be your running backs again,
look,
TD?
Wait a minute.
Hey,
Watson,
TD, who would be your running backs? Would you draft them?
Watson would make our opponents pay for every single turnover.
All right.
Yeah.
Just about.
Who would be your running back? I missed that part.
I can imagine we can't draft a running back because we'd
I'm
be using
doing
him to
running
trade
back
for Watson.
I'm doing running back by committee, but I didn't
Let's not forget.
I didn't even include
Hold
my
on.
first round pick.
Let's
Maybe
not
that's when I
forget-
get my running back.
Let's not forget
No, you
Watson
lose
was
him.
already
You
handing the
lose-
ball off to Duke
no.
Johnson in Texas.
You lose
have to get him in
lose your picks when you get Watson.
No.
You have to get him in the third round.
Hold on. Even if I have to get him in the third round or as a project, that's what I'll do. At the end of the day,
Yeah.
that would still be a good team, and you could still bring in a valued running back. This is all you need to do. We're talking about going for broke on the old line and stuff. We can't even watch when free agency come and we building around Tua. You can be like, what? Watch when the tracker goes. This person goes there. Why didn't we?
Yeah.
Because we got so many
Crazy.
things that you need around him that you got to get average to above average guys. Watch y'all see that happen when you could have just got Watson and he would have offset that type of stuff, man. That's the difference, man. The money, y'all gonna see when free agency start. But listen, man, we've been streaming for 7 hours, and I still got the AFC East roundtable at 9:30 tonight. So, and we're gonna be clowning Dan Mitchell. Y'all better come through tonight. Shout out to the newest member that just joined the channel, Adam KXNG. Welcome to the channel, homie. I appreciate you becoming a member of the family. Thank you so much for joining, bro. But listen, man, we got to end this stream. I'll see y'all tonight at 9:30 on my channel. We're gonna be having our little say with Dan Mitchell and just check on him and see if he all right. All right. But I appreciate y'all coming through. I hate
Of course,
to end it this
TD.
way, but I need
Thank
to go.
you, TD.
I need to go hang out with the babies real
Appreciate
quick
it.
before
Appreciate it,
bedtime.
TD.
Hey,
Thank you so much, TD.
Hey,
Appreciate
everybody
it,
that
TD.
was on the panel, do me a favor. Find me on Instagram and send me a message as soon as you can. Jolie, Color, John, Meme, everybody that was on the panel, hit me up in the Instagram if you can, please. Thank y'all so much. I'll see y'all later.
Man,
Peace.
Later.
Okay.
Bye.
No problem.